Good evening, everyone, and welcome. This is the time and place for the regular City Council meeting of the Boise City Council. First items on the agenda are the invocation, which we will observe with a moment of silence, and the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Third order of business is roll call. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Clegg. Here. Jordan. Ludwig.
Here.
McLean. Here. Quintana.
Here.
Thompson.
Here.
All present.
Fourth order of business is request for approval of the minutes of the June 23rd, 2015 noon meeting.
Move approval. Second.
Moved and second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Motion passes. Fifth order of business is special business.
Mr. Mayor, I have a motion to amend the agenda.
Okay, go ahead.
If I could, I move to amend the agenda to add a resolution approving an agreement between the City of Boise and the Idaho Statesman Publishing Company to include the Statesman's Chalk Art Festival in the city's 4th of July celebration. This item was not included in the agenda because the city had not received the approved agreement from the Statesman.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Just if I could, I've been a participant in the Chalk Art Festival since its inception, so I sure hope we get support here.
Well, I know there's,
Pretty sure this will be the easiest thing to do.
that's why
all
everybody's
night.
here, to talk about chalk art. Now that that's safe, I think. All right, the motion is to include that on the agenda. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Clegg,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Ludwig, McLean, Quintana, Thompson.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
All right, fifth order of business, is special business interim budget changes. No pressure, Brent. A couple hundred people
Mr. Mayor,
watching
members of
this
City
time.
Council, I actually figured everyone was here for the interim budget change. There's only one interim budget change. It's a holdover from last week. It's a request from Arts and History for the approval of $200,064 and the corresponding expenditure appropriation and the approval of the capital project for the purchase of the property located at 5015 North Eugene Street. The purchase will help preserve a property to enhance cultural attributes of the city. It is the James Castle property.
Questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I think we're really fortunate to have this opportunity. This is such a treasure, and the fact that we were able to work with the property owner to preserve this in perpetuity is kind of a big deal for Arts and History and for the city of Boise. So it's my pleasure to move approval of the interim budget change as presented.
Second.
Moved and second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Clegg,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Ludwig, McLean, Quintana,
Yes.
Thompson.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Sixth order of business is the consent agenda. All items with an asterisk are considered to be routine by the council and will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a citizen or council member so requests, in which case the item will be removed from the general order of business and considered in its normal sequence.
Mr. Mayor, I would ask that we pull item C1, travel request. There's been a request to take that off the agenda.
Okay?
And then, Mr. Mayor, I would move approval of the consent agenda.
Second.
Moved and second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Clegg,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Ludwig, McLean, Quintana,
Yes.
Thompson.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Seventh order of business is the reading of ordinances, the first and second reading calendar.
Mr. Mayor, I ask unanimous consent that all ordinances on first and second reading calendar be read by number and title only and filed for the third reading calendar.
Without objection, sorry about that, yes. Without objection, go ahead.
ORD-29-15, an ordinance amending Boise City Code Title 5, Chapter 05, Alcoholic Beverages, Section 01, by amending and adding definitions, repealing and reenacting Boise City Code Title 5, Chapter 05, Sections 15 and 16, entitled Liquor Catering Permit and Penalties, respectively, to provide a provision that permits two or more applicants to apply for consecutive alcohol catering permits pursuant to a multi-day planned special event, to provide a provision that allows the clerk's office to waive the application filing deadline, to provide a provision that permits an event venue to be placed on a pre-approved list, to clarify the application process, and to update the penalties sections, approving a summary of the ordinance and providing a waiver of the reading rules and providing an effective date.
Mr. Mayor, I ask unanimous consent that all ordinances on second reading be read by number and title only and filed for the third reading calendar.
Without objection.
ORD-26-15, an ordinance repealing and replacing Title 4, Chapter 16, Section 02, Boise City Code to update the fire department response zone map and providing an effective date. ORD-28-15, an ordinance amending Boise City Code Title 2, Chapter 22 to change the title from Community Ombudsman to Office of Police Oversight and to revise certain provisions, approving a summary of the ordinance and providing an effective date.
Mr. Mayor, I move that further reading of ordinance 25-15 be dispensed with and the record show it's read the third time, and I apologize. That's the wrong motion.
Second. No?
No, my fault, I'm sorry. Yeah, I move that further reading of ordinance 25-15 be dispensed with and the record show it read the third time in full.
Now I second.
Sorry about that.
Moved and second. Is there any discussion? Roll call, please.
Clegg,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Ludwig, McLean, Quintana.
Yes.
Thompson.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries. ORD-25-15, an ordinance CAR 15-00008, BHH Investments 1 LLC, for property located at 5200 East Barber Drive, annexing 45 acres of certain lands and territory situated in Ada County, Idaho, adjacent and contiguous to the corporate limits of the city of Boise City, establishing and determining the land use classification of said 45 acres as SP-01, Harris Ranch Specific Plan Zone, setting forth a reasoned statement in support of such annexation and zone change, directing the city engineer to lodge and file a legal description and map for said annexed lands and territory, providing that copies of this ordinance shall be filed with the Ada County Auditor, the Ada County Treasurer, the Ada County Assessor, the Ada County Recorder, and the Idaho State Tax Commission, providing that a copy of said legal description and map of said annexed lands and territory be recorded with the Ada County Recorder and filed with the Ada County Assessor and the Idaho State Tax Commission as required by law, and providing an effective date.
Mr. Mayor, I move approval of ordinance 25-15.
Second.
Moved and second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Clegg.
Yes.
Jordan.
Yes.
Ludwig. McLean. Quintana.
Yes.
Thompson.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Next item is under new business, item 9A, public hearing CPA 14-00004, St. Luke's Master Plan. Why don't we take up, first we have some conflict disclosure in the council, so why don't we take that up first, and then I'll get to the ground rules. So,
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to go ahead and just read this statement that was provided by legal, just so I can make sure that this is on the record. So to start, I'd like to declare that I have a conflict of interest on item CPA 14-0004 because the applicant is my employer. I have consulted with representatives from the city's attorney office, and I'm required to recuse myself on this item in compliance with Idaho Code 67-6506. I will not be permitted to participate in any of the proceedings on this agenda item and will have to step down from my assigned council chair during the discussion, hearing, and vote on this matter. I would also ask that council excuse me from voting on this item as required by Boise City Code 10214.
all right. I also, although we have an odd number of council members, so the mayor only votes in the event of a tie, my wife is employed by St. Luke's. In the unlikely circumstance that one other council meeting has to, for whatever reason, can't participate, I won't be breaking a tie, so a tie will have to stand. I don't think that's likely to happen, but all I'll be doing is presiding. I won't be deliberating or participating in the hearing, so. Is there anybody else?
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead.
I would just want to disclose for the record that in the course of the time frame over which we've been working on this issue, I've been contacted by several people on either side of the issue with requests for meeting. I was very clear that the only thing that I would be discussing with them would be procedural requirements and how things would be handled at the council meeting, that I would listen to their concerns in the way that I would read an email or hear a phone conversation, and only had conversation about procedure.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, after the last work session and a conversation with some of the St. Luke staff, I did participate in a meeting with St. Luke's, and the purpose of that meeting was to go over with them the issues that I felt still kept this application as it stands today from meeting our comprehensive plan. I disclosed that on the record on June 9th, and subsequently talked to representatives of the East End Neighborhood Association and let them know what those same issues were. As this is a legislative item before us, I felt like that was an appropriate response.
Anybody else?
Yep.
Go ahead.
We're just going down the line.
Go down the line.
Mr. Mayor, thanks. I just wanted to disclose, I mean, of course, all of us have run into people on the street, and this has been a topic for a long time, so I'm not going to go through that list. But I had substantive conversations with Kathy Stearns and Bob Kaiser, and they shared with me their concerns about the project, and then provided me with documents that I asked them to deliver to council, so it'd be part of the record just afterwards, which I believe that they did. And then I walked the premises of the St. Luke's area, the campus, with Doug Oppenheimer for about 20 minutes sometime this winter, and had lunch with a doctor who's not employed at St. Luke's, Jackie Maybach, and just had general discussion about the proposal before it was submitted.
Mr. Mayor, I have some disclosures also. I've read every letter twice, and there are a lot of them, but thank you for those, all of them. I've met with Chris Roth, Jeff Seelick, Mark Bowen, and Jeff Hall, all from the St. Luke's group. Met with Bob Kaiser and Joe Daltoso and Deanna Smith individually, so all those meetings were individual, all incredibly intelligent and articulate people. I've driven by St. Luke's 10,000 times. I'm an East Ender, and I'm really interested and excited for tonight. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes?
I don't believe I have anything of significance to report.
Yeah, I was going to say, you've been hermetically sealed since December. All right. Couple of the ground rules. First, thank you all for being here. We appreciate your interest and your willingness to attend. What we've, thankfully, in the hearings we've had on this issue in the past, or the meetings anyway, we've had a good sense of decorum, and I expect that to continue tonight. Please refrain from any kind of vocalizing of your opinions, whether you agree, disagree, or otherwise with the speaker. We'd ask you just to refrain from that. It'll go a lot easier and go a lot better. You'll get your chance to speak your mind when your name comes up. So we would really appreciate that. So far, it's been the case in the other meetings. One item for anyone either in the room here or that might be listening, we will accept written information until the close of the meeting tonight, and then no more will be allowed. We're not sure what time that's going to be, but it has to be at a time where the record is closed, and that is going to be when when the public hearing closes, which we are hopeful is tonight. We won't take any more written or oral testimony at all. Just as a way, along those lines, as a way of a kind of preview, we're not sure exactly, like I said, what time we'll be through. We're going to endeavor to finish in this evening at some point. Whether the council's going to deliberate will just depend on when that is. It's likely to be quite late, and I think the later it gets, the more unlikely it is the council's going to deliberate tonight. But we will put that on the record. If the decision isn't made tonight, it will be set for a time certain, which will be next Tuesday night. So here are the ground rules for the time allowed. Staff will take about 15 minutes, and they'll go first. The applicant is St. Luke's. They'll have 30 minutes. They will go after staff. The Registered Neighborhood Association directly affected is the East End Neighborhood Association. They will also have 30 minutes. We will allow their expert, that I think was retained by the East End Neighborhood Association. We will allow 15 minutes for that expert to present testimony. If he would like to go longer than that, time will have to be yielded from the sponsoring neighborhood association. Then the North End Neighborhood Association, should they be here, would be allowed 15 minutes. The Downtown Boise Neighborhood Association would get 15 minutes, and the DBA 15 minutes. All other parties will be allowed 3 minutes. I will allow you to yield your time, but I respectfully ask that we net a little bit of time for that. If you're going to give up your time, the person that gets it, please try to keep it a little shorter. Just the logistics of that can get kind of complicated. You do have to be here in order to yield your time. You can't yield it from your living room by way of the internet or any other. But it seems appropriate if you want to yield that. Again, we'd ask you that you shorten it up a bit, because normally that can be done by whoever that you're yielding the time to, so we'd ask you to do that. I think that's staff or council members. Go ahead. Yeah?
In bringing up the downtown Boise neighborhood.
Is your mic on?
Turn it off. I'm sorry, I've got a little cough again. In terms of the Downtown Boise Association, when you mentioned them, I realized I should say that I'm the council liaison to that organization. And on the day that they discussed the St. Luke's plan, I left. I happened to be there, and I left before they deliberated the merits and came up with their resolution.
Oh, one other ground rule. I'm going to call the first, what do we have, 6 chairs there? I'm going to call the first 6 names. And if you'll line up in the order I read your name, and then we'll take you one at a time. It ought to keep it moving, so I'll announce the next on deck, and we'll, if you'll take your seat, that ought to keep things rolling along a bit. I guess that's the only other thing I would say. We respect your opinion, your opportunity to be here, but as we get on to the later hours, it's fairly common that a lot has been covered. There are original ideas, even at 11:30, but oftentimes they've been stated. So it is allowed to say it's been covered and you aren't going to speak. Not suggesting that you have to, just that would also be allowed. So we'll take a break about every hour and a half. We do have a defibrillator in the hallway, should that be necessary. Again, thank you, folks. With that, we'll give it over to staff, and we will begin.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Comprehensive Plan Amendment 1404 has been in the formal public review process now for 8 months. Application was submitted to the city in October of 2014. It underwent an extended 90-day public review period prior to going into the public hearing process. Planning and Zoning Commission held a public hearing in February, and as you know, they recommended denial of the master plan. That was based on concerns that they stated regarding connectivity, bicycle and pedestrian facilities, the alternatives analysis, and a desire for a cost-benefit analysis. Once it was past the Planning Commission, rather than heading straight to, before heading straight to public hearing, the City Council set things over for a couple of public workshops. As you know, you held 2 public workshops in April and May for a total of 9 hours and got some very detailed discussion about the background of the plan and the details contained within the plan. The purpose was so that tonight you could really devote this meeting to public testimony. Throughout the review process, the master plan continued to evolve. Planning Development Services prepared staff reports for this plan in February for the Planning Commission, April for the City Council, and now for this meeting in June. We've also given presentations about the status of the plan at each of the meetings that we've held. Previous reports are in the record for review. As such, I do not intend to rehash any of those reports tonight. I'm going to just get to what's in the new report and where we are at this particular point in time. We do want to go over the information contained in the new staff report, including our recommended changes to the plan, as well as next steps if the plan is approved in some form. First of all, about our recommendation, we are recommending approval. That's based on a variety of comprehensive plan policies, including guidance to support a strong local economy through expansion of existing medical centers, including St. Luke's, which is cited by name in the comprehensive plan. Our support and our recommendations for further modifications of the plan are in consideration of many other policies related to street connectivity, bike and pedestrian networks, neighborhood compatibility, mix of uses in and around the downtown, and general growth and development of the downtown area. Clearly, different perspectives will give different weights to the wide range of policies in the comprehensive plan that are in effect for this area. We believe that the Planning and Zoning Commission's stated concerns gave rise to beneficial revisions to the plan that have come about since their action, including the full cycle track proposal around the perimeter of the facility and a redesign of the closed Bannock section of Bannock Street. Additional modifications that are recommended by PDS in the staff report tonight will bring the plan further, we believe, into consistency with the policies of Blueprint Boise. Before I get into the conditions of approval, I wanted to make a couple of notes. First of all, we have two different sets of conditions. Conditions related to plan changes and conditions related to process requirements. And also, I want to state that although we call them conditions in this report, conditions are something you would normally apply to a development application. This is not a development application. It's a conceptual master plan. When we say conditions in this context, what we really mean are changes to the master plan that we believe are necessary before it should be acted upon. So we have two different sets. One set are changes to the maps and the text and the footnotes within the plan. I'm going to go through those first. And then we have another set related to sort of administrative actions, procedural actions, once the plan is, in whatever form is adopted, is in effect. So I'll go through those one by one right now. Under the first set of changes, we're recommending that the Bannock corridor between Avenue B and First Street be preserved for public access by a 28-foot wide easement within which no further building construction is allowed, and which shall include a 10-foot dual-use pathway as depicted in the supplemental narrative dated March 2015. The pathway should be open to the public and cyclists. The easement to be approved by the Boise City Attorney and the land area maintained by St. Luke's. The point of this, and this came up through the workshop process, was that although there's no requirement in our conditions right now that Bannock be reinstated as a public street, the idea is that in the long term, perhaps there would be a perceived benefit to reintroducing a paved roadway along the former Bannock right-of-way. The easement will preserve that from construction, so that option remains on the table further, years down the road from now.
I think we had a question real quickly.
Yes.
So I did want to ask about that, Hal. In many different places in the record, both staff and other folks refer to the Bannock corridor, and I'll quote from the February staff minutes that the Bannock be restored as a transportation facility, either as a dedicated bike lane through the corridor or even as a very slow travel road similar to perhaps the Basque Block or 8th Street, to function in a way that cars can find their way very slowly through the area. The condition that you've suggested only includes the bike facilities, and St. Luke's wants to modify it even further to make those bike facilities very not priority, lower priority than the pedestrian crossings. And recognizing that how St. Luke's uses this area today, after the master plan is complete, it's likely that they can refine how they use that space today and make it different. So what was your thought process in suggesting that we only require bike facilities and not vehicular? For me, the other piece of it is, if it's not vehicular, it makes it more difficult to direct vehicular traffic that needs to access St. Luke's into the roads that access St. Luke's, instead of allowing them all to use Avenue B, which we know has become overcrowded.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Clegg, I guess our recommendation came out of two situations. First of all, it was clearly what St. Luke's preferred. It was what they felt most comfortable with. But it was also what the people that attended their design charrette to study the concept of alternative routes through Bannock Street seemed to be comfortable with. There were concerns stated that cyclists would prefer to be on a dedicated bike lane facility rather than on something that would allow vehicles through. And that just, so, we certainly were very interested in a street approach, but there seemed to be more preference for those at the meeting for a quieter, slower bike lane as opposed to an open public street.
Okay, follow up. So that makes sense to me. However, Jefferson, as it's being used today, is a shared use street, is it not? And people seem to be happy with safety and the comfort that they find there?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the second condition has to do with transit stops. The plan generally supports the concept of transit, but did not depict transit locations on Idaho and Main that might be appropriate for a downtown circulator or other fixed-line transit system in the future. So we've asked that that be added to the plan as notations on the maps and in the text. Also, the plan places a great deal of emphasis on the cycle track that circles the perimeter of the facility, and that the emphasis is bringing cyclists to and from Main Street and Idaho Street as a means into the downtown and from the downtown. The concern has been that those are not very pedestrian or bike-friendly streets today, and we want to make sure that the plan advocates for and supports a preference of buffered or protected bike lane design on those streets. There are some things that we believe St. Luke's can do through the development agreement that we're also proposing that will help the protected or bike lanes have a greater chance of, protected or buffered bike lanes have a greater chance of success on those two streets. And we believe that'll add to the function of the cycle track itself.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Hal, I had a question about not the advocacy, but the other piece. In that with the condition that you propose we put on it, is there also discussion about making sure that cycle track is designed in such a way that there's easy and obvious connection for bikers to Idaho and Maine rather than being in the circle?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember McLean, there will be a number of points where cyclists and peds can get off of the cycle track. Jefferson will be one of them, Bannock as well. But there was definitely an emphasis on getting access to and from Maine and Idaho. And
so
there's a traffic signal or a pedestrian-activated signal today that can help that happen.
Okay, great. So you're comfortable with the way it's written, that easy access and kind of encouraging, without people realizing it, people to start using Idaho and Maine. If we were to get the larger cycle system, it's set up the way we need it to be to do that.
We believe that, first of all, it's a concept plan and there's more design detail to be done. But we think that there's a pretty clear way you can make that happen in a functional and safe way.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
The one part I struggled with is why we designate it with a strong preference as opposed to an outright requirement.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Thompson, the simple reason is that St. Luke's doesn't control, obviously, the full length of the streets. Those streets lead through downtown and past downtown to the west. There will have to be agreement with ACHD and the other stakeholders along that route. But at least for the portion that St. Luke's can help design and fund, we want them to be serious about advocating for buffered or protected bike lanes.
So, Mr. Mayor, a quick follow-up on that. So you're saying St. Luke's we're saying St. Luke's should support that. It would be on us to work with ACHD to assure it happens.
Absolutely. That's
Thanks.
correct.
Councilmember Flake, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hal, I'm going to go back to Councilmember McLean's question, because I also had some concerns about that. And my concern is that as it's designed today, the facility is one-dimensional cycle track all the way around the health care campus itself. And it doesn't, for instance, recognize that accessing Fort Street, if you were going to be traveling northwest, would be better accomplished by staying on the north and west side of Avenue B and Fort and Reserve, and then traveling to Fort. And it doesn't show any connection from the cycle track at the intersection of First and State and Fort. And in addition, on the west side, there's really little necessity for a cycle track up and down 2nd Street. What there is a necessity for is connections into the existing bike network, which you rightly note we are planning to improve on Main and Idaho. So I'm wondering if the condition might be better stated to support well-designed, protected bike lanes and/or bike cycle tracks that connect from Jefferson and Avenue B to the existing and planned bicycle network, something along those lines. Did you think about that?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Clegg, I think there's room to further refine the condition as is worded in the report. We wanted to get the concept out there, expecting that there will be other ideas on how to word it more precisely to get the exact effect that we want. So yes, I would agree with you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on, this was another idea that came out of the workshops, was that design standards in the master plan, and there is a design section, should be modified to describe a requirement for the outer edges of new buildings on the campus perimeter to create it compatible with adjacent uses through techniques such as upper story setbacks, additional modulation, and/or landscaping and ground level setbacks. So right now, that plan is somewhat silent on how you transition the edges, and there are some pretty hard edges with the parking garage and other facilities, so we thought that was a good addition to the conditions. And then lastly, as we looked more at the cycle track concept, we realized that the cycle track around the perimeter of the campus really takes the place, particularly on 2nd Street, of a very significant public right-of-way consisting of a landscape strip and large mature street trees. And we wanted to make sure that if the transition to the neighborhood is important to us, and I believe that it is, and that the trees are a part of the character of the neighborhood, that the cycle track should be designed in a way that it protects that landscape strip and the mature trees. So we've drafted a condition that requires that. And we feel that particularly on 2nd Street, where we do have the significant trees, we could be in a position to grant some flexibility on the other aspects of transition, including the facade modulation. Perhaps the cycle track width could be varied, the alignment could be varied, even the street sections might modify on 2nd Street if it will help us maintain the mature trees and landscaping that exist and provide that character and transition within the neighborhood.
Okay. Oh, is that it, or go ahead? Go ahead.
Okay, so that was it for the new conditions regarding the plan. The quick section on the administrative requirements. We're recommending that a sheet be added to the back of the plan, and I'm just going to go through these very quickly, that any request to expand the health services zoning district be accompanied with a land use map amendment to reflect the public, quasi-public land use designation. That's basically a requirement of the health services district already. So that's really housekeeping. Air quality permitting will be required for the central plant, and I think in another building as well, and that should be obtained and documented before the city issues permits for the building. All mitigation and enhancement for roads and pathways, excluding the Broadway intersection, as required in the TIS, the master plan, and the development agreement, shall be installed and in place prior to any construction, other than the Children's Pavilion, which is already approved. And construction in this sense includes physical closure of Jefferson Street.
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead.
quick question. Hal, on the last one, for the audience, can you describe what the air quality, obtaining that permit means when they bring that to us?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Thompson, I'm not 100% up to speed on everything that's involved in the air quality permitting. It goes through DEQ, and they need to prove up on the ventilation system and the scrubbing systems that they have in the building. And it's a fairly rigorous process. We went through it with a power plant that the city was reviewing out by Micron. And this is a similar condition that says, acknowledges that process exists, and they're going to have to show us that they've successfully completed it before we get into reviewing buildings and issuing permits for that
Approval by
portion.
the DEQ?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Prior to any construction other than the pavilion, again, St. Luke's will schedule a check-in with the city council at a public work session to review the status and the design of roadway mitigation. And then lastly, if any required mitigation measure is determined to be infeasible, needs to be redesigned significantly from what was proposed, then they need to check back in with the city council again and potentially go through an amendment of the master plan. And actually, there's one last one, and this is regarding the three-party agreement that we've talked about over the last several months. It would be agreement between the City of Boise and ACHD and St. Luke's for expedited design and construction of the roadway and pedestrian improvements around the campus. The responsibilities for the three parties should include, at a minimum, the following: Boise City to facilitate redesign of the Fort Boise sports fields to accommodate a roundabout intersection, ACHD to move the Broadway intersection design and construction forward in their CIP, and we've had recent work sessions on that exact topic. St. Luke's to provide design assistance for all roadway mitigation other than Broadway, including roundabouts, and to construct the improvements prior to any medical facility construction or roadway vacation. ACHD to enter into a reimbursement agreement with St. Luke's for non-CIP improvements that are funded by St. Luke's. And lastly, and this is probably maybe the most important one of all all three parties to share in an ongoing public process to review and approve refinement of roadway and pathway mitigation designs. Again, these are concepts in the plan today, and they will go through engineering and refinement, and there should be a public process for that. And then lastly, we just had this is just sort of housekeeping again. We wanted to state clearly where the comp plan is being amended. There are three places. There's a table of contents up front that lists the plans that are adopted by reference in the plan. There's a space right now for St. Luke's master plan, so this will add the new date to it. And then within the north end, east end connectivity section of the plan, there's a policy dealing with the St. Luke's Regional Medical Center, and it talks about developing the center in accordance with their master plan, and that will add the new date to this plan if this is approved. Also, again, recommending or requiring that if the health services zoning district is expanded outside the public institutional land use area, that there be a concurrent comp plan amendment. We have received a letter from St. Luke's stating that they're in agreement, in general agreement with all of these modifications. They have asked for minor edits. They're contained in a letter that's been distributed to you, and they're available for public review. Essentially, their edits are minor. They clarify the scope and intent of the changes and are sort of cleanups along the lines, Councilman Clegg, of what you had suggested yours was different, but it was sort of the same spirit. So we don't have concerns with the edits they're recommending, but we'll certainly leave it to the council to make the decision as to whether you want to include some or any of them in the final action that you take.
That question, Al, go ahead.
Yeah, a couple of questions. So in addition to the conditions that staff has suggested, if the city council at the end of all of this wishes to add more conditions, I'm presuming any to do with transportation mitigation would be added in section 1, and any to do with administrative kinds of issues would be added to section 2, and that the process would be that the actual adoption and amendment to the comprehensive plan wouldn't happen until these modifications were complete. Is that my understanding
Yeah,
that
Mr. Mayor,
correctly?
Councilman Clegg, I believe that's correct, and I'm going to cover that real quickly here next,
Okay.
under next steps. So the public hearing tonight is only for adoption of the comp plan amendment, just adopting by reference this master plan, this conceptual plan. There are many steps that have to occur before building permits are actually issued. Starting with, upon whatever action you take, there are going to be, I'm sure there will be additional changes to the plan. It would be reasonable to ask St. Luke's to make those changes in the plan and bring it back for your review and approval before you accept a resolution adopting the resolution, or adopting the master plan. So that's number one. Number two is that work may commence on the process of drafting and approving a three-party development agreement between St. Luke's, ACHD, and the city of Boise. Third action is that St. Luke's may then, at that point, request that ACHD approve the vacation of Jefferson Street, if the approved master plan allows for that, and that ACHD will then conduct their own public hearing on that request, and they'll take action apart from the city. So vacation of Jefferson Street is not the city's decision, it's ACHD's decision. And that comes at least a couple steps down the line from where we are tonight.
Go ahead. You have a question? Another question, or did you? You finished?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So Hal, you did mention about tonight only being a comp plan hearing, and I think it's important. We've all been kind of immersed in this for a long time, and I don't want to get too inside baseball in the descriptions of things. So could you run through comp plan amendments, when the comp plan can be amended, when changes could be made, if something is approved, what changes could be made on down the line, and where the other review process will come into place, so everybody knows what the ongoing
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, comprehensive plan can be amended by anybody by any member of the public through a formal application at any time. The public hearing process is what we followed here, a recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Commission, and a final action by the City Council. Comprehensive plan is a guide for development. All of our neighborhood plans, for example, they're probably the closest corollary to what we're doing here tonight. Neighborhood plans are always adopted by reference into the comprehensive plan. Neighborhood plan is a fairly detailed, lengthy document that describes the neighborhood's vision for their neighborhood, actions they would like to see the city take, actions they think they can do themselves to improve their neighborhood, we adopt it by reference, and we use that as a guide as we review future building permit and zoning applications within that geographic area. So the master plan tonight that you're looking at is a conceptual plan, and by adopting it, you are stating that you found it to be consistent with the general principles of Blueprint Boise, the comprehensive plan, and you're willing to use it as a guide for further refinement through the development review and entitlement process. So that's, and through the life of a document like the master plan, something that will go on for development over a period of 5 to 10 to 20 years, it's not unusual to amend them periodically as conditions change.
Follow-up, Mr. Mayor, but there would be individual hearings for conditional use permits, for design review, and potential variances for individual buildings within the master plan.
That's correct. And I've got a slide that will go through that here just
Okay,
in a
thank
minute.
you.
Mr. Mayor,
I might have jumped ahead.
I do have a question. How, as a point of clarification, and maybe to further expand on it, point 3, I mean, as we all know, we're in a very unique situation in Ada County, in the United States, in having ACHD look specifically at our roads and have that as their overarching body of work that they do, and how, as a point of clarification, you're saying in point 3 that the closure of Jefferson is in the hands of ACHD.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Thompson, that's correct. They own the street. Only they can vacate the street.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
A couple of last questions, Hal. Two items that came up during the workshop discussions that aren't included in the staff report are the idea of reducing traffic on Avenue B by, particularly at this point, by a redesign potentially of the Broadway-Warm Springs intersection, and further mitigating the impact of any road closure on the east end by making it easier for them to access at least across Avenue B to get to the cycle track or whatever other facility is there. Can you give me any understanding about why you didn't think about adding a condition along those lines?
And Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Clegg, on the Avenue B item, simply, that's going to be a kind of a tough uphill battle. I think there's still a willingness to pursue that as an option. We can work with ACHD over the next couple of years as they design the Broadway intersection. But at this point, ACHD has serious reservations with it. We felt it was basically not appropriate to recommend as a condition something that may not be
So
feasible.
I'm not talking
ultimately.
about a road diet. I'm talking about reducing the traffic that will use Avenue B by directing it differently at the redesign of Broadway and Warm Springs.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Clegg, St. Luke's is not responsible for redesigning Broadway. That'll be ACHD's responsibility. We're working with them on that right now. You've asked them for creative design solutions that can solve the traffic congestion at that intersection. I think that's potentially on the table for them to explore, is how to reroute traffic.
Okay.
And then as far as the easier access across Avenue B, there are elements in this plan that call for pedestrian-activated signals that will get people across. The roundabout should help, and other aspects of this plan, so we sort of thought we had that covered. If the council believes that there are additional conditions that can address that, we can certainly explore that at the
Okay.
appropriate time.
And then finally, one last thing. Actually, I'm not positive that this came up during the discussions, but I think it was in a couple of the public comments that we've received. The idea that, given the important nature of the public use that's being asked to be conveyed to St. Luke's, that there be a condition somewhere that if St. Luke's at some point in the future were to abandon a hospital use in this location, that right-of-way would revert to the public and that the building would be removed, at least the portion of the building blocking the right-of-way. Was there any discussion during the staff work with St. Luke's about something like that?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Clegg, I guess our opinion was that really wasn't a workable condition, and we chose not to add it.
It was a what?
It was not a
condition?
workable, feasible condition, given the expense of removing a multi-story building if it got to the point where that was constructed. If the building's not constructed, then it's, maybe there's a way to word a condition that would allow it to be
Okay.
reopened.
Thank you.
I can conclude very quickly here. As detailed design proceeds in the various intersection, roadway, and bicycle ped improvements associated with this project, we expect that there will be additional open houses that will be sponsored by ACHD, St. Luke's, and the city of Boise to show the public and get feedback on those detailed and engineered designs. And then St. Luke's, as we noted in a condition, will be required to schedule check-ins with the city council to report progress or the need for modifications to their mitigation. And most or all of the proposed St. Luke's buildings, and this goes to Councilmember Jordan's point, will require further planning entitlements from the city. Again, the comp plan is only concept plan, does not give them a building permit. There will be public hearings for design review permits for basically all the new buildings of any significance, and conditional use permits will be required at a public hearing for the parking garage and most likely for a height exception for the main tower. And it's entirely possible that there will be variances for other buildings within the project, all of which require public hearings. So there will be plenty of additional public review that will occur through the individual development entitlements that are required for each building within the project. So in conclusion, the master plan is not an entitlement, it's a concept plan. It's the first step of a much longer process that will lead to further refinement of the concept shown in the plan. And we'll all be along on that ride for the next couple of years at least if this plan is approved. So that concludes my remarks, and I'm ready to sit down.
Okay, thank you. Couple other logistical items. Those of you that are standing, we have seats in the conference room just across the lobby. It's got television access there if you'd rather sit there. Again, it's been stated several times by staff, but I'm going to repeat it now. This is a request for an amendment to our comprehensive plan to incorporate by reference the St. Luke's Master Plan. Along with that is a request for a recommendation of approval of the right-of-way at Jefferson Street. Those are fairly broad ideas, but we'd ask you to please keep your statements and arguments to those issues. We'll give a fair amount of leeway on that, but we're going to all have a much better night if you'll remember that and not, go beyond that. Those are fairly broad, but please keep them to those concepts, to the amendment to the master plan, and within that to incorporate amendment to the comp plan to incorporate the master's plan with a request for the right-of-way, a recommendation of a right-of-way vacation. So we ask you to keep that in mind. Okay, the applicant, St. Luke's, is up now. You'll have 30 minutes and your time will be posted, so.
Mr. Mayor, President Jordan, council members, thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight. I'm Chris Roth. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for St. Luke's Health System, and I'm proud, and it's my privilege to represent the many volunteers, employees, and those that work in this community and work at St. Luke's. I'd like to thank all of those that are here in person tonight and online for attending and participating in this public process. It's been, I think, very valuable. We've learned a lot, and we have a better plan as a result of it. Tonight is a very important night. On one hand, it marks the end, hopefully the end, of Boise City's process to approve our submitted master plan. On the other hand, tonight marks the beginning of a new phase of our partnership with the city to continue building a lasting, innovative, and vibrant community. I want to thank the council for taking the additional time that was necessary to understand the plan and the related complexities. The work sessions we held recently were particularly valuable. During the first session, we spent 4.5 hours hearing from physicians regarding the clinical requirements to care for patients. We also heard from local, regional, and national experts regarding healthcare design and why north. During the second session, we spent another 4.5 hours talking about transportation, connectivity, and integration with the greater neighborhood. We heard from transportation experts. And as we discussed, the opportunity to solve for greater challenges in the Fort Boise area, as well as the larger transportation needs of the city, are evident. The decision before the council tonight is to adopt St. Luke's 30-year master plan into the city's comprehensive plan, replacing our existing 20-year master plan that was approved in the early 1990s and that has provided each of us with guidance to predictable development over the years. 20 years ago, St. Luke's and the city recognized in its existing master plan that future healthcare needs would require an analysis of vacating roads, including Jefferson Street between Avenue B and First Street. Our proposed master plan represents the next step in the innovation of healthcare, a horizontally integrated care model designed to provide the very best care for our community and for decades to come in a balanced built environment. It represents a nearly $400 million investment in our community and one that will set the future of healthcare in our city for years to come. As Mr. Simmons mentioned, the professional staff has recommended approval of our application with some conditions, and we are in agreement with the conditions. We began our pre-application process of modifying our existing master plan about 5 years ago, working closely with city staff. Just as staff provided guidance to us in the 1990s for our existing master plan, your staff guided us over the past several years to ensure that we had a thorough application for the community and the council to consider. Along the way, we have engaged in one of the most robust planning and public engagement efforts ever undertaken in this city. Our application is better as a result of the community input we've received through this planning process and through the more than 2 years of public outreach and engagement. We've held more than 75 meetings and open houses and countless one-on-one or small group discussions with a wide array of stakeholders. We've conducted research and gathered data from our regional planning agencies, and we've engaged local, regional, and national experts along the way. Throughout the engagement process, city staff and many others have continued to ask important questions and provided us with invaluable feedback. For example, the historic preservation stakeholders provided us great feedback in connection with historically interesting buildings, which we've incorporated into the proposed master plan. A great deal has also been given about connectivity for cyclists, for those who walk, and for those who drive in the area. That information has also been incorporated into the master plan. As Mr. Simmons reminded us, the adoption of the proposed master plan is just the first step in a long line of continued public hearings. We look forward to this process as well as the opportunity to work with the city and others as it relates to the larger Fort Boise plan. During our work sessions, we talked about how the delivery of health care is changing, and our plan is designed to address these changes. Our plan centers on an integrated care model using horizontal connectivity for critical services. We believe Boise, in its effort to become the most livable city in the nation, deserves the very best in healthcare delivery and design. It means a new children's specialty center. It means expanded cancer care for Misty. It means the ability to continue delivering nation-leading heart care. It means a larger emergency department, more operating rooms, all state-of-the-art, to meet the needs of our entire community. An adequate floor plate to achieve much of this does require closing one block of Jefferson Street. The public investment of a block of Jefferson Street to advance Blueprint Boise's goals of increased connectivity to healthcare is balanced in our application, especially as conditioned by St. Luke's private investment in public infrastructure to advance Blueprint Boise's goal of increased multimodal connectivity. Improving traffic circulation around and through St. Luke's campus has been an objective of St. Luke's from the beginning of the process. Today, thanks to many great enhancements, our proposed master plan reflects Blueprint Boise's promotion of a livable city where safe, accessible biking and walking are tremendously valued and where traffic circulation is multimodal in nature. Achieving that balance, including many of the connectivity solutions in our proposal, has been a driving purpose of the community outreach we have undertaken. Throughout this process, studies have been conducted and validated by numerous professionals. In particular, the traffic impact study has been agreed to by ACHD, their professionals, and is reflective of the current reality and future growth projections. We are confident that moving forward with the city and with ACHD, and of course with our neighbors, the ultimate solutions that can be achieved at the St. Luke's campus and around the larger Fort Boise area will in fact make connectivity better and safer for the entire community, and that's our commitment. Some have called into question our transportation impact study because our building square footage is not set in stone, which of course is true since we're proposing a master plan and not architectural drawings necessary for building permits. Some of these same people have not understood that the project includes buildings and facilities that are being replaced, resulting in a net reduction of trips, and facilities that are being added, resulting in net addition of trips. Of course, as the planning progress and architectural designs are settled, final numbers will also be settled, and the applicable governmental agencies will require that we run our transportation models to confirm the required mitigation. As St. Luke's is required to mitigate and enhance the growth caused by our plan, and ACHD has accepted the traffic impact study, which indicates that transportation impact will be mitigated and enhanced. ACHD requires nothing less. Our proposal includes an extraordinary investment in public infrastructure by St. Luke's in excess of $12 million to improve and enhance the connectivity for those who drive, cycle, and walk. I do want to be clear on one point in particular. All mitigation and enhancements required to offset the closure of Jefferson Street will be in place prior to any closure of Jefferson.
Yeah, sure. Time.
Sorry. And that's something, Chris, that we've talked about throughout these conversations. I'm a little concerned with these proposed changes to the conditions that we have from you today, because my read of that is not that we've accepted these, but it looks to me like St. Luke's is proposing that rather than just requiring that they're completed, that they could be, it says improvements covered in the DA are in place or in progress or bonded for improvement as per the timing to be stipulated in the DA. So that's very different than having them completed before the closure of Jefferson Street.
Our commitment's to have them completed before the closure, so to the extent we need to work through that,
Okay.
we will.
Thank you.
You've seen throughout the development of our plan the desire to strike a balance between the needs of the various stakeholders. As a healthcare organization, patient safety and patient care is our most sacred trust. St. Luke's understands that it must, as a health system, begin its plan for the built environment with an emphasis on patient care and safety, as well as the health of the people we serve. Blueprint Boise defines a sustainable community as, quote, one where the economic, social, and environmental systems are in balance so as to provide a healthy, productive, and meaningful life for its residents without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Just as Blueprint Boise strives to balance to achieve sustainability, the theme of the master plan that we've presented is the balance of specialized hospital and healthcare planning, with land use planning that integrates the surrounding community, especially through expanded, safer, multimodal connectivity, which is exactly why Blueprint Boise reminds the Council that, quote, a balanced approach to decision-making should be employed in the day-to-day application of this comprehensive plan. Our master plan, as conditioned, provides a balanced approach to providing for the very best in healthcare, promoting a healthy community, improving connectivity for people who walk, ride, and drive, and providing significant economic investment in Boise. You have a large and thorough record for deliberation. We trust the Council will find the record as a whole provides you with the facts you need to reach the legal conclusions that our master plan amendment to Blueprint Boise, 1, supports the general welfare of the community, 2, addresses changes and conditions within the community that have occurred since our last master plan and Blueprint Boise was adopted, and 3, as conditioned, will not place an undue burden on transportation or other public facilities. Mr. Mayor, President Jordan, council members, thank you for this opportunity. At this time, I would like to turn the time over to Skip Oppenheimer. Skip is a longtime community leader and volunteer of St. Luke's. He's been volunteering since 1996 and currently serves as the chairman of the board for St. Luke's Health System. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor. Chris, could I ask you one quick question before you turn your time over?
Sure.
So we can pause it again. One of the concerns that I have is the increase in overall traffic in the area around St. Luke's. St. Luke's currently has a Transportation Management Association internally, and I looked carefully through the master plan again yesterday and today and didn't find any mention of that. And I wonder if during your discussions you had any discussions about reviewing the current usage of carpooling and walking and biking and your support for that with your employees, and set any new goals for increasing that usage. And if not, is that something that you could do as part of the modifications?
So a couple of things. First of all, St. Luke's is a leader in this community relative to providing our employees and encouraging alternative forms of transportation, bicycles, bus passes, carpooling, van pooling, all of those areas, and we're proud to be a leader in this area. Relative to your specific question of whether we've assessed those goals and said let's increase ridership or participation in those, I'd have to defer to one of my colleagues, Jeff Hull.
We have not set any new goals in the master plan, but the employee transportation alternative, ETA, is included in the master plan submittal. See if we can't help find a path to it for you here.
Okay, if you could point it out to me during the break, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay.
I don't mean to be picky, but I don't think we should be pointing it out during the break. I think we should be getting it on the record at some point in the proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Oppenheimer.
Thank you very much, Chris, and Mr. Mayor, and members of the City Council. Good evening, and it is my real pleasure to be here with you this evening. As you know, St. Luke's is the only community-owned and community-governed health system in the state of Idaho. What this means, of course, is unlike many other parts of the country, those of us who serve on the various boards of St. Luke's are all local people who make decisions about the future of this organization. We have a singular and overriding mission, which is how do we continue to play our part in improving the quality of health for all of us in this region. We have really no other reason to exist or to serve. This is something that I will tell you that we as board members in literally every part of the St. Luke's Health System remind ourselves of continually and consistently. St. Luke's is truly a community asset. All funds and all resources that are generated are reinvested in our communities. My fellow board members on the system board, the regional boards, and the community boards have been engaged with the proposal that you have before you tonight for numerous years. We have tried to weigh and to balance important decisions and directions relating to the future of healthcare in Boise. And in particular, I will tell you, we have taken very seriously the tremendous input and the various options that have been discussed in the work sessions that you have had regarding our proposal, and you can see the results of that in the work that we just went over here tonight. We, as board members, I will assure you, pushed hard in questioning our planned investment. We asked many questions, challenged assumptions at each of our board levels. And at each of our board levels, we have tried to truly create a necessary balance of improving health care and improving connectivity. I also, like many of us here, have a personal connection to all of this. My family, friends, associates, business associates, and others, like many here, have received outstanding health care at St. Luke's. And I know this neighborhood. I have lived on Warm Springs Avenue for 38 years. My mother grew up on Warm Springs Avenue and lived there for many years, as did my grandparents, and on Main Street, my great-grandparents that go back to the 1880s. I don't go back to the 1880s, but my family goes back to the 1880s. My brother Doug lives in southeast Boise. So I can say with confidence and experience that the East End is an enormously important, very rich, and highly valuable historic part of our great city. The history and the passion that we all have for this valley is a key part of what makes Boise such a wonderful city. The caring that we all have, I think you can feel it, it's palpable, and it's fundamental to how we have evolved into this truly fabulous place that we all love. I think in that light, we all recognize that it is important to be sure that we look at any complex decision in a thoughtful, strategic, and factual manner. And we know that will be the case, as it has been in the past in so many great decisions for our community. While some are not supportive of the plan that we are proposing, there are many who are. And if I may, I'd like to ask those who are here tonight who are supportive of the St. Luke's expansion position and master plan amendment to please stand. Thank you very much. And thank you all very much for being here. I would also like to just briefly recognize and thank the many St. Luke's board members who are tonight, and also our great staff leadership who is here, and physicians, nurses, staff, and volunteers, all of whom are here with us tonight. We thank you for the opportunity to be here, and we thank you for a robust public process that has and will continue to bring forward the very best in our collective thinking about how to meet the future healthcare needs of our community, and in a manner that is balanced and consistent with the overall approach that the city is taking to make sure that Boise is livable, is innovative, and continues to be vibrant. What we have proposed is, most importantly, good for the people who we care for and good for our community. We have a long, rich history of community partnership, and we look forward to its continuation. What you are considering tonight will help to be part of ensuring a bright and healthy future for Boise, and will take our great city another step forward toward being the most livable and healthy city in the country. Thank you very much.
Sir? All right. Again, finishing early is allowed, so we appreciate that. Next up is go ahead, Hal.
Mr. Mayor, just with your permission, I can clarify the question as to where the TMA, or the Employee Transportation Alternatives section, was in the plan. It's on page 24 under section 7.6, multimodal transportation. It's a discussion of the St. Luke's Employee Transportation Alternatives program.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I found it as well. It doesn't include any goals, however. Just describes what the program is.
That's correct.
Okay.
Well, Mr. Mayor, are we
Go ahead.
asking
Go ahead.
questions? I'm just going to go back to this letter that we got that's dated June 23rd, but that was on our desk today. Chris, if you don't mind me just going through a couple things with you. Thank you. So at the beginning of your statement, you said that you guys agreed to the proposed conditions that staff had. and I didn't jump in and ask about the other ones, but I asked about the one, so I appreciate that clarification. In this, though, at least, am I reading this right, Hal, that this is their blue line, red line? Mr. Mayor?
Yes, the blue and the red lines both are theirs. I assume there must have been a couple people coming up with the ideas for the edits.
Okay, great,
So-
thanks. I'd just like to go through these. I don't know if you've got this sheet in front of you.
I don't, but
Happy
I've
to
got the
hand you
team
one.
with me that
Okay.
has it, and we'll, may need to call in some others to assist with some of your
Great, thanks.
answers to some of your questions.
So the proposed changes in this document, we might read of 1A, which is related to the easement that is proposed to be given to the city. We've talked about a 28-foot, and in this it's now added redlined approximately, but more importantly, and to my concern, I'm curious to know if the language regarding the design of the pathway impacts the conversation that we've had about the easement as a whole, and whether or not that, and so maybe this is a question for Hal, impacts any of the conditions that we've put forward. And then the other one that I think actually might mean something is that in here several times, St. Luke's has proposed to add conceptually, and with regard to downtown circulator stop, we asked that they be depicted, and you've asked that it be conceptually. And then I feel like there was one, oh yes, and then the dual-use pathway would be conceptually depicted. And my concern is if that were to be accepted, that it's conceptual rather than actual. Either of you want to?
Yeah, I'll comment on a few things, and then the team can fill in. First of all, relative to Bannock and some of how that is designed, we are experts in healthcare, and we know how to deliver healthcare to patients and improve the lives and health of people in our region. We are not experts in connectivity and design and open spaces, although we've got a fantastic team that's doing a great job. We look forward to the opportunity to work with the community, neighbors, others. If we need to partner or bring in other experts to help us with connectivity and enhancements that perhaps we haven't thought of in this community, we look forward to that. So that would apply to Bannock. It could apply to areas around the proposed cycle track, micropaths, all of those other areas where we believe there is tremendous opportunity to do some really innovative and creative things with our neighbors and Boise City. Relative to some of the, I think your question was on the broader transportation points and where they may connect, if you will, or be proximate to the St. Luke's campus. As the council knows, St. Luke's is a continued participant in the work the city is leading relative to broader circulator ideas. And there, at the last session, we talked about some areas that would be natural connections to the St. Luke's campus. They are not on our property. They're on property that the city owns, so we felt it would be difficult to commit to things that we can't control. So we want to, the word conceptual is really to reflect that. That answer your questions?
Yes, and could I have staff comment on that as well?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, council members. First of all, in the Bannock corridor, we have not measured the width of the corridor on the ground. We believe it's approximately 28 feet wide, free and clear today, so we're fine with the approximate language being added. The rest of the language they've added is consistent with the illustration in their supplemental report. I don't see anything in the language that would preclude the potential agreement to modify it into a basket block type street. That's clearly not what their desire is, but the language they've added is consistent with what the committee discussed and was shown and agreed on at the workshop. On the transit stops, it's a conceptual plan, and we're fine with conceptual language, with the use of the term conceptual at locations in Idaho and Maine. That was what we asked for.
Okay, great, thanks, thanks.
Mr. Mayor, just let me speak to that just a little bit more. I understand what you're saying, Hal, and I think it matches the intentions of St. Luke's this entire time, what you've been saying, Chris. I still have concerns in terms of some of these, I think you could look at as nits, changing wording here and there. how much heartburn does it give you or St. Luke's if the conditions were to, for the most part, remain how they were without these changes?
Well, probably a little bit of heartburn, given that we wanted to make some of those changes. There were elements that we didn't totally influence or control, so I think it's tough to be here and negotiate whether some of these words are more or less impactful. So I think we need to decide and understand which specific areas cause specific concern, and then we can be prepared to address those tonight as quickly as we can.
Just one other question, Mr. Mayor. Chris, could you explain that your impacts, the project's impacts on the economic impacts to the city of Boise, outside of the $400 million, which is an enormous investment, but the economic impacts to the city?
Yes, and of course, an economic impact is not a requirement of the amendment to the comprehensive plan, but certainly we've looked at the economic impact. We have evaluated other healthcare systems, organizations, and communities to look at economic impact. We know the literature would suggest there's a 3-to-1 economic benefit for each dollar of investment, so $400 million is $1.2 billion. We do expect that we will add an additional 400 to 500 employees over the course of this. That is a difficult number to really nail down at this point. We do have a history of underestimating the workforce we'll need in the future, so we think that's a conservative estimate. We know today that we have over 2,000 of our employees who live in the Boise City limits and practice and work in our area. We have seen in other communities that we have invested in surrounding economic impact and development as a result of our investment and our work. And while I'm on this point, just one other piece. While we're talking about the master plan for our Boise healthcare services, that plan is not occurring in isolation. Our communities throughout Idaho are continuing to grow. They're continuing to age. We talked about all those factors contributing to healthcare going forward. So as we look at investments in other communities, other areas, including investments in healthcare services in other locations within Boise outside of the plan we're talking about, they are all interrelated and all interconnected, so we're not planning and looking at things in a vacuum, if you will.
Okay, thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Should take a quick break and then start there. You want to keep going? Why don't we take 5 minutes and then we'll, is the East End Neighborhood Association ready to go? Where are you? Where are you, East End? You'll be up as soon as we're through. Thank you. 5 minutes.
time because they gotta leave, but they're leaving? Or is that just let her?
I think they're out of luck. Yeah, I just, we gotta drive some lines. If we don't keep those to the time, we're gonna be. Member, there he is. All right, we'll clear the time and start out with a new 30 minutes, Madam Clerk. And the East End Neighborhood Association, the floor is yours.
Before we get started, can I ask a clarification for
Sure.
process? We really appreciated you guys being willing to let us bundle and create time for David Ellison, who we've brought this evening. I'm unclear. My assumption, or what I thought I understood from my communications with Hal, was that he would follow the neighborhood associations.
That's fine. That's
Okay.
fine, yeah.
And the reason I brought that up in part is because we don't have any intention of using our full 30 minutes.
Okay.
And another neighborhood association is not going to use all of theirs, and we're going to give the remainder of our time to him, although I
Okay.
doubt he'll be using all of it.
That's fine. So
Okay.
you want him right after the East End then?
No, after the other neighborhood
Okay.
associations.
Okay.
If that works for you.
That's fine.
Okay, great, thanks. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name's Deanna Smith, and my address is 1208 East Jefferson Street. I serve on the East End Neighborhood Association Board, and I'm here tonight to comment on behalf of the East End Neighborhood Association. Our comments are going to be brief this evening. We've submitted previous comments throughout this process and have been engaged in the process all the way back to the fall of 2013, when we were invited to join a group of stakeholders to begin talking about the plan as proposed by St. Luke's. As you know, the East End Neighborhood Association is on record as opposed to St. Luke's proposed master plan, and we recommend against adoption of this plan as an amendment to the comprehensive plan, Blueprint Boise. Not only because of the proposed closure of 2 blocks of Jefferson that interrupts our connection to downtown, but also because we believe a true public alternative analysis was never conducted. According to Mr. Roth, the plan was developed internally using criteria based on the needs of their doctors at the first work session. He laid this out quite clearly. But the considerations also that you have in the plan really point out that they were not considerations of the larger community. Those considerations really were thought about after the plan was developed, at least from the perception we have from the various things we've been involved with. We see this as a serious departure from how planning at the comp plan level occurs in Boise, and believe this lack of good public process and full consideration of our established planning goals has created a plan that falls very short of those goals. In short, we believe many options were not considered, and this plan does not achieve Boise's goals of livability, innovation, and vibrancy. We request Council deny this application in order to allow a better process that seeks an outcome that strives to fulfill that vision. We concur with the findings of the Planning and Zoning Commission that this plan, A, does not comply with Blueprint Boise, B, lacks adequate cost-benefit analysis to support giving of a major public asset, C, lacks an adequate alternatives analysis to support the conclusion that the proposed expansion is the best and, according to them, really only option for St. Luke's, the city, and surrounding neighbors. D, the alternatives analysis inadequately considered criteria related to the community and surrounding neighborhoods and properties. We disagree with the staff report conclusion that since the P&Z hearing, there have been changes to the plan that address these issues, as well as others previously raised. My comments in regards to those in detail I sent to you earlier this afternoon, so I won't go into that. What I really want to highlight tonight is that INA is not opposed to the expansion of St. Luke's medical facilities in this location. We are merely disappointed in the process and poor outcome it has led to. INA believes a more robust process with all stakeholders that take into consideration the goals and planning policies in Blueprint Boise, other planning documents, and embraces Boise's Live that Boise leaders, staff, and citizens have worked hard to put into place, rather than an internal analysis that used limited criteria would create an excellent outcome for both St. Luke's, their patients, the city at large, and surrounding neighborhoods. In short, we think there's an option to achieve a win-win, and we ask the city to take a close look at that. I'm adding a few minutes here because Diane Renane, who's a longtime neighborhood resident and prepared some very useful testimony or pertinent testimony, asked me if I could read this into the document, read this for her tonight. And I'm going to add it to the East End's testimony because I think it's very relevant. I'll give you her address. It's 746 Santa Paula Court, Boise 83712. Good evening. Some years ago, a bunch of us, including some of you, got together and formed the Neighborhood Alliance, which with the city's support has since then nurtured in dozens of neighborhood associations throughout Boise. Our purpose in starting it was to give citizens equal legal footing in the development process that affect the value of their property and their quality of life. I'm very proud of the way East Enders have responded to St. Luke's proposal through their neighborhood association and through the ad hoc nonprofit they formed, Keep Boise Connected, Inc. They have been thoughtful, innovative, and respectful. Unfortunately, the constructive give and take between applicant and neighbors that we worked so hard to codify in the city's planning process did not occur fully with this project. The applicant, when making its presentation to the East End Neighborhood Association, made it quite clear that this was the only alternative they were considering. St. Luke's preferred alternative, which required closing Jefferson, was non-negotiable in any substantial way. If the council chooses to ignore this flawed process and the recommendation of your own Planning and Zoning Commission, which rejected the proposal because it does not meet the requirements of the city's comprehensive plan, you will set a dangerous precedent. Citizens like myself, who devote substantial time and effort to work within the system, will be dismayed if policymakers ignore its requirements for constructive interaction. Some will be disillusioned and unlikely to trust or take part in the process again. The consequences of citizen disengagement are subtle, but ultimately devastating to creating the livable city that you so often have said you want. Tonight, you need only to uphold the Planning and Zoning Commission recommendation to deny this master plan application and send it back to the applicant with instructions to alter it to meet the requirements of our comprehensive plan. As presented today, St. Luke's expansion will reduce connectivity for a well-functioning neighborhood and add thousands of vehicles to already congested intersections. Its size and footprint will dramatically alter the quality of life in Boise's East Downtown. The master plan before you looks forward 30 years. The city is perfectly within its right to require the applicant to spend another 6 months to work to find an alternative with fewer negative consequences. I suggest that in addition to urging the applicant to listen to the concerns of its neighbors and that you invite all stakeholders now to the process. I still believe we can find a solution that works for everyone. Thank you for your efforts to achieve it. That's the conclusion of her letter that I think just is a very well stated comment about how frustrated, frankly, the citizens have been with the process. I don't necessarily blame that necessarily at the feet of St. Luke's. I think it's just been a very complicated, unusual process. It was very clear in front of ACHD during their hearing. that even at the commission level, people were going, why is this in front of us now? What is it we're talking about? It's just to point out how complex this is and how usual this is. And the fact that what you have before you is a decision to sell a major public asset. And your citizens, many of your citizens, who have looked really long and hard at this, who didn't start at a point of being opposed to anything, and were concerned about the closure and loss of their connectivity, they've really evolved that perspective on the part of the East End Neighborhood Association, as well as Keep Boise Connected, and many others I've talked to, really evolved to want to look at your live ideas and what really could happen here. And are we looking backwards at something that evolved out of another time, or are we really planning for the future in the way that we know we should be? And for me, one of the most recent new pieces of information I've received that I haven't commented on before because it's been that recent is that there's some underlying supporting argument for this plan because St. Luke's current master plan was created in 1990 and adopted in 1993. I heard this again at a meeting just earlier today. And I've heard fairly recently both PDS staff and St. Luke's have suggested that the possible vacation of Jefferson was always understood as a possibility in that plan. Now, I don't know if that's true or not. It's news to me. And in fact, it has never been presented that way to the East End Neighborhood Association Board in our meetings with St. Luke's over the years. But I'm not here to challenge that. What I'm here to challenge is whether we really want to take a plan, a premise that we established in the early 90s in this city that we know has changed its approach and its thinking about planning so significantly since then. It seems like it should be, frankly, a fairly irrelevant document at this point. And I think it's great that St. Luke's is actually submitting and open to and realizing they need to update their master plan and bring it forward into this new day and time of planning. And that is really why we invited David Allison to come. We felt like we're not the experts, we're not medical experts, we're not hospitality facility planning experts, and we felt like there were people out there who seemed to know and understand how to think about how do we design hospitals better for the future, better from a smart growth perspective, better from a livability perspective. And so I would like, I'm really excited, not at this point in time, but at the conclusion of the other neighborhood associations, to be able to turn over the remainder of our minutes to David Allison, who is the Director of Graduate Studies in Architecture and Health at Clemson University. We are really hoping that he can shed some light on this conversation for the council. And I also have a list of the 7 individuals that agreed to bundle and give their time over to David Allison. I'm thinking the total that he may have when all this gets done is about 40 minutes. He's thinking he probably only needs around 30. So with that, I'll hand this list to you, and the next neighborhood association can come up, or I'll stand for questions if any of you have questions for me.
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Deanna, thanks for your passion and service to the East End. I had an opportunity to meet with you, and you were amazing and very helpful to me to understand the whole project. The question I have is most of the opposition communication came from the East End that I saw. And that's not everybody, but there was a significant, but there were a lot of also supporting letters from the East End too. I guess, and I talked to somebody on the East End Neighborhood Association Board, I believe, that said that they were in favor of the project. So I guess I was asking for the breakdown in the vote of the Board of Directors of the East End Neighborhood Association so I could understand that leadership group's position.
Yeah, I can give you that. I don't, it's on record, so I don't have it written in front of me, but my memory, because we took that vote over a year ago in April, and like any other democratic process and institution, we recognize that, and no neighborhood association is ever able to fully 100% represent every person in their neighborhood association. That's just the reality. We've always recognized that. However, we have learned, as we've talked to our neighbors, we've seen them change as they understand it more and more. And as they understand that we're not opposed to this and that the hospital will remain there, we just want something better, we've seen that shift. So I don't know when you talked to that individual or how recently, but the vote, as I recall, in March or April of 2014 was out of 9, 7 to 2, and one of those 2 abstained.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, just a quick follow-up question. Dan, has there been any subsequent votes since April 2014 with these new mitigation items?
Well, there was a vote at our most recent board meeting to give some of our time over to David Allison and to acknowledge that we have had an evolving, larger understanding of the project, and that I would say the board agrees strongly with the fact that we don't feel like the process has had a good airing of all the possibilities and all the opportunities.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead.
quick question, Deanna. Thank you. We've received, an enormous amount of comments, and over this long duration, they've covered the full gamut of concerns. But at the same time, the plan has evolved. The St. Luke's plan has evolved over time, and I would say, in my best guesstimate, the vast majority of the opinions, especially as we've gotten closer, that have been in opposition have surrounded traffic, and car traffic, vehicular traffic. Would you agree that that's like the top concern? In terms of all the changes to the plan and when it comes to all these other issues that are involved, but it seems to really hone in on that one piece for the vast majority of those in opposition.
Traffic is definitely a huge concern. The connectivity of Jefferson, I would say, is possibly the top concern. I can't tell you which is the top concern. What I can tell you is that the connectivity of Jefferson is more than just about having 2 blocks that we can bike or walk or drive on. It is our connection. And what I think people who live in the East End know and understand and appreciate better than those who live outside of it is you're basically taking the only collector that our neighborhood has and closing it off. I find that very contrary to the multiple times I've sat before this audience and heard you yourselves talk about the value of and the problems that have been created all over the west side of the city, where people's only way in and out of their neighborhood is onto an arterial. That's essentially what you're creating. So I think for many, the loss of Jefferson and the super block design is really an illustration of what's being created, which is a suburban hospital campus in a very urban place. Traffic is definitely a part of that. In terms of the numbers that you have, I think the numbers are a hard game to play in this case. Nobody's pretending. We all know St. Luke's is the giant in this community. It's on many levels. It's been here a long time. It's very revered and respected. All the opposition doesn't disagree with any of that. They have a loud voice, and they've managed to reach out a lot further than a handful of citizens who are trying to make a different point. So to your point, Scott, about the numbers, I don't think we really know what the numbers are. We've had dozens and dozens and dozens of people who live in our neighborhood, who work for St. Luke's and or have a spouse who works for St. Luke's or some other connection, who have told us they're opposed to it, but they can't talk about it. I didn't want to say that tonight because I know I'll raise people's hackles, but it's just honest. It's what people have told me. So we don't know what the numbers are. So I encourage you not to make this decision based on a numbers game.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Deanna, I do have a question, and notwithstanding the concern over Jefferson and the connection, because that's a huge ask, and we all understand that. In the workshops that we all sat through, and you were at that table, we heard a remarkably detailed analysis of the alternatives that were investigated and the reasons for the decision. So can you point out to me where it is that it's felt that an alternatives analysis was not performed, rather than the alternative chosen might not have been a preference?
Yeah, I can point it out real clearly. There's, in the pages in the originally submitted master plan, none of the supplements, there's a really simple little graph that points out the alternatives analysis, and you've got X's across about which conditions they fulfill. If you look at those conditions, there's 12 of them. 10 of them have nothing to do with the larger community. 10 of them have to do with the internal operations and functionings of a hospital, all of which, of course, must be considered and thought about in this process. 2 of them kind of address potential community concerns. So when we say an alternatives analysis, what we mean is that higher level, this is a master plan that's going into your comp plan. Just thinking about what the hospital needs and designing it for that, we consider an inadequate process. More importantly, what we believe is, yeah, they looked east, they looked south, they looked north, they looked west. There's many, many people who have said, why not south? I've been saying it since the fall of 2013. And what I've heard is it's more expensive, it would be difficult. I haven't ever heard it's impossible. So there's no alternatives analysis in there that tells me this is the only option. And there's no alternatives analysis in there that gets at the economic negative impacts of closing Jefferson. No one hired an economist to go do an economic impact analysis. Not something we typically do. I understand that. But maybe it's something we should consider doing if we're going to sell a major public asset, especially when selling of it really, really defies significant values and objectives in our comp plan. I don't know if that answers your question.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I don't know what about 10 minutes left, I guess.
Okay, all right. All right, so North End Neighborhood Association. Okay. Downtown Boise Neighborhood Association. Sir?
Mr. Mayor, President Jordan, members of council, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. My name is Jeff Kuntz, and I'm representing the Downtown Boise Neighborhood Association. I live at 323 West Jefferson. Time is important to everyone, doctors, patients, city officials, city residents. I'll be very brief tonight, but as Deanna mentioned, I'd then like to take the rest of my time and add it to Mr. Allison so that he can properly address you and take your questions. We're glad to see St. Luke's interest in providing improved health care in Boise and would welcome the opportunity to work with it in crafting a plan that can be fully supported by the community. At this time, we do not support the current plan for several reasons. Closing part of a public street, a public good, is bad public policy. Closing part of a widely used street and giving away a public asset to a commercial firm should only be done in an extreme case and only if the return to the public is overwhelmingly positive. St. Luke's has not yet demonstrated that's the case. No one can say with any certainty what the future of health care will require in the decades ahead, nor can anyone say with certainty what traffic patterns and flows will be around St. Luke's in 10, 20, 30 years. The only certainty in this issue is that if a portion of Jefferson Street is vacated and a building is built through it, it will never reopen. It will forever be lost to the public. I haven't lived in Boise all that long, but others who have told me, just as Deanna mentioned, that there really has not been a community planning effort for this expansion. The plans were developed and then presented to the community groups. The community was asked to help develop traffic mitigation plans, but not the total plan. If true, that seems a poor way to get community buy-in. So now is the right time to hit a pause button, regroup, and develop a new plan, one that involves full community and gains full community support. No contracts have been let, no permits issued, no grounds have broken yet. Good planners, and I'm sure the planners working on this are quite competent, can adjust to change in direction. With a broader view by those developing the plan, a new plan, one that considers the effect on health care, city livability, traffic flow and congestion, connectivity, and the effect on nearby neighborhoods can be developed. We ask that you reject this proposed plan and encourage St. Luke's to develop a new plan with broader community involvement. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Questions? Okay, thank you. Next up is the DBA.
Mayor and Council, thank you for the opportunity. I'm Karen Sonder with the Downtown Boise Association at 720 West Idaho Street, downtown Boise. The Downtown Boise Association Board of Directors would like to express its support for the expansion plans of St. Luke's Health System in downtown Boise. The board is very encouraged by the additional planning efforts being taken by St. Luke's to enhance the surrounding land uses and transportation infrastructure to complement the expansion of the facilities. In addition, the board is impressed with St. Luke's attention to detail, including the proposed cycling and pedestrian infrastructure improvements in and around the hospital campus that go way beyond the required mitigation. St. Luke's is an important anchor employer that provides economic stability to Boise while providing quality health care services close to home. St. Luke's role in innovative and modern health care delivery standards will continue to attract talented workforce to our community, which really benefits downtown Boise and the community as a whole. Thank you for your consideration to adopt St. Luke's master plan. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. The expert from the East End Neighborhood Association, sir, are you here? Is that you? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council members for hearing me out. A point of clarification, I'm David Allison. I'm an alumni distinguished professor and director of the graduate program in architecture and health at Clemson University in South Carolina, so I'm not a Boise resident. I'm here not as a paid consultant, although some of the differential travel cost for my detour to Boise while being out west has been covered by the Keep Boise Connected group. And so my primary interest here is because this very issue is of academic and scholarly inquiry for me, and something I've studied at some length for some time now, and published on. I think some of you have been shared with the, yeah, that's it. Shared with the paper that I presented to the American College of Healthcare Architects some time back, and the Making Cities Livable conference in Portland, Oregon.
Sir, just one point of order. Our math gives you 60 minutes. We're going to set for 45, and
I'll try not to take
hope
that
for the
much
best.
time. Okay. All right. So.
Well, that's
let's
what
see.
we'll put up, and then if you
Okay,
need more.
so
we'll-
you can see this. Let's see, I think that's not going to work, so I think I have to do this. Let's see. So, I'm going to talk not about criticizing the detailed clinical and medical planning aspects of the master plan and what drives its motivation. It's a very thorough master plan based on my review, but in my mind, it's based on a couple of assumptions that set it down a course of inevitability of the answers it provides. And the first is that it's acceptable to close Jefferson Street. And As one of two main through streets linking the neighborhoods to the east with downtown, that's as a healthy community planning design scholar and expert, that comes into question in my mind. And then the fact that it actually has the ability, if you're trying to create a walkable environment, the idea that you're going to compress movement into downtown from the east on major arterial roads as an alternative to creating a safe, walkable path linking the east to downtown, and frankly throughout downtown, are two assumptions that you'd be curious to see what the solutions would be if you didn't make that assumption. And the other assumption that the master plan is very thoroughly designed to do is to support the option for expansion to the north. And the remediations or mediations that I think are talked about with accommodating what happens when you close Jefferson Street. Now, the position that I take, and many others and a growing number of people take, is that hospitals have an implied, if not explicit, mission to protect and restore health. The 20th century version of a hospital is a place where you went when you got sick and you were treated, and the effective treatment of that. Hospitals have an expanding role, and in fact they have this implied notion of do no harm, and in fact I think St. Luke's mentions that in their master plan document. But in fact, by fundamentally creating a super block at a choke point in your city, they are in fact harming the city. And if the city was the patient that they were treating, they might take a different attitude about that. So hospitals should be in models and have the opportunity to serve as models for creating best practices, to create healthy communities and promote health for the individuals in them. Obviously, they have an obligation to treat their patients very effectively, to provide effective work environments for their staff and accommodate the people that come in those buildings on their campus. But they also have an obligation to protect the health of the community. And that means creating a healthy, walkable, vibrant, mixed-use environment. And then globally, they have a responsibility to protect health through their environmental impact. So now, how we get that? How do we achieve that? We try to achieve that through mixed and transitional uses. And the concept that I'm promoting is the notion of the hospital without walls, that it is permeable at the edges and defined by its centers, that it maintains the urban fabric, existing street and block patterns, it has permeable districts and edges, it has a spatial hierarchy of pathways within it, and it has legible nodes and landmarks and spaces and public spaces, that it deals with parking in as least intrusive way as possible, and it provides and has a responsibility for providing public and green space that will also serve the therapeutic intent of its environment. So the idea is, how do you create this hospital district without walls and mixed uses and blurred boundaries? So the idea is that instead of clustering single uses that create dead zones of clinical activity at different times of the day and don't foster the rich life of the city, that you actually intersperse clinical research, academic, retail, residential, and civic functions around it. And that you have permeable and blurred boundaries, that you can actually penetrate into the campus whether or not you're coming there to work or whether or not you're coming there to receive care. And that you have indoor and outdoor spaces that are dual use, that are therapeutic environments for the patients to look out onto, that create therapeutic settings for people to work in, but also create public activities and public events on the campus. And that you, whenever possible, provide retail at street levels that activates the street at times other than shift change at the hospital or during business hours when lots of patients are coming. And that you actually provide an extension of the existing street grid and surrounding urban fabric so that people can permeate into the campus from multiple places and in multiple modes and that you distribute as many services as you can off campus so that you can minimize the impact of these large footprints. So the idea is why we would want to do that. The hospitals, again, as providers of health, should be the models for healthy, sustainable, and livable environments. They should promote physical activity by encouraging walking and biking. They should engage in their communities in which they work. They should provide a continuity of place, and they have a civic responsibility to do so. And they should avoid the institutional isolation of the fortress hospital, which was a 20th century model of healthcare. And they need to enhance safety through providing eyes on the street from various users at various times of the day doing various activities. And they should provide buffers to incompatible uses. Now, the campus at St. Luke's is actually a very pleasant campus and achieves many of these things in some ways. It's appropriately scaled, it's very nicely detailed, it has a lot of trees and cover that temper the impact of large buildings. It transitions to the downtown neighborhood rather nicely in its current form. And it's penetrable in multiple ways. It does not have a lot of civic and retail and commercial activity around it, and it could. So what we want to do is create that hospital without walls both conceptually and physically. Right? So organizationally, St. Luke's is already doing things, dispersing things out into satellite campuses throughout your community and the populations it serves, but also can bring commercial and mixed uses into the campus. One of the things that you have is the buffers. You have this residential neighborhood that abuts the campus right now. But it should be a place, and I understand they have school and daycare on campus and things like that, so they're already doing some of these things very well from an operational and organizational standpoint. What I'm arguing for is that they also need to be doing them from a physical design standpoint. And that they have these blurred edges and centers, defined centers. Now, this is an example of Northwestern Medical Center in Chicago. It's a larger hospital than St. Luke's. It's a world-renowned institution of medical care, and they seem to be able to deliver highly effective care without interrupting the city grid in the neighborhood in which they exist. So others can do it. This is the kind of street environment that happens alongside what is a very massive, tall building. But the simple introduction of street trees cuts off the impact of the scale of those buildings. And then if you look at the Google Maps, you'll see how many activities and different retail establishments are clustered around that hospital. It's a vibrant, living community in the city in which it supports a diverse cross-section, the first of retail activities that support both the community residents and the employees and patients and visitors of the hospital. The first 3 floors of this building are in fact devoted to civic and commercial activities, with the exclusion of the emergency department. So the idea is...
Mr. Mayor?
Questions?
Can we come back to what you just said?
Yeah.
Just repeat that last sentence please, about the exclusion of the emergency department.
Well, the emergency department obviously has to have vehicular access at grade level, so you're not going to raise that department up off the ground. But emergency vehicles come there.
It's still located in the same
Yeah.
area, and,
Yeah.
I just
Yeah,
want to make
it's in
sure
the-
I
it's in the
understood
main
that.
hospital.
Thank you.
A question on this, because this is the campus that's right off Michigan Ave, right?
Right.
Okay, I walked this just last week when I was there. And so when I was in that area, it's true, there's a lot of mixed use, but it's a dense city, so it's very different. But looking at that, it wasn't split up block by block on the same grid that the rest of the area was. So along, if I remember correctly, along
There's
one of the
one
streets,
street,
it
there's
was a
one
double
street
block.
that goes that connects 2 streets. It doesn't continue through the city. that they actually bridge over,
Okay.
okay?
And then where is the emergency department in that?
The emergency department is serviced off of this street here.
Okay,
And this is where the building bridges over the street,
right.
and that's the main entrance to the hospital, the main entrance to a medical office building.
And then there are a
And the
couple of
diagnostic
medical
and treatment
office
platforms span a street there.
Okay,
But this street only does not pass through here,
right.
okay? The streets that pass through the hospital is in fact bounded by the streets that pass through it and go across multiple blocks.
Right, so that one in the middle there is where the street stops.
Yes, the street runs from here to here.
Okay. And then, so the other pictures you've shown, because that's I'm just curious about when we talk about the mixed use, because I'm intrigued by the mixed use concept. On a Boise scale, of course, these are different. But the pictures that you've shown of the other hospitals as well, and kind of the tiny print on the bottom, it seems they all have, are they all university teaching hospitals with a larger concentration of people that would be living right there?
Well, this is a very exclusive neighborhood in Chicago, and
Right,
it's probably
it is.
one of the reasons why they don't close streets, because they're very, they have some degree of influence. But,
But
so
what about
so
the
the
other,
people
Mr.
who
Mayor, the
work
other
here
maps that you've shown us?
don't necessarily live. You know, one class of employees may live in that neighborhood, but most of them have to commute to this neighborhood.
And the other maps that you've shown with the mix of uses?
This here? This
Yeah,
is,
so that- is
this
that-
is some work we've done with the Medical University of South Carolina, which also frankly suffers as being a medical, what I would call a medical slum, in that it's a single-use dead zone in one of the most popular tourist cities in the country. And one of the things we're trying to do is work with them to understand how to improve their campus as well. But let me, in the sake of time, I'd like to just proceed. So, so we talked about the idea of creating an integrated campus. As you can see, the medical district in Charleston is roughly the same area as the historic commercial district in Charleston, so it encompasses a vast area. And the idea of this connected streets, of reintroducing and connecting the street grid, the interruption in the street grid is frankly one of the things that deadens that district, except for people coming and going from the hospital, but certainly doesn't make it a draw for people from the surrounding community. So then you look at your city, and you've got Boise, and you've got St. Luke's, and you have the yellow or high arterial roads, high volume, high traffic, not necessarily the best places for pedestrians or cyclists, certainly not pleasant places to walk, certainly not places that would incentivize you to walk. And then you have Jefferson Street, which is a quiet, low-volume vehicular traffic street that happens to connect downtown and your civic core with your neighbor, the only street that connects to the neighborhood to the east, other than the major arterials with significant traffic intersections. So the minute you presume that you're interrupting Jefferson Street, then you have to push the circulation around the perimeter of the campus on these high traffic volume areas. Or you take it back through Bannock Street, which is a relatively compressed space, 28 feet is what I understand, that is the only public space on the campus that is a primary node and gathering space for campus employees, and also serves as the entrance, the main entrance to the hospital, and the emergency entrance to the hospital. So not necessarily a place where you want to put more passive and pedestrian and bicycle-oriented activities. So here's another example. This is in Norway, of a hospital that operates on the same fundamental principles as what was presented to you in their operational model here. It has centers of excellence. It is a hospital that works within the city grid. Buildings are relatively autonomous but connected. And so it has an acute heart-lung center hospital, the main hospital. It has a gastrointestinal disease center. It has an orthopedic center, it has a women's and children's center, and it has a brain neuro center, all operating within the city grid. Here's an example of St. Anthony's, the proposal for St. Anthony's Hospital in Chicago. And I showed you the master plan for that on one of the early ones, which is being built and designed to promote physical activity and community engagement with everything from a soccer field. Now, I'm not arguing that St. Luke's needs to put a soccer field downtown, but to public space, to retail at street level, to buildings that span streets but don't make tunnels that are uninviting and contained. Of course, another issue is parking and vehicular circulation. So the minute you try to provide large parking structures with concentrated quantities of cars that are coming and going often at concentrated periods of time during the day, that's when you have challenges with traffic and congestion, and also challenges with those cars coming and going out of those parking structures and bicycles and pedestrians having to cross in front of them. So the idea is that you need to think about parking in a multivalent and varied way, that you need to look, first of all, at promoting alternative transportation, mass transit, bike, and pedestrian access to the facility to actually reduce. And from what I gather, Boise is a pretty active town. A lot of people bike, and a lot of people are very active physically here. And just providing transit stops is not necessarily the only part of that dimension. But then tempering it with parking on the street, which currently exists around the hospital right now. But the minute you begin to reduce the number of streets, you reduce the amount of parking you have. Marginal amounts, but it can serve as short-term metered parking for quick in and outs and people that need to come and go on short terms. Distributed small lots, parking in the park, parking in between buildings, and parking underneath buildings. And actually, Boise's parking lot at the front entrance is actually quite much better than average solution to parking at the front entrance of the hospital. So on the street, it marginally reduces the need for parking in other forms. It allows some people to come and go rather conveniently. It slows traffic and provides buffer between pedestrians and moving vehicles. It's good for short-term parking needs. And it is a marginal quantity of parking you can accommodate that way. Yeah.
You showed a couple of slides now with sky bridges. Do you have any opinion on that, in addition to...
Elaine, your microphone.
Sorry. In addition to the sky bridges, I have a question about that. In addition to the public space of Jefferson, some people have suggested that the air rights that are being asked for are something that we should be concerned about.
And again, I think that a large hospital campus does need connectivity. There's no doubt about that. And one of the drivers of what their master plan is about is trying to push things as close as possible together for obvious and legitimate reasons. But I think sky bridges are a better alternative to creating tunnels. And I noticed in the master plan they showed the Reading Terminal, the convention center in Philadelphia. I'm from Philadelphia originally. I've walked that tunnel. It's not a very pleasant space. And I think that's one of the things they're arguing, that it's not even worthwhile spanning the building over the street as a big platform. But sky bridges are necessary. You have climate here that's very cold in the winter, obviously recently very hot in the summer, which was a surprise to me. But you know, this is at Legacy Good Samaritan Hospital in Portland, Oregon. So, I mean, and it is a place that doesn't interrupt the street grid, this particular solution, in its scale, its height off the street, and it's the way it's articulated.
Thank you.
So the idea of distributed small lots is one solution. Again, it can take care of marginal parking needs, but it can serve certain purposes for accessibility, for short-term visitor parking, parking for staff that need to move on and off campus over the course of the day, and, and service parking. It serves a purpose. It's one part of the equation. And then if you have to have surface lots, then I would argue that you need to do surface lots like we do in my hometown now of Greenville, South Carolina, at the airport, where it's shaded, and actually the parking is a park. And it's a pleasant place to look down onto from patient rooms or waiting areas up in the hospital, as opposed to the roof decks of large footprint buildings or parking structures. Parking in mid-block. This is a hotel conference center in Charleston that has parking in the red, surrounded by retail, hotel convention functions in the hotel rooms. Actually, a convention hotel has many of the same physical and equivalent and functional equivalent uses as a hospital. Parking underneath. On the left is Basel Canton Hospital in the heart of the city. What they provided is a large public park in the middle of their block. It is a big block. It's a big city block, but they've given it over to the public as a public space, and they put parking below it. And so all these buildings that you see here, hospital, part of the hospital, there's actually a hospital, part of the hospital underneath this part of the building here. This is a clinic and medical office space here. So it is a civic space. It's a city park that's at the heart of the hospital campus. And then this is a covered parking structure at the University of Oregon at the Health Sciences Center down on the new expansion down along the river in Portland. So the idea is we want to create a connected network of green, accessible, safe, and therapeutic public spaces through a network of green streets, urban parks and plazas, pocket parks and courtyards, atrias and winter gardens, green rooftops, and accessible water and public art. So the network of green streets in Boise that you currently have looks like this around the hospital district. And as you can see, there's not much of a network as it moves from east to west. And Jefferson is your only connection of that network. And a network works because there's compound modes of movement. The network distributes movement. It gives alternatives. If the less choices that you have, the less effective the network works. Now, so when the master plan comes into play, you will close the only bridge in that network across to the east side. And so, it'll be pretty much a fundamental disruption.
Mr. Mayor, can you go back to that slide, please? So I've just got a question about your thoughts on the conversation we've had about reinstituting public access and an easement on Bannock. So in between, just south of Jefferson, where you've got the arrows, but then the one block of nothing.
Right. Well, again, it's interrupted. Even if you assume that Bannock is a public green space, it's interrupted by the main entrance to the hospital, the emergency department entrance, drive-in entrance, and the access to a large parking structure on the campus. So it's an interruption. The Bannock Street closure serves as a great and the only public open space on the St. Luke's campus now. And it's a pretty congested space. It's programmed pretty extensively. Walk there today. It was clogged with motorcycles and a pony. Not very bicycle or pedestrian friendly crossing point at a choke point on the campus. So for the scale of the campus, the scale of that space, it's a pretty small space. It's a positive space. It's a nice space. But if you're trying to put too many functions and too much movement and too many different uses into the same space, which is a very constrained space, it's challenging. Yeah.
So the master plan as it's proposed.
Microphone. Elaine.
Sorry about that. The master plan as it's proposed proposes to create another space like that on the end of Jefferson between Avenue A and First Street. I know you're not St. Luke's and you probably can't speak for them, but just in your experience, does the hospital need more than one of those spaces, or is it possible to take the uses that today are programmed on Bannock and move them to the new space that's being created?
Well, I would argue that the hospital needs multiple kinds of spaces. That may be a viable space as a passive destination space. It's not a pass-through space. You know, I think it's certainly better than not having it, and I think it could be potentially a very pleasant space. Again, I don't know the master plan details in terms of the internal circulation, and maybe they're not there yet with the hospital, but hopefully, and I think they're probably planning to have their internal circulation align with that space, and that would be, it's a good idea. It just shouldn't be the only idea, in my mind. So this actually happens to be that space at the middle of that Basel-Canton Hospital. As you can see, it's a place not only for citizens of the city to go out and use and sit and use as a public park, but it's also a place for staff to gather at lunchtime and at breaks. It's a place for patients to be out in during the day. And so, you know, these places give good first impressions. St. Luke's and every other hospital in this country is now measured and reimbursed based on patient satisfaction. And so, you know, it is a way to provide for that. It's also a way to provide for a therapeutic environment for their patients and to reduce stress on people who are inherently there under stressful either conditions as patients, family members, visitors, or as the staff working very hard in settings like this. It obviously is the kind of thing that creates community goodwill, helps with orientation and wayfinding through the campus and in the buildings, and it helps temper the scale and use of those buildings, which are intensive. And then, you know, it should happen in a variety of places, like I said, not just one kind of setting. It should serve in certain conditions as buffers. And right now, St. Luke's, the streets actually provide that function of the buffer to the west at St. Luke's. But it should be permeable. You should be able to permeate the campus outdoors, north, south, east, west. Big footprint buildings inhibit that. So the idea of network of green streets, they're both for vehicular and pedestrian orientation. They should help with differentiation, so you know when you're on an arterial and you're supposed to move fast and move through versus a meandering path that takes you to a certain place. Shading, you know, you have a very nice street tree program in this part of the city at least. And it should be different kinds of activities along these green streets. You know, the mixed uses along Jefferson with low vehicular traffic, with bicycles, cars, pedestrians, all cohabitating in an environment that's inviting to use and relatively safe. So if you're a family and you have young children, how would you want them to walk downtown right now? Would you like them to be dealing with the high traffic arterials around the perimeter of this campus? Or would you like them to be able to pass through campus on a green street like Jefferson? So the idea of mixed traffic. Again, another green street solution at Alta Bates Hospital in Berkeley, California. Very deep setback, almost a forest between the street and the building. You can hardly tell the building's there. This happens to be our main street in Greenville, South Carolina. And I would encourage you as an unofficial member of the Chamber of Commerce to come visit us in downtown Greenville as a very livable mixed-use urban district. But this was designed by Lawrence Halpern, a very famous landscape architect, and there may be 10,000 people downtown on a given Thursday or Friday night in the spring, fall, and summer. And then, of course, Legacy Good Samaritan is another example of a hospital integrated into the city in a very compatible way with green uses. This is your St. Luke's campus. This actually shows the motorcycle rally that was occurring there today. And that, again, 28 feet to accommodate passing through bikes, pedestrians, the congregation of people moving between buildings and breaking out after events in the buildings that bordered on either side, as well as the entrance traffic to the hospital, that's a big demand on a very small space. So the idea of parks and plazas, that you should have places on this campus for public gatherings and events, that there should be passive places for rest and reflection. There should be places for outdoor dining on this campus. There should be spaces to access and view into and from patient spaces and waiting spaces. Big footprint buildings don't give you a lot of that. So again, more examples of the space at Boswell Canton Hospital. This is actually part of the hospital in the picture on the left that you can hardly tell is even there. This is part of the hospital on the right as well. So the idea of different uses, different functions, that you have a mixed bag of solutions for outdoor public space, from small pocket parks and quiet courtyards to get, places to just reflect and rejuvenate. I would also argue that a hospital has a responsibility to provide public art and water as an attractor. I don't know whether any of you have been to Millennium Park. This is probably one of the most popular places in the city of Chicago. Obviously, you're not going to do something at this scale. But certainly just water features and things that are attractive to people, kids, families, children, others. And then even how you think about the vertical edifice of the building and rooftop spaces as habitable, sustainable, and environmentally sensitive features on a building. Now, so in the end, what does this come down to? So what are the long-term impacts of the city? I happen to have been a Planning Commission member and a Board of Zoning Appeals member in my community, and your job is to think about the best interests of this city as a whole. Your patient is the city. Your community is the city as a whole. And it's not just the East End neighborhood, because it's really about connecting the entire city, and how do you do that? How do you make those connections? So what is the potential for Jefferson as to be that low-volume, pedestrian-friendly, bicycle-friendly connector that links east and west with downtown and your future growth areas, your civic center, and your downtown neighborhoods? Or, and does St. Luke's master plan actually facilitate that and become a vital part of that connector? Or does it become a fortress, walled city that's internally organized with a 28-foot passageway through the middle of it? And so that's the challenge, I think, for you as city council members, is to look at that. And I would say that, as an architect and a healthcare architect, it'd be interesting to see what options St. Luke's and their team can come up with if they didn't operate with the presumption that they could close Jefferson Street. And I have to think there's more than one solution to that can satisfy their other needs. I'm not going to tell you that it's less expensive, it's less painful, and it may take more time for them to achieve it. But again, in terms of higher order decision making, what's your responsibility? And the reality is, the economic impact to me is not anchored to the closure of Jefferson Street. There are other ways to achieve a successful growth for St. Luke's without the cost to the city. Thank you very much for your time.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Allison. This was really interesting, seeing all the different scenarios. I do have a question that I want to ask, and it's, we're sitting here right in the middle of an application process, and we need to sort through this. So we talked about a lot of ideas that I feel like as we work through issues at St. Luke's and around St. Al's as well, because we have to remember we have 2 major hospitals in Boise, that there's some great things that we can apply in these areas. But I want to flip a question around just to get your thoughts on it, and that is that because we didn't in this conversation talk at all about patient care,
Right.
and that is a critical aspect of this as well, a hugely critical aspect. So trying to balance those two, and the ask being Jefferson that's in front of us now, in your mind, does the potential closure of that block of Jefferson preclude the implementation of any of these ideas, or is it not what you might perceive as an ideal circumstance, but still leaving us the opportunity to implement a lot of other things in this health community?
Well, first of all, I would not presume to second-guess the planning team that has spent an incredible amount of time and a lot of detailed work looking at their master plan. Again, to me, it's, I think, a creative team like the team that they have in place here can find alternative solutions that can achieve the operational model that they are talking about. They are constrained. They do have issues in terms of how they've constrained themselves. Now, the other thing that, at least from the Board of Zoning Appeals perspective, we're never allowed to grant a variance based on the hardship created by the applicant. And so, they're boxed in. There's no doubt about that. And the question is to the north the only solution? I honestly can't imagine that it's the only solution.
I want to interrupt, just to clarify, that wasn't really my question. My question is with a lot of the concepts that you have presented here in terms of mixed use and a lot of the other things that might be available in this area, can some of that still be achieved if Jefferson is closed, or in your mind, is it only if Jefferson is left open to vehicular traffic?
I think that by closing Jefferson, you basically make an island, or a fortress, if you will, because you have really limited the places in which the community and the public can engage. It becomes, instead of a pass-through place, it becomes a go-to place. And vibrant urban environments are never cul-de-sacs. And so by creating a series of cul-de-sacs into the facility for vehicles, for pedestrians, for staff, for patients, for emergency access, you're not going to create a rich urban environment. It's just not going to be possible. And you've got one struggling link of movement through the city that actually takes you somewhere. Because even Bannock Street only dead ends a block down the street at the cemetery. So it is to me an important part, and in fact it could be designed as a mixed use neighborhood commercial corridor for the communities to the east and to the west of the hospital. And there could be the equivalent of your local coffee shop, your deli, your cafeteria, other services that are needed by the residents as well as the employees and visitors to the hospital. So there's never just one solution. There are always more than one solution.
Other questions? Go ahead.
Mr. Allison, welcome to Boise. I want to get some more information from you since we have your expertise level and we're trying to sort through all this. I just wanted to lay a little foundation, as we call in the legal world, to understand some of the things that you're saying. Did you do any analysis on the alternatives of south, east, or west?
Like I said, I've looked at the master plan, I've read the master plan and studied the options. Now, beyond the fact that I think that it's a little simplistic to think there's only a north, south, east, or west option, because I actually think there's probably hybrid options that combine combinations of most likely south and west that may need to be phased differently than building a whole new building over there and then coming back and backfilling the way they're talking about. And I'm not challenging St. Luke's or their design team on anything about the cost of these phases. I don't know enough to be able to judge that.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, may I continue with a few questions? Did you have an opportunity to look at the Jefferson Street analysis or traffic analysis with regard to bicyclists and automobiles?
Yeah, I was interested in how Jefferson Street was completely omitted from the preferential bike pathways along there. I'm an avid walker. I walk about 4.5, 5 miles a day. I walked extensively around the two neighborhoods and the campus today. Okay. I saw a lot of bicyclists, including some employees of Jefferson, of St. Luke's coming down Jefferson on bicycles. And as someone who's fairly active in those realms, I frankly do not want to be on a high-traffic road, nor would I want my kids to be bicycling along a high-traffic road and crossing a high-traffic intersection as an alternative to coming down Jefferson Street. And I think a cycle track is a great exercise amenity. It's not necessarily about connectivity and healthy community planning and design. And I don't think, and there are places along the major arterials there where to put the bike path in, you're either going to lose a traffic lane or you're going to lose the landscaping that helps make St. Luke's such a pleasant place that it is already. Because the buildings, there's just not enough dimension to accommodate all that stuff.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask another question? Yeah. I just wanted to understand, based on your review of that traffic study of Jefferson, if you had any comments that might impact some of the things you said.
I don't claim to be an expert on the traffic study. I'm sure their traffic counts are they look very thorough to me, and they're perfectly designed to maximize vehicular traffic.
Sure. Mr. Mayor, one last question.
Go ahead.
With regard to the closure of Jefferson, if that were to occur, you did make some comments on Bannock and said it was crowded to a certain extent. But if Jefferson were closed, do you have any recommendation on whether or not Bannock should be opened to through traffic?
Well, if I understand the master plan proposal as it stands, the main entrance to the hospital will remain on Bannock, and the emergency entrance to the hospital will remain on Bannock. Those are, first of all, if I was making a recommendation to St. Luke's, I'd do everything I could to move those two things away from each other. But then the fact that they're also combined in that place, I think it's challenging to imagine promoting that as your primary bicycle throughway. I think Bannock should be maintained as a pedestrian way. I don't think it's an alternative to closing Jefferson.
Mr. Mayor, one last follow-up to that answer because I didn't quite understand. If, in the hypothetical, Jefferson is closed, Are you recommending Bannock also only stay open for pedestrians and bicyclists, and not any vehicle traffic?
Yeah, I'm recommending that you would not combine your main entrance to your hospital and your emergency entrance to your hospital with a primary pathway that you're saying is for bicycles and pedestrians.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allison, for being here. I do have some questions about introducing mixed use into the campus, regardless of the plan that ends up being agreed upon. You mentioned that you believe Jefferson might be a good place for some mixed use. It occurs to me that there's a fair amount of area south of where an expansion might occur on the campus that also seems to be a good opportunity for some mixed use and
Sure.
engaging the community. You have any other ideas about, and then finally, in talking about mixed use, you talked primarily about retail. You didn't talk much about housing. It seems to me one of the other opportunities here might be reintroducing some higher density housing.
Yeah, I think, and as this last slide indicates, I mean, I think, you know, and from what I understand, St. Luke's has engaged the community at a certain level, but I really think that there's a lot of public-private and private-private partnerships that are possible to make some of these things happen. You know, I don't think St. Luke's probably wants to get into the business of developing housing. But there may be developers that might see the benefit of providing various kinds of housing in and around the campus. They're also confined by the amount of land that they have, so they probably aren't going to want to have too much on their property. But I think that, you know, and I'm not even against the growth to the north of certain things that could be linked with bridges. And so you could have ambulatory care functions over there with retail at the street level. Again, neighborhood commercial that would serve the employees of the hospital, that would serve the residents of the neighborhoods that abut the campus, and provide useful services to both populations.
Thank you.
But south is also, I mean, if they were to expand south, my presumption would be that the best thing that they could do would be to move the main entrance to the hospital to the south and leave the emergency entrance where it is. But that's, you know, like I said, I don't claim to understand their functional drivers internally. It's impossible. It would be presumptuous of me to suggest that I could do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Anything else? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes.
I don't know why I can't remember the process, but can I ask staff a couple questions?
Sure.
May I ask staff a
Sure.
couple
Go
questions?
ahead, yeah,
Okay, great, thanks.
always.
So, actually, I was wondering how the width of 8th Street is, as I'm trying to visualize 28. That's why I feel like this is a little out of left field for you, I'm sorry. But we've discussed 8th Street and how we want to treat it, and I know it's narrow, so I'm...
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember McLean, I would suggest that if when we take a break, we can get on the computer and measure street widths and give you some comparisons.
Okay, great.
I don't, off the top of my head, I can't do that.
Okay, thanks. And then may I ask St. Luke's a question? Okay, great. Chris, if you don't mind. I was looking at the maps, and I just wanted to clarify the old entrance, new entrance, where the ER entrance is, because I couldn't tell from this if you're proposing that the new entrance be the only entrance on Jefferson with this north study wayfinding map, or if you are keeping this entrance that we have right now.
We will be keeping the entrance that we have, the primary entrance to the emergency department, and hospital as we know it today. We will also be adding a main entry point for off of Jefferson and First, as the plan is envisioned, to accommodate the outpatient traffic and also enable an additional hospital entrance. So we will be bifurcating those two and essentially spreading out the load.
All right, so Ms. Mayor, just to clarify, so right now, anybody that's going in for an appointment or outpatient care is cycles into the same entrance that patients enter into, and with this plan, it would lessen the load at the first entrance
Yeah.
because you'd have a second entrance?
We have a main entry point today. Of course, we have a number of different entry points throughout, so we don't, people access the services through different areas. In the plan for somebody entering in for emergency care, they would continue to come in through the entrance that exists today. Relative to future state, while that would exist, access to ambulatory services, clinic visits, invasive services that don't require emergency access can be accessed through the area, if you can see right off of, I don't know if my pointer works here. It's, you see the loop off of State Street and Second. There you go. Right there. Go to that loop. It's on this. I'm not controlling the pointer, so I don't know. Pal, are you controlling the pointer?
Pointer's taking over.
Oh, I still can't control the pointer. It's off of State and First. There's a loop. See that?
Does somebody have a laser pointer?
Chris, now you've got
Oh, I do.
There we go.
Which map?
Right in this area. So it becomes a entry point. This, by the way, this area is a to-be-designed pocket park. A lot of the areas we envisioned for green roofs, open art spaces, water, micropaths, frankly, many of the great ideas we just heard about. Of course, this is a conceptual plan, and we have yet to design many elements of it, but this will become a significant entry point for services. This facility will house areas like our obstetrics for the practices, cardiology, internal medicine, so a fairly high volume of patients and traffic that may come through this entrance or this side of the facility today will start to come through this side in the future. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
While we're asking questions, and Chris, this may be you or maybe a member of your team, if you could refresh my memory on a couple things so I make sure that I'm tracking the right way. One was on, my questions are both regarding the alternatives analysis. And my recollection is twofold. One is that the north option was the only one that allowed the hospital to stay open continually. Is that correct, or am I misremembering, in the words of Brian Williams?
I'm going to ask my team to comment on that specifically, but relative to the alternatives, we looked at and spent a lot of time in a work session talking about the various alternatives, and we explored alternatives that we've never talked about. Areas that may have said going west and south, for example, going up, which we didn't talk about. We have looked at alternatives, and our planning team has looked at, I wouldn't say every possible scenario out there, because that's just not possible, including what can we do to not close Jefferson. And there are trade-offs. There are patient care trade-offs, there are economic trade-offs, there are development trade-offs, there is the interruption of patient care trade-off as well. To your specific question about north being the only option that would not interrupt patient care, I'd have to turn to the team. I think, as Deanna had mentioned, I mean, anything may be possible with unlimited time, unlimited resources, and lots of variables that we do not have the luxury to play with. And our challenge is to come up with the best plan for our patients in the city, and we believe we've done that.
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Do you have a follow-up?
That'll do for now. Thanks.
Okay. So, Chris, I appreciate that. I am remembering when St. Al's was building their new building that they actually completely moved their front entrance, and that during the time of the construction, you pulled up to a valet spot and were taken by a volunteer in the direction that you needed to go, because the front entrance was closed for a period of time while the construction went on. I'm not suggesting that it's easy to do that by any means, but I believe what I've heard St. Luke say about that is that the disruption would be too difficult to get through, and yet we've seen it work in a hospital 5 miles away. So I wonder if you could comment on that.
Yeah, it would be, and I don't believe you're necessarily saying this, but a mistake to assume that the only reason we reached a conclusion was around disruption of patients. As we get into planning and looking at elevators and parking and walls and noise and proximity to patient floors and all of those various elements, they all get taken into account to make those decisions. I can't speak to what St. Alphonsus has done. They have a different facility, a different design, and a different set of challenges, and I'm sure they handled it the best way they possibly could. I also know that, speaking of St. Alphonsus, they had similar challenges relative to creating a significant footprint to be able to deliver healthcare services, which included some vacations of city roads as well before my time, but certainly not uncommon. And by the way, I've said this before, we do not propose the closure of Jefferson Street lightly. It was not the, well, default, this is just obviously the best solution. It's required thoughtful consideration, and hence this is the most significant issue in front of the council, I believe.
Go ahead.
Chris, remind me, I keep wanting to talk about Bannock, but is there a bridge from Misty to the main hospital now? Or is that just in your conceptual drawings?
There's not a bridge today. However, the south tower where Misty exists and the hospital was built to connect a bridge if needed in the future. There's also a tunnel that exists today that goes underneath Bannock.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, question for staff. Hal, my question would be in terms of answer this. Well, why don't we have a condition of approval revolving around the pocket park? And St. Luke's is, and this might come right back to you, Chris, but St. Luke's has talked about tying it in with surrounding patterns, lighting, assuring that it's a park that's open and accessible to East End, all of Boise really, but why not put that directly as a condition? What would be your response?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Thompson, so you're talking about the new pocket park that
The new
you're
one.
proposing? You know, that did come up. I guess I wasn't under the impression that it would be, that visitors would be excluded from the park. I think it was presented to us as something that would be open to visitors to use, so we didn't see the need for the condition.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to take a break now, start with the individual testimony. So we'll see you in about 7 or 8 minutes here.
is that Chris will get 5 minutes to maybe have a few minutes more since we added this extra one. I was given this block of time and not typical public testimony.
The mayor will, because it's in our code that says to get copies. But if they ask him a lot of questions, because all those neighborhoods donated their time to the guy. Because otherwise, he was just entitled to 5 minutes or 3 minutes. So everybody donated their time. I'm not sure your old boss would give you that. You could ask. There's no harm in asking. But the good thing is, if they ask him a lot of questions, but yeah, typically it's 5 minutes rebuttal. It's in code, just like the 3 minutes that everybody else is getting. Yeah. So.
All right, we are back. I'll start down the list. In fact, let me read the first. Sorry, guys, you're not on it. No, Clark is. Yes, you are, sorry. Darren DeAngeli, are you here? Well, you're first up. Bill Connors, Clark Kraus. So did I. Kenny Bramwell, are you here? You're after Mr. Kraus there. Bill Goodnight, are you here, Bill? And then you're next. So we'll start with that. And when a speaker's over, I'll read the next person, and we'll just keep that flow going. So, all right, welcome, sir. 3 minutes. Name and address, please.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, thank you for the opportunity to testify tonight. I'm Darren DeAngeli. I live at 2078 East Trolley Court. I apologize for having to read some of my testimony. 3 minutes is short, and I have a lot to say. I live in the far east end of Boise. I live halfway between the water treatment facility and the Women's Community Reentry Center, where 100 prisoners are managed by the Idaho Department of Corrections. I testify tonight in favor of St. Luke's master plan. I grew up here in Boise on the bench. I'm a graduate of Capitol High School in Boise State. I have lived in the North End, West End, downtown, and now I live in the East End. I have worked downtown continuously since 1983, except for a little hiatus for graduate school. I'm a 16-year volunteer for my local hospital, St. Luke's, primarily on the foundation board, but also on the community board and the System External Relations Committee. Oh, that took a minute. I'd like to begin by thanking the doctors and nurses at St. Luke's for the excellent care my family has received for many years. The most recent example was where a St. Luke's doctor called my dad, whose heart was being monitored remotely, I guess you can do that, and they invited him to stop in as his heart was about to fail. 5 days and a pacemaker later, he was back at the gym. He was not supposed to go back to the gym so soon, so I'd appreciate it if you guys would not rat him out. I want to thank my neighbors in the East End for their acknowledgement of the great patient-centered care that they and their families have received in the past from St. Luke's. I am proud that this point has not been debated, and I want to thank my neighbors in the East End for their sincere testimony. I've been impressed over the years as I've observed St. Luke's relentless commitment to patient care. Others have noticed. St. Luke's is designated as a magnet hospital for nursing and as a top 15 health system nationally. It is the same commitment to patient care that led St. Luke's to adopt its proposed master plan. I recently saw some information which indicated that this plan may not preserve Boise values. To me, at its core, Boise is a service town. In its history, it has been a center of government, business, culture, arts, recreation, serving our entire region. It is natural that Boise remain the center of nationally recognized health care. So I believe that the St. Luke's master plan is very consistent with Boise's traditional values. For my family and me, we simply want high-quality health care close to home. Please approve St. Luke's master plan. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mindy Plumley? Are you here, Mindy? All right. Sir.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Bill Connors. I'm President and CEO of the Boise Metro Chamber of Commerce, 250 South 5th Street, Boise, Idaho. I come here tonight representing the largest business member organization in Idaho to urge you to support the adoption of St. Luke's master plan. The Chamber's 30-member board of directors voted unanimously to support this plan. All of you should have received a letter from me regarding that. I won't repeat what's in that letter, but I do want to emphasize how important this project is to the business community and to this city. We think the potential economic impact of this project is as significant as any major project this city is experiencing now or in its recent history. I think my colleagues in cities across America would give away all their economic incentive dollars to land a project that had the kind of long-term positive economic and social benefits this expansion will provide. Besides the millions of dollars invested in our downtown core, this project will create an influx of future high-paid professional jobs, medical visitors, and new supporting small businesses. This huge, clean business venture that will create the kind of high-paid jobs that I know this council wants to see created in our community. And lastly, and I want to emphasize this point, in light of the current national trend of large hospitals abandoning their downtown cores for the suburbs to enhance their own profitability, St. Luke's has decided to invest in its downtown home. The Chamber believes that this kind of civic investment in the future of downtown Boise should be rewarded, not reviled. We further appreciate the extra time and resource that St. Luke's has taken to devote to mitigating the community concerns we've heard about tonight. We believe this project represents the very best opportunity for Boise to enhance its long-term viability and sustainability as the best city in America. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Joe Burgoon.
Clark Krause, Executive Director for the Boise Valley Economic Partnership, 250 South 5th Street, Boise, Idaho. Mr. Mayor and Council President Jordan and council members, thank you for letting me speak to you this evening on a very important, I think, decision for you all. This evening I represent the Boise Valley Economic Partnership. We are a regional organization supported by 135 of some of the most significant community-driven businesses in the Boise Metro. We bring the people and community assets of the Metro together to effectively keep, grow, and attract economic-based jobs to the Valley. In April of this year, the Boise Valley Economic Partnership Board of Directors unanimously voted to support St. Luke's downtown expansion plans and development actions. We believe that the master plan of our longtime community partner, St. Luke's, is the right decision for the citizens of the Boise Metro and continues to nurture the ongoing vitality of our downtown. Based on St. Luke's significant investment in facilities, infrastructure, enhancing the quality of Idaho healthcare, planning for growth, and creating additional high-paying jobs in our downtown core, Boise Valley Economic Partnership is here today to support St. Luke's development plans for the downtown Boise campus. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Krista Strimp? Krista
Hello. Thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Kenny Bramwell. I live at 12995 North Schicks Ridge Road here in Boise. A couple months ago, I was given the opportunity to speak with a number of local businesswomen here in Boise. Dr. Pearl and I presented much of the same information that we were able to present to you folks a couple months ago about our plans for St. Luke's, our different options as far as the ways that we could expand St. Luke's, and some of our hopes for making things better for our local patients and our community. At the end of that discussion, a number of the ladies came up and shook my hand, and we were exchanging pleasantries. And a number of them said, "I hope I never see you, because I'm in the emergency department." They don't want to come there. And I'd like to not just change their minds, but everybody's mind. That's what we do. We're there for the community. The idea that people aren't going to come to the emergency department is, I think, a bit flawed, because it seems that everyone's coming. If I could do some basic numbers for you, in the Boise ED alone, we see 40,000 people a year. In a community of 200,000 people, that gives you the odds of going to the ER once every 5 years. If you have a few kids, you're going to see us all the time. If you do bigger math, where we have 120,000 ER visits in our 4 ERs, in a community that has almost 500,000 people, that's once every 4 years. So people are coming, and we're ready. What I'm asking you to do is to support St. Luke's plan to be ready for you. I was in a meeting earlier today where I learned that our heart attack care at our St. Luke's hospitals is in the top 0.5% in the country. And while that's staggering, I would also share with you that I would put our numbers and our care against anyone in the country. We are not trying to be good. We're not trying to be exceptional. We're trying to be outstanding. We are trying to do things that can be done with really good planning and really good cooperation. This improvement project is for all of us. We are going to use these facilities. Please help all of us get ready to help you. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Dr. Bramwell. I just want to pick up that question that I had earlier about the ER entryway.
Sure.
And then also the existing hospital entrance, the proposed new hospital entrance. So because right now, excuse me, right now we're really focused.
Can we bring something up?
Oh, I don't have anything.
Okay, sorry.
Sorry, I have this.
Great.
Okay, I can hold this.
Yeah.
So, I mean, right now, as St. Luke's is proposing, the crux of really changing people movement is in Bannock. And even in the planning and zoning minutes, the commission points to the importance of Bannock if this were to happen. And Bannock previously wasn't addressed, and now St. Luke's has proposed to address it. If this becomes the thoroughfare, where are those? It looks to me like it'd be 115 or 120 people a day are coming to your ER at those numbers.
That's correct.
So are all of them going to be here, or will there be, and then so I'm curious if we've got all that going on here with the new entrance proposed to the hospital, how many people will be shifting their entryway from Bannock to Jefferson?
Okay, I'm going to do a little thing here. Here is the hospital as it exists right now. Here's Bannock. Jefferson is out the back here.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, a majority of patients of our 110 a day at the Boise campus, let's say 90 of them, come through the front, through Bannock. They park, they drop off, somebody honks, and somebody comes out. We get a wheelchair, we walk them in through Bannock, through what is the main entrance right now. 20 people come in by ambulance in the back, in a kind of one-way cul-de-sac. The ambulance drives in, drops off the patient, then has to beep and go backwards and hope that other ambulances don't come. It's a little awkward. So what we're hoping to do is to transition so that over a couple of years, the ambulance entrance is back here in that additional cul-de-sac that you can see on the screen here. But
Can you use the laser and point there so everybody can see?
This one?
Or are you is it number 3 that you're?
Okay, so here's Bannock. Here is, that I carried very well. Here's Bannock, right here. This area right here is the current drop-off / valet area over here. This area, number 3, is the current ambulance entrance. That's kind of a one-way little driveway. This is the proposed entrance over here, where I suspect at least those 20 people will come in a few years, as well as additional people from these patient care areas who need to be evaluated. So they can, there are going to be, I would expect this to be 20 or 30 people a day who are coming from a clinic here, who then can come this back way into this larger ER.
Okay, great. And Mr. Mayor, just a follow-up. You don't need it right now, but I'd like to have a sense from somebody at St. Luke's so separate from the ER, the new ER entrance, because that's helpful. The new entrance that's proposed, if it's going to lighten the load of people entering the hospital from Bannock, about what percentage that would be, if there's any sense. So I don't need it right now, but if just at the point when you guys are if we do closing arguments or whatever, it'd be great to have a sense of that. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
I do have one other question
Sure.
about people accessing the emergency room. Just ballpark, what percentage of patients do you think are brought to the emergency room by family or friends because they are close by and they feel like they can get there even quicker than waiting for ambulance? Is that a
Probably
pretty
20 to
frequent
30% of
occurrence?
patients.
20 to 30%?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And it's even a higher number in Meridian.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Tom Seaford? Bill, you're up.
Tom Seifert, the next.
Yeah, he's behind you, so.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Bill Goodnight, and I live at 1014 East Franklin Street. For those of you not familiar with the North End, Franklin Street is an extension of McKinley, which is an extension of Jefferson Street. I've lived there for 27 years. I'm not there by birth. I'm there by choice. I have to say at the outset, I am very much opposed to the master plan and any amendment to the comprehensive plan to accommodate that master plan. However, if you don't share my views, I promise you I'm not going to move to Meridian. I'm not a member of the East End Neighborhood Association. I think I've attended one of their meetings in the last 10 years. That's probably my fault and my bad, but I'm glad to see that they also oppose the master plan. I've heard questioning of the number of votes in opposition versus in favor of the master plan by the board of the East End Neighborhood Association. If the council is truly interested in what the impacted residents of the East End think about the St. Luke's expansion plan, they should ask them, either through an objective public opinion survey or an advisory vote, which would take you guys off the hook big time, but not by asking the employees of St. Luke's in the audience to stand as an indicator of public support. I'm offended by the trivial way that our concerns have been addressed with a cycle track, footpaths, etc., when we're going to lose a major transportation area. It is not a pedestrian and cycling issue. I'm 75 years old. I motor on a daily basis Avenue B and Jefferson Street. The loss of Jefferson Street would be very meaningful to me, and at the last workshop, I heard someone seriously propose to reduce Avenue B to 2 lanes of traffic from 4 in order to discourage us from using it. I believe that negative reinforcement to generate altered behavior on our part is not good public policy. I think good public policy would be to alter the actions of corporations that tend to increase traffic. I urge you to withhold support for approval of St. Luke's master plan and to not change the comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Bob Wallace. In line. Sorry, folks, when I call your name, you go right here. It's moving fine if you just remember that little fact, so.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, my name is Mindy Plumley, and I'm the director of the Ronald McDonald House, 101 Warm Springs Avenue. The Ronald McDonald House provides housing for families who have sick and injured children and who travel to Boise to receive medical care. We see about 600 families every year that come from throughout the state and neighboring states as well. We work with both St. Alphonsus and St. Luke's, but we are an independent Idaho nonprofit, supported completely by the community. We do support St. Luke's master plan, and speaking specifically to the Children's Pavilion. We have experienced really firsthand the need for additional space in children's specialty services. Not only is the population of our state driving that, but there are many pediatric specialties available in Boise today that were not even just a few years ago, meaning people can stay in Idaho and stay closer to home by going to St. Luke's Children's Hospital. There's a direct correlation to the growth of pediatric services and the occupancy of the Ronald McDonald House. Most nights, the 17 rooms that we have are full, and we have people waiting for a room. The family-centered care that we provide as part of that support network, the proximity to the Children's Hospital is really, really critical. You could ask any parent how important it is to be close to the hospital when it's your child who's in there. If the Children's Hospital can't grow, which is really essential to meeting the needs, again, not only of our community, but of the state as a whole, and it has to relocate, it really presents significant economic and mission challenges to organizations like the Ronald McDonald House, who are really part of the community safety net for caring for families with sick children. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Joe Burgoon, and I live at 736 North Locust. I'm opposed to the St. Luke's master plan. We moved here, we're new to Boise, about a year and a half. We could move anywhere, essentially, that had an airport, and we chose Boise. We moved here from Denver, and we specifically chose the East End and we moved to Boise for all the great outdoor opportunities, but the ability to live in a city and be able to get to the downtown area and have all those great amenities. And that's why we chose the East End. I understand that there, is a plan for a cycle track and those sorts of things. However, looking at that closely, I don't really think that would meet my family's needs. So from my perspective, it's not complete enough. And I would agree with Deanna when she spoke extensively about the fact that this wasn't a group effort and the whole plan, that, St. Luke's did the background work and then just presented it without having other inputs from the city or from our neighborhood initially from the get-go. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Henry Thompson and Kurt Seppi, you're up next.
My name's Krista Stumpf. I live at 1417 East Franklin Street. I've owned the home there for about 20 years. In preparation for this meeting, I wrote pages and pages of comments, most of which I provided in previous testimony and written letters and emails. So to save time, I simply want to ask the council to vote no to this master plan amendment to the comp plan at this time. The city planning department, the city leadership, St. Luke's, in conjunction with a robust and comprehensive public involvement process, can do better. Thanks.
Thank you. Meredith Benninger.
Mr. Mayor, President Jordan, distinguished members of the Boise City Council, my name is Tom Siegert, and I live at 601 East Braymer Road in Boise. I'm here tonight to voice my support for the St. Luke's Master Plan. I am the chairperson of the St. Luke's Children's Hospital Advisory Board. The primary focus of the advisory board is philanthropy, to raise funding for the continued needed improvements to the only children's hospital in the state of Idaho. that sees 85,000 patient visits per year. St. Luke's Children's Hospital is the most remote children's hospital in the entire United States. Children's serves all of Idaho and the surrounding areas, and as was mentioned earlier, without St. Luke's Children's, these same kids would be traveling to Salt Lake City and Seattle for care. Part of the master plan includes the new Children's Pavilion across B Street, which I do understand is supposed to include some retail space, which might satisfy some architects. The Children's Advisory Board has already raised more than $10 million for this new state-of-the-art facility. The new Children's Pavilion is an integral part of providing the very best of care for our children, our grandchildren, and all of the children in the surrounding areas for many years to come. That is why I support the entire St. Luke's Master Plan. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Michael Hobson.
Hi, I'm Bob Wallace. I live at 1140 East Santa Maria Drive. Lived there since 1981, but I've lived in Boise since 1976. And I mention that because I was kind of interested in comprehensive planning when I moved here. That's one of the reasons I chose Boise, because it was a growing place in the 70s. It had this great comp plan where there was going to be this big closed mall downtown, and everyone was looking. They'd already knocked it all down, and they were looking for an anchor tenant because the comp plan said, gosh darn it, the planners say that's what we want for economic development. We want an anchor tenant for retail. That was a bad bet. The reason I'm bringing that up is because medical care in today's world is a good bet. This is a growing business. This is going to make it. And not only that, St. Luke's is a magnet hospital. We have two of them in the state of Idaho. We have Kootenai and we have St. Luke's. We don't have St. Al's. We don't have West Valley. Part of that is because St. Luke's is a magnet. Incidentally, that's a nurse certification. I asked a nurse before I prepared this talk, because I thought, who else would know about medical care? Who else would know about running a hospital but the people who really provide the care? Well, a magnet hospital gets that designation because they work in intense internal collaboration. And my guess, I don't know it as a fact, is that this master plan is the result of a lot of internal work that St. Luke's did to say, what are the best trade-offs? I firmly believe that needs to be, that and the value of the business downtown and the comprehensive plan's continued primacy of downtown as the place for the center of economic activity in Boise, those ought to be the lodestars that this council, as the decision maker, is thinking about. Not so much, what's the best street to ride a bike on? There's a lot of bike riding that can happen under the mitigation plans that have been developed. And there are a lot of ways to split that baby. However, if you want St. Luke's downtown, you've got to work with them. And you've got to let them run the show and put the patients in and out the way it makes sense for them. I love the East End's activity and their desire to influence the process, and they want to be stakeholders. But frankly, to me, a stakeholder is that patient going in the door and the people providing the care on a second-by-second basis. I think those stakeholders are worth your consideration, maybe a little more than people who want to ride down the same street. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mary Cronin.
Hi, I'm Henry Thompson. I live at 1488 Knights Drive, Boise, Idaho. I am a pediatric GI doc. I'm a dad, I'm a soccer coach, and I also ride bikes a lot. I'm in favor of St. Luke's plan, and I've been excited with the speakers that have been before me, talking really about from the children's perspective of it. When I came to Idaho 16 years ago, there were no pediatric GI services in the state of Idaho. Children and their families had to go to Salt Lake City, to Portland or Seattle to get that care. We are the most remote children's hospital in the nation. In the 16 years that I have been here, The development has been robust, as you have heard from the Ronald McDonald House. We now have over 55 specialists who care for a tremendous number of children now who used to leave the state routinely. We've partnered regionally with hospitals that work with us to handle things that we do not do internally. But we do a lot internally well, but we're busting at the seams. And we do not really have room for the services, the programs, the staff that we currently have and have recruited and have promised space to. And the Children's Pavilion really gives us that opportunity to move forward over the next 10 and 15 years to provide the care that Boise needs and deserves and allows family to take care of their sick ones close to home. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Clay Carley.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, my name is Kurt Seppi. I'm the Executive Medical Director of the St. Luke's Health System. I live at 5191 North Lakemont Lane in Garden City, Idaho. And with all due respect to the neighbors that are opposed to this plan and their legitimate concerns, I still stand firmly in favor of the St. Luke's master plan. You know, our mission statement at St. Luke's is to improve the health of people in our region, and it's really important to us. And we actually are doing everything we can to try to keep people out of the hospital. That's our goal, is to develop some innovative approaches to taking care of patients in such a way that they don't become patients, obviously, and try to keep them out of the hospital. But once they end up in the hospital, it's our responsibility to ensure that the care that they get is safe, that it's effective and efficient, and it's timely. And this master plan will allow us to do that. I think there's been a lot of detailed discussion and planning and explanation of why we need to clinically integrate departments within the hospital in such a way that we can give that care in a timely manner. So for that reason, I stand in firm support of the St. Luke's master plan. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Dan Zuckerman.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is Meredith Beringer, and I live at 2627 East Moog Street in Meridian. I'm the Conference and Meeting Services Manager for St. Luke's Health System, and I'm here to testify on behalf of the 112 Treasure Valley nonprofit organizations that use our conference space at the Anderson Center at St. Luke's, Boise each year. St. Luke's is happy to support our community partners. As part of my job, I'm the point of contact for these community organizations who often come to me in a need of a place to gather. As someone who unfortunately has needed a support group in her past, I try to accommodate as many as our logistics and resources will allow us to support. St. Luke's is able to grant free space rental to health center nonprofits, and we provide the labor for setup, takedown, security, and technology. Because we have been so impacted on space, we are only able to grant each organization one meeting a month, typically 2 hours of space, and special days and times for conferences are considered on an as-available basis. Historically, we were able to offer facilities to other groups who were nonprofit. However, being so limited in space, we had to restrict the space to only health-centered nonprofits like ourselves and turn other community groups away. We currently have 112, yes, that use the Anderson Center for support groups, association meetings, board meetings, clinics, and education. As I mentioned prior, I try to accommodate as many groups as possible, and I hate to say no. However, lately it seems as though I'm constantly turning away groups because we can't meet their needs. Groups that have something to offer our community as the rise of new issues and needs plague our region like they haven't before. It's one of the most painful parts of my job to turn away a deserving group because we simply don't have the space. I often wind up going outside of my role to try to find these groups other spaces in Boise to meet, knowing that they serve a purpose with the promise that if something opens up at St. Luke's, I will call them. Knowing that more conference space is written into this plan, I could offer more group space and serve more purpose in our community. I can call the 21 groups that I currently have on my wait list and offer them a place to meet. What is my why, and why did I bring this to your attention? As a teenager, my dad was killed in a very public aviation accident. My family turned to a support organization that offered bereavement counseling at no cost, just like several of the groups that currently use St. Luke's space. My experience was slightly different than the experience our community members currently receive. We were forced to meet in an office building, and each group was separated only by low cubicle walls that were not soundproof. Children heard grieving parents and vice versa. As you can imagine, it was distracting and painful in some instances. Like many of us dedicated St. Luke's family members, several values drive purpose for doing our jobs. Part of the culture I hope to have created at the Anderson Center and throughout our conference facilities in our health system is ensuring that our community partners have a clean, safe, and comfortable place to meet and serve this purpose. This plan will support this and build that for the future of Boise. Thank you for your time and consideration tonight.
Thank you, ma'am. Jim Everett.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, President Jordan, and City Council. My name is Michael Hobson, and I live at 966 North Wilson Street in Boise. I am here because I support the St. Luke's Master Plan. I appreciate the perspectives of those for and against this plan. I, like many here, was born at St. Luke's, Boise, as was my father, all my siblings, and my 4 children. St. Luke saved my wife's life. I am also a bicycle commuter, riding my bike to and from work all year long for more than 7 years. I use my bike rather than my vehicle as often as possible for all transportation needs throughout the city of Boise. Having reviewed the bicycle and pedestrian paths, I trust my young children on them. Also, as a St. Luke's employee, I have been continually supported and encouraged in my alternative transportation efforts. As a result of St. Luke's support, I drive to work less than 10 days a year. I work at St. Luke's and have for almost 9 years. I plan to retire from St. Luke's. Even if I didn't work there, I would still be here supporting this plan because I appreciate the work St. Luke's is doing and I support the mission to improve the health of the people in our region. I am not a director nor executive. I have no direct reports. I am a frontline employee whose job responsibilities allow me the unique opportunity to regularly rub elbows with the senior leadership of St. Luke's at all levels, including COO Chris Roth, from whom you've heard tonight. I believe them to be honest and thoughtful, committed to ensuring our patients receive the highest level of care. The patients our Boise Hospital serves are not only Boiseans. People from throughout Idaho and surrounding areas come here to receive care. Consequently, we have a commitment not only to the citizens of Boise, but to everyone, no matter their address. Your decision tonight expands far beyond the city limits. Professor Allison paints a picture of perfection. It looks and sounds ideal. Unfortunately, no plan is perfect and not everyone can be satisfied. I'm certain if Professor Allison's proposal is financially possible while remaining in downtown Boise, St. Luke's would adopt the change in a heartbeat. One of his prime examples, Northwestern Memorial, enjoys financial backing as a university teaching hospital and block sizes almost twice those of St. Luke's. Closing 300 feet of Jefferson and subsequent redirection would result in a net addition of 30 seconds for cyclists and less than that for vehicles. What's special about St. Luke's Boise? As the first hospital of the St. Luke's health system, St. Luke's Boise is where the most complex cases come, our sickest patients. Here in Boise, due partly to being in continuous operation for the past 113 years, a highly trained and efficient team of professionals, medical and otherwise, is deeply entrenched here to the benefit of all patients. Can it be moved? Yes, but with a detriment to quality care spanning generations. Neither our communities nor our patients can afford this exorbitant expense. Please let us return to the core issue. St. Luke's Boise provides a critical service in Boise, and it does it exceptionally well. We are at capacity and our facilities are aging. To continue providing this level of care and to enable us to improve upon it, we must modernize and expand our Boise campus. As my wife and I age, I want us to have access to the best care in Boise where we've chosen to live and die. I want the same for my children as long as they live here and for their children. We hope St. Luke's significant investment of time, energy, outreach, and collaboration into the master plan will be recognized by the mayor and city council as an integral step toward making Boise the most livable city in the country. Thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration.
Thank you, sir. Andrew Bick.
Good
Andrew,
evening.
are you here? Go ahead.
Sorry. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Mary Cronin, and my address is 1212 East Riversong Drive in Eagle. I've been employed at St. Luke's for 8 years this past January. As much as I love my job, my coworkers, and our organization, that's not what has brought me before you today. I'm here because on June 6, 2013, after over 6 years of employment, I walked through the front door of our St. Luke's Boise Hospital for the very first time to visit my 10-week premature nuggets who were in the NICU. Sweet Jack and Miss Kate. Honestly, I was terrified and quite frankly broken. I felt guilty every single day that I couldn't keep them in any longer. That practice of walking through our front doors continued for over 8 weeks. Not once did I wish for more retail space, or downtown art, or bike paths. I did wish that those caring clinicians had the wisdom, technology, and resources to save my kid's life, and they did. As I recall this special time, I distinctly remember one day in particular, about 6 weeks after they were born. I had a bad attitude. I pulled into our parking garage, and a white minivan pulled in right next to me. I got out of my car, and as we both rounded the corner, this young mom, who looked a lot like me, grabbed the hand of her young son. He was bald. He had no hair. I had a moment I will never forget, where I put myself in the shoes of that family. You don't own a minivan unless you have multiple kids, right? That little boy going through cancer treatment was not only someone's son, but someone's brother, maybe multiple someone's brother. Their family was experiencing tremendous disruption. At least they could be together at night as a family after his treatment. This gave me a sense of peace. I was so grateful for St. Luke's, for our St. Luke's. See, your decision is a no-brainer for me because my family has been forever blessed by the investment in technology, caring clinicians, and exceptional service provided by St. Luke's. I ask that you remember me and the woman in the minivan, two ordinary moms and our sweet babes, as you make your decision. When you sit down with your grandchildren and you reflect on the accomplishments of your life, I hope you can say that you made Boise better. And this discussion of bike paths and green space really truly was insignificant noise. I close with some advice that I received several years ago that I carry with me today. Don't let the loud voice of one, somewhat distracting, voice of one person convince you that you didn't do the right thing. Please do the right thing and approve the St. Luke's Downtown Campus Improvement Plan. And if you're having any doubts, I encourage you to take an hour and spend it in our parking garage. Perspective is a beautiful thing. Thank you.
Ma'am. Janelle Eckhart. Janelle, are you here? Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council President Jordan, and other council members. I'm Clay Carley, 105 East Highland View Drive, Boise. I'm not an expert in healthcare, but I do know that the people at St. Luke's are. They rank very, very highly nationally and worldwide in their practices. So I do know this about them. I know they're 100% local, and I know they're 100% passionate about doing and making the best decision and balancing between what's best for their organization and what's best for our community. And I know that they weigh those issues very carefully and considerably, and we should not lose fact of that. I'm not an expert on traffic mitigation, but I do know that we have experts that are, and I do know that St. Luke's has demonstrated the willingness to provide mitigation, to pay for the mitigation above and beyond what's required. And I am certain that by passing this effort, that they will be able to, going forward, make the right decisions and make sure that the connectivity that's required to make a healthy downtown will be there. I do know a little bit about downtowns, and I've been studying growth, and I've been studying, obviously, very significantly, our downtown Boise. St. Luke's is positioned in a very awkward corner of our downtown. It is surrounded by two of the most awkward urban corners one can imagine. So there is no real healthy solution for where they are, period. And I know with the proper mitigation, it'll be as good as it can be. But I would like everyone here to close their eyes and think about this community 30, 40, 50 years down the road, when instead of 35,000 people that are working downtown, there's 100,000 or 150,000, and the amount of traffic and congestion and activity that our downtown is going to command. It's real, it's going to happen, and what's happening in this very awkward corner will be insignificant compared to what happens to the rest of our downtown. Closing a street's a huge issue, and I am against any kind of closing of a street, and I'm very strongly in favor of all connectivity. But due to this very unusual circumstance, its location, its surrounding roadways, and their willingness to do anything and everything possible to allow for this closure, to me, makes sense, and I support it strongly. If it's such a strong point of connection, just look at the traffic counts. It is not a major artery to downtown from anywhere. It is a very important connection, no question about it, and I hate to see it go. But the cost to our community, if St. Luke's can't do what they want to do, far outweighs the damage done by closing Jefferson. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Lois Lindsay. Lois, are you here?
My name's Dan Zuckerman. I live at 905 North 18th Street. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, President Jordan. Thank you, council members. I'm a practicing medical oncologist, and I'm the executive medical director of St. Luke's Mountain States Tumor Institute, which is called MISTI. And we're the largest cancer center between Salt Lake and Seattle, and we've heard a lot about public policy and about community planning and about traffic patterns and bicycling, and I'm an expert in none of those. But I am an expert in cancer care, and I want to present what I've heard, I think just lacking is just the perspective of the patient and their families, and to advocate for them, and to say that I support the St. Luke's Campus Master Plan. And I'll give you just 2 examples here. So we've talked about connectivity, we've talked about healthy environments, and that's what St. Luke's is striving for. So I have a woman who has acute leukemia and is in the hospital now on 4 South, the same floors that I walked around with my dad, who's also a medical oncologist, 40 years ago. So still the oldest part of the hospital that we're in. And she will have to be shuttled down for interventional radiology, for scans, to move to labs, in and around the hospital. And this is very disruptive and very scary for patients. And this plan provides the greatest connectivity that, quite frankly, is patient-centric and is family-centric. And we know that comes with compromises and trade-offs. We've heard that illustrated over multiple sessions. But as someone's doctor and as the head of a cancer center, I must say that is the priority. And I submit that to you. I'll also tell you that leukemic patients will often have to be in the hospital for 30 days, and she's sick with fever, has abdominal pain, bleeding, and is a remarkable woman, and with such grace and going through so much that a lot of our patients go through. And I will have to tell you, being in the hospital 30, 40 days with these kind of conditions, the one thing she says to me, Doc, I might be dying, and this is the best view you could give me, is staring out. And this is really what patients say to us. As these things that may seem small, we know this as the physicians, we know this as the leaders of the hospital. We are interested in having a healthy environment and the therapeutic value of that environment for patients who are sick and scared and vulnerable, and that this plan provides for it. So the second thing I would say is that we're able to provide cancer care for 93 to 95% of all our patients, not just for Boise, but for the entire state. But yet 5 to 7% of them will have to leave because we don't have the infrastructure. We have the know-how. We have physicians who've trained like myself at Harvard, MD Anderson, Mayo Clinic, Huntsman Cancer Institute. We have some of the best physicians in the country. We have amazing nursing. We have amazing staff. What we lack is infrastructure, and this will provide us with the infrastructure to bring us into a modern 21st century cancer center. So I ask you to consider the patient. I ask you to consider families. I ask you to consider the future of cancer care for not just Boise, but for Idaho, and to approve this master plan. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Elizabeth Clark, are you here? Just 1 second, Jim. Bonnie Krupp. Bonnie, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. Jim Everett, 1050 West State Street. I'm the CEO of the YMCA here and longtime resident, proud resident of Boise. I'm also a board member and very proud to be a board member at St. Luke's. I'm not going to talk about the clinical care. There's a lot that has been said about that. That's critically important. We're fortunate to have what we have with both St. Alice and St. Luke's in this town. But I think I want to talk about, one, the process. I don't think it's been acknowledged. There's been a lot of talk. I think this process has been awesome. I wish we saw this every place. I'm proud that there's been this kind of dialogue, this kind of time and attention, and the plan has changed drastically. We've watched this, so to pretend that there haven't been modifications, I think, isn't accurate. I'm going to go back to, and I think we've created a both-and, great clinical care and following our mission. Our mission, as has been stated, is to improve the health of the people of this community, of this region. We also are trying to become a livable community. So I think it is appropriate to talk about making your city walkable and bikeable. This plan makes the city, this area, more walkable and more bikeable. It is totally connected. It surrounds the entire perimeter. Wherever the connectivity is, we will be able to connect into that. I brought a book by Jeff Speck, who's perhaps the best expert on walkable and bikeable communities. 3 things you want to do. You want to make it safe, you want to make it interesting, and you want to make it connected. We're doing all of those. I think, there's been talk about Bannock. I think Bannock's a great place to walk. It's an interesting, fun. I'm going to choose to cycle myself around St. Luke's. When I take my grandkids, we're going to have a protected bike lane. I think this has been a great process. We've made improvements. They'll continue. We won't be done tonight. I hope you'll approve the plan, and I think St. Luke's has shown great good faith in trying to listen and respond to concerns. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Chris Sinclair? Krista Sinclair, are you here? Eric Kingston.
Mayor and council members, thank you for your time. My name is Andrew Bick. I live at 1010 South Forest Street up on the bench. I very much appreciate St. Luke's for everything they do, and I certainly support them in a downtown expansion plan. I do not support this master plan as it is currently. I think it could be done better. I think that Mr. Allison brought up some very great points about being able to permeate the campus and have multi-use around it, as well as green spaces, where right now we see a very small green space amongst a lot of brick, as I presume it will be. I do feel that closing off Jefferson Street would be a very bad detriment that we would never be able to get back as a city. It would choke off the east end and create hard stops around the entire fortress of the campus. And I think that it could be done better. I would appreciate if St. Luke's is still willing to look at downtown Boise, but be willing to be more flexible, working with the community towards making it a stronger, more permeable, and a place that would be inviting to all the people that come to, and would also draw people down to the campus rather than just needing to come down there for the services that they provide. The services they provide are fantastic. I don't even think we need to talk about that, and it is very appreciated. But I think if they think outside the box and work a little bit more towards creating something that is a great asset as a drawing point to Boise and the city itself, it would be fantastic. One of the things that I want to bring to point is in doing planning, there's good thought process to it and bad thought process to it. We're lucky that Frederick Law Olmsted came here long ago and did the planning between the train station and the Capitol building. And even though we don't have trains coming to Boise anymore, that is still a very strong aspect of Boise. Right now, I feel a little bit that this campus has turned its back on downtown Boise, and I don't necessarily think that's an asset to the city. I think if we worked together, we could find better solutions, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir. Krista Broderick.
Hi, I'm Janelle Eckhart. I live at 5972 Portsmouth. I live in Northwest Boise, and I work in the North End. I currently volunteer at St. Luke's downtown. I am not in support of the master plan. For a few years, I've planned to sell my home in the northwest of Boise and purchase one in the East End because it's quiet, I like the people there, and it's so accessible to downtown. I have stopped my search because I'm afraid of what St. Luke's will create. I do not want more noise, congestion, and traffic at an intersection that will be as busy as that of Franklin and Milwaukee. Furthermore, I don't want to see a parking garage that is the largest in Boise. I don't want these things in my backyard. While I do know that it is essential that some departments have their clinics in a location that allows them quick and direct access to the main facility, aren't there some clinics that can be located on property in Boise that St. Luke's already owns? I'm attracted to the idea of creating a health care district, as Dr. Allison advocated. There are such models in larger cities there that are successful, rather than creating a superblock. I don't believe the only option is to create a closed campus that everyone has to maneuver around. I think this is a very exciting opportunity for St. Luke's to expand and benefit the growth and vibrancy of our city. We need to have more conversations about what is possible and what will benefit the needs of more than just those of St. Luke's. There are some extremely brilliant and creative thinkers in this city. They deserve to be included in the decision-making and the planning process. Thanks.
Thank you. Blaine Jacobson? Blaine, are you here? Kai Eldson? Go ahead.
Hello, Mayor. Hello, Council. My name is Elizabeth Clark, and I live at 425 Brookdale in Boise. I call it the Deep East. I'm also a business owner, and my business is in the East End at 760 East Warm Springs. So I have a dual interest in the East End. I am opposed of the St. Luke's master plan, but not opposed to the expansion of St. Luke's and its important infrastructure, just this particular plan. For my time here, I would like to show a video about the parking structure that was created by Keep Boise Connected. So I will just sit down and figure out how to push play.
Previous videos demonstrated that the proposed St. Luke's Medical Complex will generate significant new traffic, making the intersection at Warm Springs, Broadway, and Avenue B comparable to massive intersections out by the Boise Town Square Mall. But did you know the new traffic volume will also impact State and Fort Streets? St. Luke's master plan includes a new 1,200-car parking structure that would be the largest in downtown Boise. This 5-floor garage takes up an entire city block, from State Street to Jefferson and from 1st to 2nd Street, and rises 4 floors above the ground. On May 15th, CH2M Hill confirmed that the 105,000 square foot First Street Medical Office Plaza was not included in their traffic study. Approaching from Avenue B, patients and visitors would access this garage by turning left onto First Street, where State and Fourth Streets converge. There will be about 2,800 left turns each business day. Because Jefferson Street would be closed, all this through traffic will now use Fort and State Street to access downtown. The diverted Jefferson Street and new St. Luke's traffic will increase traffic volume at the Fort and State Street convergence significantly. Aren't there ways to provide parking that could enhance the streetscape rather than construct a lifeless parking garage? How far back can we expect traffic to back up to handle these new turns? Are we looking at another congested intersection at State and Fort and First Streets, obstructing entry to the north end? Visit keepboiseconnected.com for additional information.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mary Dragon? Mary, are you here? Karen Jennings? No, Karen. Mark Uding, you go ahead.
Okay. Hi, Mayor Beer, Council. My name is Eric Kingston. I live at 1010 East Jefferson, and I'm a professional community and economic developer. Work a lot with small communities around the state of Idaho on issues involving economic development. I've also been a volunteer on several committees with the City of Boise, most recently Central Edition, still working on that. And I just want to address, something that's come up a couple times in comments prior to this. Folks talking about the process that St. Luke's has gone through. Back in 99, 2000, I was part of a group of people that worked on the off-leash dog parks and the off-leash dog trails. We had monthly meetings, stakeholder meetings, with people who had very, very divergent opinions on whether dogs had any place in the foothills at all. I liken it to a trip to the dentist without Novocaine. It was not easy, But I'm here to tell you that there was more engagement, more thorough public involvement and stakeholder consultation in our decision on whether or not to allow dogs in the foothills than there has been in this process, to my understanding. I mean, based on what I've seen, with the East End and some of the, the open houses that have occurred. They've basically been telling us about what they're going to do rather than asking. And, each subsequent open house, it's sort of like, I kind of liken it to a tourist in a foreign country that thinks, they just need to talk louder to make somebody understand them. So that's been the extent of it, really. Sorry, guys, but you guys are great. I mean, really. So the other thing I'd like to talk about is, this sort of mythology about, this is just about a few bicyclists that are going to be inconvenienced. That's not true. I've lived in the East End for about 20 years now, and we have this great location. We're right next to Roosevelt Elementary. When we bought the house, we were really close to East Junior High. We've lost East Junior High now, so my daughter, who's going into 8th grade at North, she's going to be traveling that intersection that you just saw up there, Fort, State, going into the North End on a regular basis. So, we've heard lots of emotional testimony, and I empathize with all those people. There's also a risk to kids and people traveling these corridors as traffic increases, as gridlock increases, as people get more and more frustrated with delays in those intersections. They're already really stressed out. So there's a lot of ways to look at this. Personally, I think other communities have struggled with this same problem. I'm from Salt Lake. LDS Hospital in the Avenues, owned by IHC, Intermountain Healthcare. They were looking at expanding there too. Similar kind of situation. You had, a hospital that if it kept expanding in place was going to really cannibalize this, residential area. And IHC made the prudent move, I think, to go to a place farther south where the population was. And they have this beautiful campus now, beautiful tertiary care facility. Am I done?
You're all through.
I'm done. Okay, thanks, you guys.
Thank you. Mark, that lives at 424 North Mobley, are you here? Okay, you made it. Marjorie Smith? Marjorie, are you here? I think her note says after 9, so we'll get her later maybe. Paul Grisham? Paul? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. My message is really pretty simple. I had some comments written down, but a lot of things have really been said.
We need your name and address, sorry.
Krista Broderick, and I reside at 1208 East Franklin Street, 83712. Thank you. A lot of comments have been made here tonight and throughout the entire process. It's been over a 2-year process, over 77 meetings. A lot has been said, but a lot of it is just simply nitpicked apart the core plan. I think that what we really want to do and look here is, do we really have the best possible solution presented before us that not only serves the healthcare needs of the community, but also takes into account the entire community itself? There's more than one decision maker. There's more than one entity that has value and importance. We should all have the same equal footing of being considered and of being valued. And as Eric mentioned earlier, and a lot of other people, there's more at stake here than just providing and expanding a medical facility that provides for this great health care. I'm for the St. Luke's expansion. I think it's a vital part of our community. But what we really want to do is do it in the most thoughtful, considerate way and with the best possible solution. And to date, I have not seen the best possible solution presented to you or to the community. So I think we really need to go back. For every complex problem, there is a brilliant solution. But we have not taken the time and involved all of the entities equally and given everybody equal consideration so that we have the best possible plan put forward. So I would ask the City Council and Mr. Mayor to please go back to the drawing table a little bit here and really look at, can we really come up with a really, truly brilliant solution that serves not just the healthcare needs of the community, but the entire community? Thank you.
Thank you. Harriet Jastrzemski. Harriet, are you here?
Mr. Mayor, Council, Kai Elgatoon.
Pull that up a bit.
Kai Elgatoon, 511 Riverview Drive, East End, 83712. I've already written ad nauseum to you all about my opposition to the current plan, and so I won't really get any more into that, just to ask you to please carefully read what I've already sent you and consider it. And since we're telling lots of personal anecdotes up here tonight, I'd just like to point out that my wife is a cancer patient right now, and we have no problem traveling wherever we need to travel to in the city to get the care that we need. And we feel strongly that we can get that care in Meridian, we can get that care somewhere else in Boise. We don't need to be right there at that intersection. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Kristen Cheney. Kristen, are you here? Okay.
My name is Mark Utting. I live at 424 North Mobley Drive. I also have, along with my wife, a rental property at 310 Warm Springs and also at 617 Crawl. So we have both personal interests and the interest of our tenants. And I am very much in favor of St. Luke's expanding, but I would urge you to vote no at this time on the master plan. And I have 2 points I'd like to address. One is that we seem to have a fait accompli that East Jefferson will be closed, and that seems to be in part an economic decision, and it seems to be that they are deferring or externalizing the costs, and that will be to the East End, where our quality of life, our ease of transportation, and getting out to the downtown and back home will be a lot more difficult and a lot more dangerous on bicycles. I, as a cyclist, like to ride on streets that aren't as busy. And whenever I see these ghost bicycles, I'm reminded of the fact that whenever a car and a bicycle have an interaction, the car only wins 100% of the time. The other point I'd like to address is, in my professional life as a groundwater consultant, I've been involved in many hearings over the last 35 years where there are multiple entities making different decisions on the process. And although you are not deciding on whether East Jefferson should be closed, that's ACHD, by the time this moves down through the process, some of these things will be so set in stone, it will not be reversible. And I've seen cases where people have raised the issue, well, this is our problem. Well, don't worry about it now, we'll take care of it later. And I think it needs to be addressed now as part of your decision on whether this master plan should be approved. And I would say, at this time, vote no. I'll ask St. Luke's to review the plan, take into consideration the traffic needs of the East End and how that we are affected, and come up with a plan that satisfies all needs. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Jenna Thornborough. Jen, are you here? Marco Lopez? Marco? Sandra Carter? Sir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Thank you for taking the time to hear my testimony. I'll start just by saying that I'm opposed to St. Luke's expansion plans as the, Paul Grisham. I live at 1204 East State in the East End. And as I started to say, I'm opposed to the expansion of St. Luke's according to the master plan as it's written today. My wife and I spent a great deal of time thinking about where we wanted to live 12 years ago. We had lived in the North End for 4 years, and we left and realized that we'd made a mistake, and spent some time realizing that we wanted to get to a place where we could walk, we could bike, we could take our kids with us to downtown, because downtown was where the things we like to do generally happen. We lucked upon this great place in the East End, and over the last 12 years, we've walked probably hundreds of miles back and forth between downtown. And honestly, we feel we'd lose that completely. With the master plan as it's written today, there's no pedestrian-friendly, no bicycle-friendly way to get through. It's no longer a part of the neighborhood. It's a fortress. We'd lose the connectivity we enjoy today, and we don't think that it would that it would support a livable lifestyle in the East End. We also feel that St. Luke's is not engaged with the East End and the Neighborhood Association in particularly good faith. It feels a little disingenuous for them to say that they have done so, as you've heard already. Most of the encounters that the East End has had with St. Luke's have been of the variety of, this is what we want, this is what we're going to do. What do you think? And they're not asking us for our opinions. They're telling us what they're going to do, and not giving us a chance to really provide meaningful input. Finally, I want to make the point that I don't oppose my wife and I certainly don't oppose St. Luke's expansion. We know St. Luke's is a vital part of Boise's economy and Boise's vitality. St. Luke's has been a great neighbor to the city of Boise for a long time. They've not been behaving like a particularly good neighbor during this process, and we would really just ask them to continue to behave like the good neighbor they've been over the last 100 years. Thank you once again for your time.
Thank you, sir. Just a minute. Go ahead.
My name is Harriet Jastrzemski. I live at 611 North Haines Street. Thank you for allowing us to speak. So, I live, excuse me?
Oh, did you?
Oh, I'll say it again.
Okay.
I didn't address
I'm sorry.
you. I'm sorry. Thank you for, 611 North Haines Street, Harriet Jastrzemski.
Okay, I'm sorry,
Yeah,
I missed that.
That's fine. Excuse me. So I live in the East End, and I grew up in the East End, and I have been a primary caregiver for my aging parents in the East End. And I love St. Luke's. They've helped us a lot. So I have a great emotional bond to the caregivers at St. Luke's. When I knew they were going to expand, I was really excited because I pictured with their leadership and also how much Boise City has invested in envisioning the future as we've growth and had growth edges with the foothills, different development growths. I pictured a very exciting architecture where people moved through space. My understanding of architecture is moving people through and stuff happening within, not walls. So I have a couple of questions. I'm wondering why in this plan everything is bundled to the downtown East End location. Couldn't, on the other side of downtown, on Americana, where I zip by weekly, easily off the connector or up to the bench, living in the East End, couldn't there be a lot there? So are all the hospital, so that's one question. It seems like a lot is bundled into an urban site. I am requesting safety, and very specifically in this way. I have walked home from the hospital late at night, and I have felt completely safe, and I've been trying to figure out why. And it's not, it's because there's a lot of flow of people and traffic and bicyclists. There's a lot of street level activity, even late at night. And so I realize that part of feeling safe walking through and bicycling through Boise and downtown is because I have a grid structure, and I'm nervous about traffic being channeled in a few corridors with big buildings. It feels, when I've walked as a single woman in those situations, I have felt less safe. Uh-oh.
Ma'am, your time's up. I've been pretty tough. Thank you.
I
FYI, I have my notes on my phone, so I'm not checking Facebook. But
Okay, allowed.
my name is Kristen Cheney. I live at 409 North Bacon Drive in Boise, 83712. I'm a third-generation Boisean, and I'm deeply involved in this community, volunteering in many civic, educational, religious, and community improvement organizations. I don't represent powerful moneyed interests. This discussion in its basic form is about the city, downtown, and livability. I think that St. Luke's and its neighbors could probably agree on the basic desire to keep Boise wonderful. St. Luke's wants a livable area so as to attract top-flight medical talent and employees, among other reasons. St. Luke's neighbors want livability because, well, we live here. However, if St. Luke's continues to move forward with this master plan, cutting off neighborhoods, blocking connectivity, and taking over public space, they will be killing the golden goose, the goose that laid the golden egg. Using this basic common goal as a springboard, I ask you not to be short-sighted, send the plan back, include all stakeholders, and follow the spirit of Blueprint Boise. Imagine the possibilities. We can work from this common ground and build a better Boise. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Sandy Carter. I live at 2343 South Ridgepoint Way in Boise. I also am not opposed to the expansion of St. Luke's, but I am opposed to this particular plan. If we listen to all of the great St. Luke's experts, what they're saying is, if we don't close Jefferson, then St. Luke's will never be a national hospital accredited anymore. There will be economic doom and gloom. The top 0.5% of the country's most famous heart care will decline. We will lose pediatric care services, and nonprofits will no longer be able to meet at St. Luke's. There will no longer be collaboration within St. Luke's, and the number of people that they're trying to keep out of the hospital will increase. All this will happen if we close Jefferson, as they've all stated. But the most important part of this whole plan that not one person has talked about, and we got planners everywhere, is when all of this decreases at St. Luke's, then they're going to butt heads with BSU, and nobody has talked about BSU's expansion. That will occur at the intersection of Idaho Street and Warm Springs and Broadway. It's already expanding right now, and we're doing this in isolation. We got St. Luke's over here, we got BSU over here, and what is going to happen when they collide? And nobody is planning for the future on this collision. And what a mess you're going to have as your legacy. It's remarkable to me that we could do, this is the worst kind of planning. This project over here, this project over here, this project over here. And nobody is talking with all these planners and experts about how you're going to integrate these two monoliths. I mean, these are the biggest employers in this area. The thousands of car trips, the increase in BSU is just mind-boggling that we're not talking about this. The second to the last thing is we've talked all about this pocket park. And if you've walked that campus at St. Luke's, it's a great idea. But the minute a cyclist comes in conflict with a patient in particular, who's infirmed, or a patient's family member, or a staff person, that's private property, and St. Luke's can go, you know what, this really isn't a great idea. We're not going to let the cyclists go through anymore. They can do that. It's private property without a second thought. The other thing is, if you've spent time on the campus and in the buildings, you will see that you can remodel the whole main building to accommodate the emergency room services, which this was all about to begin with, was seconds with the emergency room. That can all be handled on the first floor. If you walk that building, you can see all the administrative services, the pharmacy, the gift shop, the chapel, the coffee kiosk, inpatient, registrations, and a number of other things that can be relocated without having to give up Jefferson. So that's pretty much it, and I agree with so many other people that this public input process has not been extensive enough. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, folks, we're going to take a timeout. We'll be back in about 6 or 7 minutes. Thank you. All right, we are back. Dave Fleckenstein, Dave Wally, Ron Gambassi, and Paige Wimmer. You are all the next contestants on the new prices right now. Pardon me.
Thank
Sir.
you, Mayor Beater and council members. My name is Dave Fleckenstein. I live at 1896 Shaw Mountain Road, 83712. I'm a physical therapist. I'm the senior director of adult rehabilitation at St. Luke's. I'm a former competitive cyclist who has spent tens of thousands of my personal dollars to sponsor cycling teams, promote alternative commuting and safety initiatives. I'm the father of a beautiful one-year-old daughter whose future I'm very concerned about. I'm a patient being treated for multiple sclerosis currently at St. Luke's. According to my psychiatrist, I have the right to be pretty confused over everything that's happening right now. As time has gone by, however, I am anything but confused. As a provider who understands the intricacies of delivering health care to a complex and demanding population, the model proposed by St. Luke's will greatly benefit the citizens of Boise as the demand to become more efficient and effective increases. As a resident and cycling advocate, while I was outwardly vocal, and I will say we had discussions within St. Luke's, and the architects would kind of go the other way when they saw me. I was outwardly vocal at opposing the nebulous circulation proposal that was initially put forward. I have seen and participated in a significant evolution in awareness within my organization. We are now keenly aware of the needs of the community, all of the community, and we're balancing those needs. And those needs include cyclists, pedestrians, drivers, and patients. I'm truly excited by the new proposal. As an MS patient, I've been through a very complicated course and have spent time at the East Coast, in Utah, in Oregon, Washington, and California, and actually at some of the centers that were brought up on slides that you have. I can tell you, with all respect to the consultant that spoke, my concern is not whether or not there is a green space outside of OHSU. My concern is my lesion still getting bigger? So that's the concern, is my care. While receiving an infusion a few months ago, I was talking with a fellow patient who lives in the East End, and I had a very interesting conversation. I couldn't resist asking him what he thought about the plan, and I thought I'd get an earful. Instead, he stated that he had been against the development of Misty many years ago, but now that he and his wife had each used their outstanding services, he felt foolish and couldn't imagine if these services weren't close to home. There are many people sitting in this room tonight who need the services that this expansion will offer to maintain their health, even save their lives, and they don't know it yet. I've heard many potential solutions, from move it south to create mixed-use buildings, which will actually increase the traffic, to do nothing. Boise, like it or not, is growing, and eventually these services will be required in the city of Boise. There are 3 cranes on the horizon, on the skyline of Boise right now for the first time that I can ever remember. If we look past our nose, the services and spatial delivery of services proposed by St. Luke's balance the immediate need of a local community for safe access and connectedness with the larger community need for quality, cost-effective care. I'm respectfully asking that the council vote in favor of this project to support our health, our community, and our future.
Thank you, sir. Dean Tim Dunnigan. Okay. Alice Hennessy. Oh, okay. Alice, are you here? All right.
Mayor and Council, I'd like to yield my time to Tommy Alquist. It's his daughter's 17th birthday. I will take his 1:30 a.m. position and let him speak now.
I love you, Dave. I've always loved his liver, and now I love his heart. Mr. Mayor, Council, thank you so much. It's very important.
Name and address, sir. Sorry about that.
Tommy Alquist, 1201 South Capitol, Boise, Idaho, Suite 1700. Change is hard, and these meetings are always very emotional, and I'm always impressed by the process. So thank you for listening, and thank you for going through all that you have in planning sessions and working in the best interest of the city. Having spent time with each of you, I know that that is where your hearts are, and I appreciate all that you do. I have been a physician at St. Luke's for 14 years before retiring, and have spent many, many, many nights in the ER there. Was part of the redevelopment of the ER that is there now. It's interesting to sit back from a medical perspective and listen to people so easily explain away how easy it is to develop plans for an expansion like this. I want you to know that I have read and reread and studied the plans and have talked both with my physician partners who are still there and part of the process and with those that are involved with developing this site, and believe that anybody that says that there hasn't been a tremendous amount of thought and process and studies into this has not done their homework. What we have here is really a neighborhood, and I get it, against a region. As you have a neighborhood that's impacted by the growth of this community treasure we call St. Luke's. It is a community treasure. It is our safety net. This valley is growing. It will continue to grow. Thank heavens that we're going to keep pace with the health care that we'll need to provide to our seniors and everyone else. And the hospital, if you were to outline in a smart growth, economic development, jobs development, traffic impact, pedestrian impact way, with the facility where it currently is in downtown Boise, you would come up with this plan. Where it gets confusing is when it's in your neighborhood, and I understand that, but that is not a reason to deny this plan tonight. I urge you to do the right thing and vote yes for this plan that is well thought out, has been studied for years with public input, and push it forward so that we can move forward with these plans to the next step. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
Not a question, but a disclaimer I told Jamie I would issue earlier, and I forgot. Our lights in this room automatically go off at 10 o'clock, and we have somebody manning the switch, so it's not a plot. It's nothing wrong. Just when they go out, it'll just take a second for them to come back on.
Lisa Gonser? Lisa, are you here? Okay.
I'm Jean Mutchie, and I'm reading a letter on behalf of the Gambassi family, who lives at 5141 North Capson Avenue, Boise, Idaho. Mayor, Beater, and City Council members, regrettably, we cannot testify in person due to an out-of-state medical visit for our daughter this week. We are strongly in favor of the proposed master plan submitted by St. Luke's and can clearly see how the vision is in the best interests of patients, their families, and the staff of the Children's Hospital and Specialty Center. Our twin daughters were born at St. Luke's in 2002 and spent their first 65 days in the NICU. It would not be an understatement to say that our daughters' lives have been saved on more than one occasion thanks to the staff and the first-rate facility at St. Luke's. Over the hundreds of visits we've made to the facility in the past 13 years, we've witnessed the pace at which the doctors have to move between the hospital and the Children's Specialty Center and back again. In our own experience, we've seen doctors preparing for surgery, rushing back to appointments at the specialty center, back to the endoscopy lab, a stop to see a patient at the ER, up to the hospital for rounds, and back to the specialty center for more patient visits. Amazingly, our appointments are almost always on time. We attribute that to the dedication of the doctors and the ease in which they can get from location to location in a few short minutes. It's not uncommon for us to visit multiple offices and hospital departments during the same visit downtown. What we can accomplish in 60 to 90 minutes with co-located facilities would take a half day or more if those same facilities were located in different parts of Boise or Meridian. We regret that St. Luke's has become such a familiar place to our family, and yet having all the specialists and departments we need relieves a lot of stress and anxiety associated with driving to different locations around town. It's clear that the change to Jefferson Street would be a disruptor to some people. Change in its very nature causes disruption, but disruption is necessary for progress. What better justification can there be than one intended to save the lives and improve the quality of life for thousands of people? Surely it was disruptive to the community when Stanford Children's, Seattle Children's, MD Anderson, and the New York University Medical Centers expanded their facilities, absorbing surroundings to streets, on their way to becoming world-class facilities. The great medical facilities in America benefit from operating in a connected campus environment. It better serves the patients and families, and it also better serves the staff. Our family has experienced it firsthand and can see the future possibilities of an expanded and co-located St. Luke's Children's Facility. If our friend Gil Gilbertson were here, he would be proud of how St. Luke's is listening to the concerns and interested in lessening the disruption. We think he'd be behind the plan. Sincerely, Ron and Sarah Gambassi. And with just a couple seconds left, we appreciate our guest today noticing the motorcycle rally. That was a Make-A-Wish for a child who had muscular dystrophy, has a couple days left to live, and that's why we do what we do. So we're glad he noticed. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Joyce Smith. Joyce, are you here?
Good evening. My name's Tim Dunnigan, and I'm the Dean of the College of Health Sciences at Boise State University. I live on 450 South Granite Way, so not too far from here, right off of Warm Springs. I'll talk quickly so the lights do not go out while I'm speaking. Mr. Mayor and City Council members, I want to thank you for this opportunity to share my thoughts on why I strongly support the St. Luke's Boise Campus Master Plan and why the Council should adopt this into the Boise City Comprehensive Plan. Boise State has a very deep relationship with St. Luke's. We've had that for years. It comes in the form of community service, research, and education. This takes place across Boise State University, but particularly within the College of Health Sciences. Within the College of Health Science, we have areas in radiologic science, respiratory care, nursing, social work. We also have kinesiology, exercise science programs. And where the rubber really hits the mat in educating students is when they go into their clinicals and practicums. These are very significant events. When you look at a nurse, they will spend over 700 hours in clinicals, and they're over 3,000 hours with a Master's of Social Work before they can work on their own. So in developing our students into high-quality practitioners, we really rely on settings such as Luke's to be able to place our students. Tonight I've been writing notes how people are talking about this modernized facility, how it's a magnet hospital, how we want to be patient-centric in the delivery of care. The structures that are being put in place are for 21st century hospitals. And while we place our students in rural settings that may be a one-room clinic, they need to be able to go into settings like this to get the training they need so that they can be future healthcare providers. I know for myself and my family, we love living here. We love living on this end of town. But it can be very difficult to recruit people into healthcare professions in Idaho. Having the ability to place students into clinicals within the state of Idaho helps retain these employees on an ongoing basis. So we think it's something that's really important. I couldn't agree more with the comments that have been made tonight about the importance of care, but also having a strong reservoir of health care professionals that are dedicated to staying in the state of Idaho and are trained within these very sophisticated and complex centers is really critical to that care. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. John Knuckle? John, are you here? Ann Cordum? Ann? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Alice Hennessy. I live at 614 East Highland View Drive. By way of background, I have chaired the Chamber of Commerce, been CEO of the Idaho Community Foundation, and volunteered at St. Luke's. I am passionate about the quality of life in this valley and about better health, better care at the lowest possible cost. For over 50 years, I have lived in the East End and then the North, never more than 10 minutes from downtown. When I drive around Boise and look at the growth in all other directions, I marvel at how little life has changed in this part of town, how much tranquility we have enjoyed. So, I appreciate the St. Luke's neighbors' aversion to change. But I believe that's the essence of life, adapting to change and accepting that life is all about trade-offs. We don't buy the new TV we want because the refrigerator has to be replaced. We skip a vacation because an elderly relative needs help. We don't buy a new car in order to provide for college educations. And that's how I see this choice. The neighbors will trade off some convenience in order to allow our top-quality medical center to provide even better patient care. I am so grateful for the role that St. Luke's has played in my family's life. Babies born there, open heart surgery for my son-in-law, cancer surgery for me, and fabulous end-of-life care for my mother-in-law, to name just a few of the services that St. Luke's has provided to us. Thousands of families in this region could give similar testimonials, and I believe they deserve the enhanced patient care that the St. Luke's expansion would provide. St. Luke's has carefully studied all the alternatives. This is the best one, especially in terms of connectivity within the hospital. St. Luke's literally belongs to this community. It's not a fortress, it's a haven. We need to help our St. Luke's get even more efficient in shaving minutes off response times. This trade-off of convenience for lives is worthwhile. Even seconds are critical when lives are at stake. I urge you to vote yes on the St. Luke's plan, and I thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Kathy Gwynn? Kathy, are you here? Okay.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Lisa Gonzer. I reside at 4425 South Table Ridge here in Boise. I was born and raised in Boise, and full disclosure, I am a St. Luke's employee, but I am here representing my bigger and more famous role as Bryson James Gonzer's mom. I have the privilege of having two amazing kids that I've raised in this valley, and both of them are athletes. In the spring of 2012, I was very excitedly on my way to watch my son play basketball and walked into the gymnasium expecting to see one of his famous dunks, and instead he was stretched out on the sideline. Had been there for about 15 minutes. When I ran over to talk to his coach, he explained that Bryson had been talking about his heart feeling funny. I took his pulse. It was over 200 beats a minute, and it remained that way for the rest of that basketball game. So we immediately contacted St. Luke's cardiologist, Melinda Marks, who got us in the next 48 hours. He had a full physical examination and was outfitted with a heart monitor, which he wore for 4 weeks, that recorded every minute that he was exercising or exerting himself in any sort of way. It was determined that my son, 15 years old, healthy, bright, strapping kid, would require heart surgery. And as a mom, there's nothing more frightening than the prospect of losing your adored son. So we were admitted into St. Luke's. And as an employee, I've always been proud of the work we've done. But when I watched my son, bare-chested, hooked up to heart monitors, and being wheeled off into surgery, I could never have been more proud. The care that he received from the professionals in our organization was outstanding. And luckily, he was released from the hospital 2 days later. I urge you to support our master plan. Because of the great work that our professionals did, my son has graduated this spring from Timberline High School. Because his health is so exceptional, he is going on to pursue his dream of becoming a Navy SEAL this September. And I know that if our services had been transferred somewhere else or were not available here, I don't know if that young man would go on to serve his nation. So I urge you to adopt and accept our plan, and I thank you for your time. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Marty Stacy, Marty, are you here? Oh, okay.
Mr. Mayor and City Council, thank you for the opportunity to testify this evening. My name is Joyce Smith, and I live at 311 Hot Springs Drive in the beautiful East End. I own my own small business, and I contract with St. Luke's as a professional project manager. But I speak today simply as a resident who appreciates progressive change and values my unique neighborhood. It is with balance of these two perspectives that I wholeheartedly support St. Luke's master plan. My husband and I lived in the East End when we first married, moved to the North End for a few years, and then returned 10 years ago. It felt like coming home. We came back for three major reasons: easy access to the river, greenbelt, and downtown, friendly neighbors and walkable neighborhoods, and easy access to health care and hospital services. And our family takes advantage of all of these jewels. Through my work with St. Luke's, I get exposure to the people and culture of the organization, and I'm continually impressed by their dedication to improving the health of our community. Their work ethic is contagious in a good way. I frequently hear Dr. Pate ask, "What is your why?" He wants his team to be clear about why they work for St. Luke's. And some of the stories that I've heard, just like the one you just heard, are profound and involve lost loved ones and wanting to work for an organization that has this kind of a mission. My why is pretty simple. If I don't die at home, I plan to die at St. Luke's downtown. That's my game plan. I want it to be a good experience for myself and for my family, because I'm going to be a project manager all the way to the end. When my granddaughter was born at St. Luke's in 2013, I cased the joint. The people were amazing, but I found that the facilities were really a little dated. And that concerned me. When I heard of the expansion plan, I was relieved and excited for the outcome. When I heard the stance of our East End Neighborhood Associations Board, I realized they don't speak for all the residents. They don't speak for me. This moved me to get informed and speak for myself. I want downtown Boise to continue to thrive. I understand that growth will naturally impact surrounding neighborhoods. I believe that transforming St. Luke's current property into the proposed community-friendly campus will be a wonderful open bookend between downtown and our unique neighborhood. I also far prefer the protected foot and bike traffic lanes in St. Luke's plan over what we have today. More car traffic does scare me, but I'm scared today. If St. Luke's does nothing, we already have a lot of problems there. So let's really take this opportunity to create future-minded traffic corridors to move the cars and buffer the neighborhoods. I urge the Boise City Council to adopt St. Luke's master plan into Boise's comprehensive plan, and I thank you for the intense scrutiny that you've gone through with their request. I thank our East End Neighborhood Association, whose advocacy has definitely helped improve the plan. And I thank St. Luke's for your perseverance and determination to bring nation-leading health care to our community. I look forward to dying, far in the future, I hope, surrounded by my family in the compassionate environment that you envision.
Thank you, ma'am. Ann Berkey. Ann, are you here?
Hi, I'm Ann Cordum, and I live at 1316 East Washington Street. I have an interest in this on a number of fronts. I'm a mother of 3 children, and my youngest child was hit by a car on one of these major corridors 2 years ago while riding his bike from the neighborhood over to North Junior High to get to school. Additionally, I'm a physician with background training in hospital medicine. I've been working in hospitals for 25 years, including in the past St. Luke's and other hospitals in Idaho, Oregon, and Minnesota. I'm a resident of Boise for nearly 20 years, and I'm president of the board of directors of the Children's Home Society of Idaho and Warm Springs Counseling Center, where we bring 100 children and their families down Warm Springs Avenue every day for much-needed mental health services and counseling. I have many colleagues and friends at St. Luke's, and I'm very thankful to have St. Luke's in my neighborhood. I believe they provide excellent care and top-notch expertise. The argument for the expansion that is necessary across Jefferson Street is to shave seconds in emergencies and to connect emergency services at the hospital to interventional radiology in order to save lives. It is my experience, having worked in hospitals, that it is the following that saves lives. It is adequate staffing on the front lines of patient care. It is clinician competence, well-designed processes, and effective communication across the care team. Physical space does not save lives. The larger an organization, in my experience, the more logistical challenges and the greater the delays in care. Physical grandeur and proximity do not equal better care. In fact, there was a recent study that showed that patients who have a stroke while physically located in the hospital, if they're admitted in the hospital, suffer very long delays in getting much-needed thrombolysis and life-saving care. Larger facilities are also typically associated with greater overhead, which translates into higher costs that are ultimately passed on to us all. Outpatient costs are substantially higher at the hospital than at physicians' offices. And there was an article just last week in Medical Economics showing that one intravenous drug was 938% higher in cost when given at the hospital versus at a physician's office. By the way, I also own a small physician practice at 2nd and 4th Street. Only a tiny minority of emergency room patients need interventional radiology. Most hospital admissions are for infections, congestive heart failure, drug overdoses, emphysema, blood clots, surgical issues, and the like. What good is it to whisk someone away for intervention while Mrs. Jones lies on a gurney for hours waiting for her admission for pneumonia? The reality is that cardiac and stroke patients are outnumbered by general medical and surgical patients.
Ma'am, excuse me.
Thank you. So while I support Luke's, I'm opposed to this plan for expansion.
Thank you.
I am Kathy Gwen, and I live at 2901 Kootenai. And I'm introducing another video made by Keep Boise Connected on healthcare districts. I'd like to make one correction that you're going to hear in the video, and that is that there's now more than 2 national graduate programs in healthcare architecture.
Chris Ormseth, are you here? You're on deck. I think Chris is not here, but Tony Pori. Tony, are you here?
Originally, hospitals were built on the outskirts of the city, where it was considered healthy to isolate the sick from the general population. In this way, inpatient care can be concentrated on internally focused campuses with little direct connection with their surroundings. While settings have evolved, many medical centers remain isolated in areas offering little physical connection to the surrounding communities. Emerging best practices in hospital design are transforming urban medical centers into dynamic, mixed-use spaces for healthy and vibrant urban life. Graduates from the country's 2 major specialty programs in healthcare architecture now employ practical and creative design solutions that transform medical centers into healthcare districts that serve as enhancements to urban livability. When a hospital disrupts the city grid, residents and visitors are forced to detour around rather than pass through the medical center. The medical center then disconnects neighbors, staff, and visitors from the city's vibrancy. At night, especially, the closed campus becomes a lifeless zone with little activity that can feel unsafe. Increasingly, urban hospitals find they can meet their clinical needs while preserving the city grid. For example, the highly ranked Northwestern Memorial Hospital in Chicago, a nearly 900-bed research and teaching facility, seamlessly integrates the city and combines mixed uses in the healthcare setting. Restaurants, coffee shops, and retail businesses at street level are intermingled with hotels and residential buildings for employees, residents, and interns. Boise has incorporated mixed-use developments near downtown and added vitality to the city in districts like Bound Crossing, the Linen District, and now in the Central Addition Master Plan. A new mixed-use healthcare district at St. Luke's downtown could create another vibrant and economically invigorating addition to the city. Imagine the possibilities. Strong partnerships between the hospital, city, and engaged citizens are essential in bringing to life such a vision, making Boise the most livable city in the country. For more information, see keepboiseconnected.com.
Go ahead.
My name is Marty Stacy. I live at 820 East Jefferson Street. The reason I live in Boise is the reason that many of us live here and can be summed up in one word: livability. If you live here, you have an intuitive gut sense of what that means. We all know what that means. It has to do with our river, our foothills, walkable, bikeable streets, the small town feel, activity, vibrancy, safety, and mixed use. Out-of-town guests, they always comment, "Your downtown is so alive." We did not end up here by accident. It's taken hard work, collaboration, and a focus on goals. The St. Luke's expansion, as proposed, would be an irrevocable step backward, a permanent loss for healthy community planning. Building over Jefferson would create a fortress, a wall of impermeable buildings, blocking one part of town from another. The campus would cut off from the city, and without cars, bikes, pedestrians passing through, the area would become relatively lifeless during the day and a dead zone at night. Eyes on the street, so essential to public safety, would be lost. But imagine the possibilities. Vibrancy, vitality, activity, a reason to go to and through St. Luke's. An expansion that enhances the goals of our cities and integrates seamlessly with our lifestyle. We've accomplished this in other parts of the city, and why not at St. Luke's? In the master plan, St. Luke's spelled out the criteria by which they evaluated the expansion options. Most of those criteria were internal to the operations of the hospital. As one of St. Luke's patients, I'm sure they're trying to have my back. And because of time, I won't tell you how they saved my life. But as city council members, I'd ask you to add to the criteria such things as community health, livability, and city vitality. I'd ask you to have my back and our backs as members of a vibrant city. Most of us live in a world where there's always more than one good solution to a problem. Those in favor of the expansion seem to be saying we can't have great health care and a lively, permeable healthcare district. I believe we can have both. I'm asking you to vote no on the expansion as currently proposed. Let's find better solutions aligned with our city's goals.
Thank you. Scott Snyder. Scott, are you here? Mike Jensen. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, President Jordan, and members of the City Council. My name is Ann Morse-Roe-Berkey, and I very purposely live at 746 East Jefferson in Boise, Idaho. For several months, I've reviewed the plans for this expansion. I participated in St. Luke's and other community forums. I follow the discussion of Keep Boise Connected and the East End Neighborhood Association's Facebook page also. I have very consciously walked, biked, and driven through the downtown expansion area, as it is in my daily path to work and almost everywhere else I go. To that end, I'm here to speak tonight in support of approving the St. Luke's expansion plan at this point. My decision to support this is based on three major points. I am a St. Luke's employee. I am a registered nurse. I do not have my name tag on. I am here free will and my own volition without being coerced at any point, and I want to make that clear. My points are the access to quality care, providing quality care, and to ensure good community partners for my neighborhood and my Boise. Like many of the people here, I am a healthcare professional and an RN. I've spent the last 14 years of my career in the areas of quality and patient safety, as well as risk management and compliance. I help those caregivers who provide high-quality, cost-effective, safe, and dignified care to patients. In these quality and patient safety roles, you gain quickly an understanding of the incredible complexity of providing health care and the enormously complicated mechanism it takes to get paid for these health care services. and still pay the overhead that keeps the doors open and the expensive salaries for our technically experienced people. Healthcare reimbursement is incredibly different than what occurs in Norway. And to say that St. Luke's makes millions of dollars ignores the realities that we provide services that are legally mandated, often without any assurance that we're going to provide payment for those services. Personally, I've reached a point in my career where I wouldn't work for a company that didn't believe in giving the best, safest patient care for everyone. Not just 99%, but 100%. And in order to do that, we need to make sure that we design our care effectively. And where we fail, someone has to be the 1%. I don't want that to be my family member. I have a personal story, too. I have a daughter who received 5 years of care. I won't go into that, but it was important to us that I didn't drag her siblings through many services and that they were downtown. Lastly, and most importantly, Boise is my home. My family has been here for 80 years, and I've worked bulk of my career in this corner of Boise. The growth will continue in the East End. The population will grow regardless of St. Luke's. It's important to recognize that this change is going to occur, even though it's painful at times for us Boiseans, but it also brings diversity, which is so important. To be honest, the traffic doesn't thrill me, but I will know it come. I trust that St. Luke's will continue to plan with the City Council and all the Boiseans to give the best possible care, and I urge you at this point to please approve the plan, so that we can continue care and go forward at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. William Dougal?
My name is Tony Pori, 2418 East Roanoke in Boise. Mr. Mayor, President Jordan, and members of the council, I am opposed to the adoption of this plan, but not to the expansion in general of St. Luke's in downtown Boise. My concerns center around the process St. Luke's used to come up with this plan. We've seen tonight how other cities are working to achieve beautiful, functional, and most importantly, connected solutions to the challenges faced by hospitals. I believe strongly that this particular plan is not compatible with the current comprehensive plan, and that by beginning again, the city and St. Luke's can avoid making a mistake and losing an opportunity to create something much better for and much more compatible with the surrounding neighborhoods. Excuse me. St. Luke's rather unhelpful advertising campaign would have you believe that by rejecting this particular plan, you would be forcing St. Luke's to move their cancer treatment center and pediatrics units from the downtown campus to Meridian. I don't believe this to be the case. It hasn't been all that many years since St. Al's expanded their neonatal intensive care unit. And at the time, as I recall, the neonatology physicians as a group that St. Luke's previously had employed moved to St. Alphonsus. I believe something similar would occur if St. Luke's attempted to relocate Misty or pediatric specialists exclusively to Meridian. St. Al's would offer those physicians jobs and space at the other regional medical center in Boise, and St. Luke's would effectively be ceding that market to St. Al's. Instead of moving to Meridian, those specialties would relocate to Curtis and Emerald. I don't think it would be wise for St. Luke's to allow that to happen, and I don't think they would allow that to happen. It is my belief that if you reject this particular plan, you are giving St. Luke's an opportunity to develop a stronger, better plan, one that can win neighborhood support, one perhaps like those outlined in today's editorial by Gary Richardson in The Statesman, or like those we saw earlier tonight in Mr. Allinson's presentation. I believe that in another year or two, St. Luke's will again be before you presenting an expansion plan. But this one, the difference this time may be that many of us who stand in opposition tonight will be asking for you to approve that plan. A vote no tonight isn't telling St. Luke's that you want them to go away. It tells them that you want them to come back with a better plan, one that works for St. Luke's and the surrounding neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. John Barnes, are you here? Vicky Osborne.
Mr. Mayor, City Council members, my name is Scott Snyder and I live at 425 West O'Farrell in the North End. As you may recall, I've had the opportunity to speak before you in favor of the St. Luke's Boise Campus Master Plan from the standpoint of my role as a physician and as the medical director of the Newborn Intensive Care Unit at St. Luke's. I've also provided a letter of support from the 20 neonatologists and nurse practitioners who are part of the St. Luke's Neonatology Group, also in favor of this plan. In the interest of time, I won't repeat my previous comments other than to reiterate that my focus and the focus of many of the other physicians at the Children's Hospital is on advocating for a facility and campus that not only preserves the city of Boise that we love, but also ensures that we can deliver safe, effective, and efficient world-class care to the kids of our community and region. The north option is the only option downtown that we see that will meet this capability. Today, I would also like to provide my perspective as an engaged community member who sought out this city and the community of the North End because of its beauty, culture, livability, and access to the area amenities. As a reminder, all St. Luke's employees are community members as well, and to suggest that the community hasn't been involved in the process fails to recognize all those people who are a part of St. Luke's and the community who weighed in and had, fortunately, an opportunity to provide a lot of input. I'm a regular pedestrian and cyclist, and my wife and I greatly enjoy riding not only to the downtown area, which I might point out from the north end. I do have to divert one block or another to go down a one-way street as part of the grid. I do that willingly, and I understand the reasons for that. We also bike to the Botanical Garden, we bike to the Shakespeare Festival and to Barber Park. We routinely travel down Fort Street and through and around the St. Luke's campus. I do recognize and acknowledge the significant impact of a closure of a street in the downtown grid, but I do feel compelled to point out that the corridors that many are trying to preserve are far less than ideal in their current state. Whether walking, driving, or cycling, the intersections of Fort Street with Reserve, Jefferson, Avenue B, and Warm Springs are presently inadequate and have received poor ratings by ACHD's own assessment. From our vantage point in the NICU on the second floor of the hospital, we look straight down onto Jefferson Street, and we see every day that it is used primarily by service and delivery vehicles with an ample amount of cycle traffic during the cycling season. But we also see that those cyclists are having to navigate around these large other service vehicles, and it is anything less than ideal. We would much prefer to see St. Luke's plan, which provides substantial funding and financing to reconfigure this entire area, making it much more manageable for all who pass through it, including those of us in the North End. And I would hope to emphasize that many neighborhoods pass through this area and are impacted by it, in addition to the East End. They're impacted by your decision tonight. Additionally, this plan keeps the campus compact and minimizes the sprawl that has plagued so many other communities and health campuses throughout the nation. I would sincerely like to thank the mayor and the council for their consideration tonight.
Thank you, sir. Jeff Coons? Oh, okay, I'm sorry, yeah. Steve Reinhardt. Steve? Sir.
My name is Mike Jensen. My address is 16261 Madison in Nampa, and I am a St. Luke's employee. Most of what I had planned to say tonight was covered, I think, very well by Mr. Everett earlier, so maybe I can save us a little time and just put some confirmation behind his comments. I would add in a few minutes, or a minute, that I have the opportunity that many in the room may not have to sit and observe and to have been part of this, albeit much less than those that are seated behind me, observe this process at St. Luke's, the planning, the effort, the consideration. One thing that I would call out that may be little known fact is that the culture and the consideration and the politeness of the leaders at St. Luke's behind closed doors, as we have considered, and I have observed the consideration of the requests and the feedback that has come through this process, which I think has been interesting to watch and participate in, and as opposed to some of the other opinions, seems very thorough to me. I would submit that no matter what the decision tonight, and I certainly, from my perspective, recommend and hope that the council will vote to include the St. Luke's plan as presented into the comprehensive plan, that there will be an opportunity and a level of trust that needs to exist between St. Luke's leadership and planning and the neighborhoods and the other stakeholders that we've heard from tonight. This is an opportunity not just to accept this plan, but to chart a course that can be altered and improved over a long period of time and not just by one decision tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor Beater, members of the City Council, my name is William Dougal. I live at 1503 Warm Springs Avenue in the East End. Like a number of the other speakers tonight, I am not against the idea of expanding St. Luke's. I think it would be good for the city. I just want to see it done in a better way than the current plan as presented states. In the brief time allotted, I'd like to reiterate a few basic facts about the project and a couple of factoids. Fact number one, anybody that has lived in Boise for very long would likely agree that St. Luke's and St. Al's have been competing for a long, long time to become the premier healthcare provider for the whole region. There have been debates between the two hospitals on who's going to provide maternity care, cardiac care, pediatrics, and now St. Luke's is really upping the stakes with a $400 million project. And while this will generally be good for the city, it also makes me worry a little bit that this competition is making St. Luke's be a little less objective than they could be in what's going to be best for the city in general. Fact number two, St. Luke's has already been given 4 city blocks of public right-of-way. We all know about 2 blocks of Bannock Street that runs through the middle of their campus now, and some of us may have forgotten, but there used to be 2 blocks of Avenue A that also runs through the middle of their campus. That's in addition to the air rights they have over First Street for their parking structure. Fact number 3, closing Jefferson Street as proposed will put a significantly more amount of traffic on Warm Springs and the intersection with Broadway. That's existing traffic in addition to all the new traffic that's going to be generated by the expansion, as been shown in some of these videos that Keep Boise Connected has produced. Fact number 4, St. Luke's has adequate space to expand to the south of their main structure on the block next to Broadway and Avenue B, where the existing underground parking structure is now. They claim to have not considered that as an alternative and that the structure wasn't designed for new construction above, which seems very short-sighted, but it is still a viable option for their expansion plans that wouldn't require the closing of Jefferson Street. And finally, St. Luke's claims publicly that they've examined all the alternatives and this plan is the only one that will work for them. But I can be assured that St. Luke's powers that be have discussed behind closed doors what they'll actually do if the plan is turned down. They'll have to have some kind of plan B in mind. So in conclusion, my take on this whole situation is that if the council does do the right thing tonight and uphold the Planning and Zoning Commission's denial of the current St. Luke's master plan proposal, St. Luke's will find another better way to meet their goals without having to close Jefferson Street and without disrupting a large part of downtown Boise.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Paul Montgomery, are you here? Dixie Weber? Sir.
Thank you. My name is John Barnes. I live at 336 West Sherman Street, exactly 1 mile north of the hospital as the crow flies. I support the St. Luke's master plan. Yes, I'm a St. Luke's employee, an office worker, but more importantly, I'm an active community member. I serve on the YMCA's Healthy Living Center Advisory Committee. I'm the volunteer chair for the Boise Metro Rotary. I also coached the head coach of a baseball team and a basketball team in the last year. And I would support this plan regardless of where I currently work for the same reason 8 years ago when I worked at Albertsons that my wife and I chose St. Luke's as a place to give birth to our son. And let me tell you, when my son got rushed to the NICU right after he was born, we were very grateful we were at St. Luke's. The perspective I'd like to offer is as an employee in the community at St. Luke's. When I worked at Albertsons for 6 years, people who knew me wanted to talk about our high prices. When I worked at Transform Solar for Micron, people wanted to talk to somebody else. But when I work at St. Luke's, people want to tell me over and over again the great patient care they get from our wonderful providers, and it makes me feel very proud to work there. We just finished the Longfellow Elementary party season, end of the school year party season, and I had dozens of conversations with my North End neighbors and friends. And first I had to help them by disabusing them of the notion that we were closing Idaho because they thought it was a bigger street than Jefferson. Jefferson's huge, and we don't do it lightly. I know that. Working for St. Luke's, I see the leadership we have, and many of them are physicians, and we talk about the patient constantly. They drive us to do what's best for the patient constantly. I just want you to know that, and to know that when I talk to my friends, I thought it was mostly about the bike paths, and I thought that this was a wonderful roundabout that solved all the bike path issues. And you know, we're used to the Greenbelt bike paths. We're used to taking roundabouts to have an easier non-traffic route to get to the same place, and if it takes 30 seconds longer, that's great. But Councilman Thompson, you kind of crystallized this issue for me tonight before everyone else crystallized it afterwards, that this is about traffic. And I understand that, I get that. I didn't get the bike path argument because I thought the bike path circle thing solved it, but I get traffic. I drive by St. Luke's every day on the way to my office building, and I understand that there might be a little bit more traffic, but I accept that. My neighborhood hospital happens to provide the best care in the state, and my friends, my family, my neighbors, we deserve even better care that we trust St. Luke's to provide, and that's a testament I want to offer tonight. I also want to say, regardless, thank you all for your service to the great city we love. Thank you very much.
Sir? Douglas Peterson. Alice Falcone. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. City Council and Mayor. Hello, I'm Vicki Osborne. I live at 1010 East Jefferson, 83712, and I'm a mother, a full-time employee, East End resident, St. Luke's patient, taxpayer, and voter. Full disclosure, I probably donated and have worked on some of your campaigns because you're committed to Boise's neighborhoods and to a connected, vibrant city. This issue certainly puts these issues in the spotlight. And I want to personally thank David Allison for sharing his insights and expertise on the very issue before you tonight. It was, he encapsulated so many things that we've been trying to convey in other ways. My first concern is safety, and every day I travel the roads and sidewalks of the East End, North End, and downtown Boise, and every day I see and experience frustrated drivers as they negotiate the already complex traffic around St. Luke's, which will only become worse with St. Luke's proposed plan. Imagine the new risks, as I do, when our children will take when they negotiate their way to school from the East End to North and Boise High under the current plan. As a mother, this is a chilling reality. St. Luke's mantra says that this is their plan, it is the only plan, and it's not unlike pounding a square peg in a round hole. They may succeed in jamming it in, but not without breaking something. If St. Luke's plan is adopted as is, Boise residents will end up paying a high price for the hospital's zero tolerance of exploring other alternatives. They are pushing a win-lose plan. You are in the position of having the opportunity to create a win-win plan. Please say no to St. Luke's current plan, but then outline a process for St. Luke's to work with the community to develop a better alternative.
Ma'am, time.
Time? How did that happen?
Well, I missed it too. The whole time's gone. That means you're over time. So
Well, thank you. Okay.
thank you. Jody Vanderpool. Was it not on? Oh, I'm sorry. Did you have a wrap up? Sorry about that. You can wrap it up. My apologies.
Oh, man. This is already nervous enough as it goes along. But briefly, at this moment, I hope for the best, but plan for the worst, because to date, St. Luke's has had many advantages in this debate. They are proposing the biggest development in East and North downtown Boise in 100 years. And tonight, in the 11th hour of a decision, citizens are finally able to voice their concerns and present alternative vision to St. Luke's proposed master plan. Two questions that puzzle me, and that was, does building a bigger hospital in the extreme east end of the valley really provide better access health care to the entire valley and the region? And the other question that puzzles me is, do seconds saved in the emergency room make up for the extra 10, 20, 30 minutes it takes for patients to reach the care that they need? The decision is not between patient care and community connectivity. It's about a corporation unwilling to make community values a priority in the proposed expansion. Engineers and architects solve problems. St. Luke sets its priorities and got a plan, one plan. Imagine the possibilities, as they say, if these same engineers and architects were tasked to seriously embrace not only not closing Jefferson Street, to create a hospital for the future. That would be $430 million worth spending. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Jody Vanderpool. Jody, are you here? Okay.
Paul Montgomery. I'm a physician primarily at St. Luke's. Mayor and council members, thank you for taking this time to go through this complex process. I live at 1674 Seaport Court in southeast Boise. I cycle to St. Luke's every day, regardless of weather. Although I do work at St. Luke's, several people in administration know I tend to speak my mind frequently, and that's not always in agreement with them. In this particular circumstance, however, I'm fully in agreement with the master plan. There are really two ideas that I wanted you to take into consideration, and they have to do with my unique situation of not only working at St. Luke's, but providing cancer services also at the VA, and also working with investigators at Boise State. And I really see this for me, a large campus that stretches from the VA over to Boise State. It's not just the campus that we're talking about in the middle, but it is the anchor for that system that was really put together a very long time ago, certainly over 40 years ago. That was the plan, with how there was a communication between those institutions, and one where we continue to communicate in the world of cancer treatment. It isn't just one way. In terms of other research institutions around the country that I have visited and I communicate with on a regular basis, they've all closed a lot of streets. One of the things that they've done, and the things that struck me as I saw the information from Dr. Allison, was that some of the communities he was looking at and the hospitals he were talking with were the ones I actually don't interact with, because they don't have the research programs that I need in these other communities that I communicate with. The ones that I communicate with closed the streets. They saw that their commitment to research was going to require a financial commitment, and they did something that was going to be economically more efficient for them. And it was striking to see that in these presentations today. So I hope that's a little bit more unique of a position than other ones. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Jacob Niefeld? Jacob, are you here?
Hello, I'm Dixie Weber. I live at 507 West Gable Street in Meridian. I am a nurse and I work at St. Luke's. I wanted to talk a little bit today about why it's so important from the nursing perspective that we do the work that we do. I've been a nurse for 15 years taking care of moms and babies. I've helped build 3 maternity wards, 3 NICUs, and a brand new children's hospital in Denver. I can tell you, as a team member that has sat on this council that helped to put the plans together with these architects, this plan is fantastic. And it serves both the community needs as well as the clinician needs. And I think it's really important that you hear from those that sat, spent the time, looked at it, and also had all of our families in consideration as we built this plan. St. Luke's has a long history of taking care of women and babies. We welcome over 4,000 babies a year on the Boise campus. And today our maternity units are so full, we're caring for moms and babies on 4 different units. They're all over the hospital because we can't be able to put them all together, which is really what we need to have happen. We lack space, we lack family-friendly environments. Our fathers are currently sleeping on Cabela's cots, recliners, and small pull-out beds because the rooms are too small to be able to be family-centric. We aren't able to support children to be with their loved ones, especially when you have a toddler or a young child, they have to go home. There isn't room for them to be able to stay as a family when they welcome a new baby into the hospital. When I look at the intensive care unit, I look at an environment that doesn't allow families to be a part of the care of their children and their critically ill children. And I have taken care of those babies, and I have been with those families, and I think about how important it is for a baby to have its mom and dad next to them, and right now we cannot do that. There isn't the space and there isn't the environment. So there's been questions about whether or not the environment can enhance care. It can. It really sets up the infrastructure and the workflows necessary to do the best that we can do. We can't do that in the environment that we have today. We need to be able to build you a hospital of the future. We need to be able to take care of you and your grandchildren, and we want to do this in a methodical way. And I want to reassure you that the nursing staff and the physicians have been a part of that process, and I want to thank you for listening to us, but also want to put in that we support this process and we support this plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Charles Honsinger? Charles, are you here? Okay, and Steve Alkire?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Douglas Peterson. I live at 1301 East Hayes Way. I lived in East End for over 8 years. One of the reasons I chose to live in East End was its proximity to St. Luke's. Much to my wife's chagrin, I seem to get myself in adventure situations that require an emergency room visit. I average about 2 a year, so I really like the hospital and the care that I get there. I did my master's degree work at the University of Virginia in urban planning. Spent 25 years working for engineers, municipalities, and nonprofits doing development. This work was primarily multifamily on infill lots or redevelopment of existing structures in very urban environments. It was never easy, often contentious, and led to several lawsuits. One important lesson that I learned through all of these projects was the idea or the elements of a perfect design for our projects was often impossible to achieve. The architects and engineers are smart people who, given a preferred scenario, design what will best fit that specific application. But the design may not fit the neighborhood or achieve the highest level of efficiency for the greatest number of people. Infill development is not a clean slate, and the outcome of any development, especially one of this size and density, is far-reaching and irreversible. Looking at the design, it's only that big, closing Jefferson Street. They have shown that they can build over the internal streets. So I would ask that they go back and look at that. I think that there's some other options and opportunities here. People have talked about arguing the new facility will somehow improve the care or save more lives. It's been my experience, and I believe that the doctors and nurses who work at St. Luke's are of the highest caliber and will save anyone coming through the ER doors, even if they have to take an elevator. To the council, our elected officials, you have a very, very difficult task in trying to balance people, neighborhood sustainability, and the need to improve the services that we all use on a regular basis. Permanently closing one of the primary access points to our neighborhood so St. Luke's can have a perfect emergency room layout is not a quid pro quo situation. I would be happy to take an elevator next time I visit the ER. As I can see no logical or rational reason to close Jefferson, I have a suggestion for the council. Before you vote to permanently close Jefferson, why not perform a simple test? Install Jersey barriers at both ends of Jefferson, close the street for all traffic, take away the parking and other uses, and see what the impacts are after 30 to 60 days. If chaos ensues, you will be able to react accordingly. If conversely, if things operate in an acceptable manner, then we can all move forward knowing our process was fair and equitable. St. Luke's is part of the East End. We have grown together over the years. We will continue to coexist. By denying this current request, you are not saying we do not want to be partners or users. We do not want you here. Be sensitive to the truly unique location and ask the hospital at a minimum to revisit their design with some neighborhood involvement, as is typical in Boise. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Mary Dudley, are you here, Mary? Marshall Priest. Marshall, go ahead.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor Beater, President Jordan, and council members for this opportunity to speak about the St. Luke's Master Plan. My name is Elise Falcone, and I reside at 3225 West Camrose Lane in Boise. My house is located behind Crescent Rim, and I promise I will get to the point of the story as fast as possible. 10 years ago, a high-density housing project was proposed on Crescent Rim about a quarter mile from my house. I fought this development with all my might. I was loud in my objections and completely convinced that the condominium project would ruin the neighborhood and cause a glut of traffic that would endanger the lives of children playing outside their homes. Instead, very nice-looking buildings were placed in an ugly vacant lot. New sidewalks were put around the development where my children learned to ride their bikes, and I have noticed no increase in traffic. With the proposed St. Luke's project, one city block will be shut down. What will be gained is a comprehensive healthcare center that will deliver babies, take care of newborns who need intensive care, offer cancer treatment for children and adults, provide cardiac care, and if I listed all the other medical services that would be available, I'll go over my 3 minutes. I understand the opposition to the project, I truly do. Change isn't easy. Most people equate change with loss. But what I don't want to be lost in this conversation is regarding change, is that the gain that will occur for the community by closing this one city block. Please approve the St. Luke's Master Plan, and thank you for your consideration regarding this important change for medical care in Boise and the state of Idaho.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jody Vanderpool, and I am a North End resident. I live at 1919 North 16th Street. I am here tonight to support St. Luke's Master Plan. The lifestyle Boise has to offer is priceless, and the active lifestyle itself is really even cherished. Yet when people are at their greatest time of need, and you've heard many stories tonight that I think have touched all of us at some point, that is when this proposed hospital and master campus plan really is the thing that becomes priceless. Not talking about government overall to individuals that know the government much better than I do, but the very first heading and focus on the government site for Medicare Hospital Compare has specifically defined timely and effective care measures, and the process of care measures are focused and reported under the hospital and patient quality reporting. These measures of timely and effective care, even though we've heard testimony differently, are because time really does matter. We are focusing on how we can quickly treat patients who come to the hospital with these certain medical emergencies. The reason this is measured is because, again, it is important. It's when seconds and minutes really do matter, and our patients' lives are what we're focused on. The guest tonight from South Carolina mentioned that we should look at doing dispersing services off campus. I'm actually familiar with the different locations in South Carolina as well as Portland, and I would say instead that that really is against what we need for our community and what we need for our patients in being a patient-centered care provider. For movement of people in the inpatient environment, patient care and safety really must dictate an integrated care model, and that is exactly what St. Luke's has been proposing in the Boise Master Campus Plan. And that is key to the design model that we need, not dispersed throughout our entire community. I specifically chose to live in Boise because of the community and because of St. Luke's Hospital, just like the testimony we've heard throughout the evening, as well as through many of the different presentations that we have had a process that's been very robust to come to tonight. And I would tell you that I bike throughout the Boise area. I go to the Botanical Gardens, up and down Broadway, to throughout the hospital areas. And frankly, from my perspective as a citizen, I see this as an enhancement to our connectivity. I see it as an enhancement to our safety. And I really do believe that just as the prior testimony indicates, people may be concerned about what this will actually be for them from a neighborhood perspective. But again, being a citizen in the North End, I see this as an enhancement. I believe that Blueprint Boise has several themes, all of which St. Luke's has been addressing and will be addressing in a positive fashion. And I'd just like to say to please take into consideration that the closure of this block really is an investment. It's an investment of each of us as residents in our lives, and I strongly encourage you to accept the St. Luke's Master Campus Plan.
Thank you. Mike Winter. Mike, are you here? Rich Raimondi.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council,
and citizens of Boise, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Dr. Jacob Neufeld. I'm a pediatric rehab doctor. I live on 4697 North Bantry Place. I've been a resident of Boise for 28 months. I come from Berkeley, California. This is the second city council meeting I have ever been to. The other previously one was in Berkeley, and I don't really want to go into the civilized nature of Berkeley politics. We'll leave that for later. But I would say that this is much more civilized. I have to be careful, though. I am a pediatric rehab doctor. I care for children with spinal cord injury, spina bifida, cerebral palsy, and I must disclose that I am a St. Luke's employee. I must disclose that I came to Boise to work at St. Luke's, but I also came to work at St. Luke's because of Boise. And I would like to speak to a couple of things. As a resident in my training, 1 month I would be in the neonatology unit and I would be caring for a 24-week-old child. The next month I'd be on the geriatric unit and I would be caring for an 80-year-old gentleman who had a cardiac problem. And an important aspect about that is that I was in proximal location to both of those. I could get to each place easily, quickly, and fast. I realize that this is a difficult decision for the council, but in my opinion, from 20 years in medicine, it is important that doctors be in close proximity to everybody that they care for. I ask that you take time in looking at this decision. There are definitely two sides to the story. I look at this scenario as a growing child. Anyone who has a parent realizes that you have a child when they're born and you have to get them new clothes because they're growing up. And then their shoes get bigger and you have to get them new shoes. And then they become a teenager and they have a mind of their own and they want to do things that you won't listen to. And then you try to provide them with guidance and maybe that they adhere to your guidance or maybe they don't. I would like to believe that the leadership of St. Luke's has competently looked at all the factors that are involved in making this decision. I'd like to also believe that you as council members also will look at these decisions and make the best decisions for the people in the community of Boise, for the children that I take care of, and for the children in the future of Boise, the region, the state of Idaho, and I wish you all the best in making that decision, and I thank you for the opportunity for giving me to speak. And I'd like to also thank all the healthcare providers who on a daily basis do an amazing job to take care of the residents of this city and this state. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Brandon Carpin and Kirsten Teagarden. Kirsten, are you here?
Mr. Mayor, council members, thank you for the opportunity to testify this evening about what I believe is an extremely important decision for this city. My name is Charlie Hansinger. I live at 410 Riverview Drive, East Boise, 83712. I'm going to address what I believe to be an inadequate public process by which St. Luke's created this master plan. St. Luke's public education effort was particularly lacking where it could have done the most good, the beginning of the planning process, when the ideas for this plan were actually being created and vetted. This is in contrast to other previous planning efforts in Boise, such as Blueprint Boise and the Central Edition, that were in fact vibrant, participatory, and empowering of the public. Instead of engaging in a process in which it could have received public buy-in, St. Luke's started its public outreach by demanding that it needed Jefferson Street without conducting any exploration of alternatives with the public or entertaining any serious discussion of the subject. What you've heard from St. Luke's is that it involved the public through many different meetings and open houses with different stakeholders and groups. And that is true. To its credit, St. Luke's did reach out to the public. But what is important to remember is that St. Luke's only held those meetings and involved those stakeholders after the plan was created. The public input that St. Luke's acted on really only had to do with bike paths and mitigation after the plan was created. No serious discussion of planning alternatives with the public ever occurred before the plan was created. Instead, throughout this process, St. Luke's has merely publicly justified its rigid plans rather than publicly participating in an open forum in which new and exciting ideas are proposed and discussed by all. Boise still has a tremendous opportunity to expand St. Luke's in a way that meets the city's goal of being the most livable city in the country, if there is adequate public participation in an open, dynamic process. You have the power to make this happen. I'm requesting that you do so tonight by denying this plan and asking St. Luke's to engage in the type of process that we all want to see and that will benefit us all, including St. Luke's. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify tonight. My name is Steve Alkire. I live at 908 East Bannock Street. I commute 12 months a year by bicycle to downtown Boise on Jefferson Street. I am opposed to the master plan as presented. I'm not opposed to the expansion of St. Luke's. I think that it's mandatory that it does expand. However, it doesn't make sense the way it's been designed. The majority of the traffic coming to St. Luke's is going to come from the south. It's going to come from Myrtle and from Front and from Broadway. And they're shuttling all of the traffic all the way to the very north under the current plan to access both the new outpatient entrance and the new parking garage. There's space to the south of St. Luke's for parking garages, and they could shuttle traffic to the south parking without even having to cross Warm Springs. And right now, Warm Springs and Broadway under the plan is anticipated to be a 27-lane intersection. It's going to create a huge gridlock, and people are going to start looking for alternatives. One of the alternatives is up Walnut Street. I don't know if you've been up Walnut Street during rush hour right now, today, but it's a mess. And if people continue to avoid Broadway and Warm Springs, which they will do if this plan is adopted, then Walnut Street is going to have to be expanded, or something's going to have to be done. And not only Walnut Street, but also 3rd Street. 3rd Street will become another option that people can take in order to avoid that intersection. The only way for children in my neighborhood to get to North Junior High and Boise High School will be to cross Avenue B somehow. And I'm not sure how that's going to work. They'll either have to go through the 27-lane intersection, or they'll have to go north around Fort Boise. They're not going to be able to take the bicycle circuit, because as you go west around the circuit against traffic, you're going to come to the place where the cars are going to be turning into the parking garage and the new outpatient facility, and that's not going to work. That's going to create an extremely dangerous situation. So even though I'm for the expansion of St. Luke's, it seems to me that the plan as it's presented today just plain doesn't make sense. And it would make a lot more sense if the parking and the outpatient and the access to the hospital were moved to the south and not to the north. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Kirsten Teagarden, are you here? Or are you... Okay. One more name. Christine Ludlam? Christine, are you here? Okay, sir.
Mayor Beater, members of the City Council, my name is Marshall Priest, and I live at 141 East Ridgeline Drive in Boise. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of incorporating St. Luke's Downtown Master Plan within the Boise Comprehensive Plan. I've worked as a cardiologist at St. Luke's for 36 years and currently serve as the medical director of our cardiovascular service line. However, I don't plan to speak to you about our nationally accredited heart program. Rather, I've received permission from my daughter Molly to share a personal story as an example of what happens within the walls of our hospital and the why supporting the necessity of expanding our downtown facility. On July 4th, 2011, while I was on call for cardiology at St. Luke's, I received a phone call from my daughter telling me that her son and my grandson, who was 3 years old, had sustained a traumatic head injury. He was brought to St. Luke's Emergency Department, where Dr. Bramwell works, that you heard earlier this evening, with a very deep scalp laceration, a depressed skull fracture, and a laceration on the surface of his brain. Fortunately, we had available our pediatric neurosurgeon, Dr. Bruce Cherney. Dr. Cherney and his neurosurgical team took this young man to the operating room, and after 3.5 hours of surgery, he recovered in our pediatric intensive care unit. Today, Sam is a third-grade scholar, an active flag football player and soccer player. However, the point of the story is really not about Sam. It's about the talented teams that saved his life. St. Luke's has traditionally attracted exceptionally great caregivers because of our facilities, our culture, our local governance as a nonprofit community asset. Our present facility is aging and requires modernization if we are to continue the tradition of providing cutting-edge, high-quality patient care and to be able to continue our ability to recruit and retain outstanding health care providers. Time-sensitive emergencies such as stroke and heart attack patients will be provided the opportunity for improved outcomes with integrated access designed in the master plan. St. Luke's is the busiest geographically isolated community care center in Idaho, and in my view, we are morally and ethically obligated to provide high-quality tertiary care to our community and the surrounding region so that patients do not have to travel great distances from home and family to receive high-quality care. Accordingly, I respectfully ask for your support for St. Luke's Downtown Master Plan and its incorporation into the Boise Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor, President Jordan, and council members, thank you for the opportunity to testify tonight. I'm Rich Ramondi, and I live at 807 Windermere Drive. I have served on the St. Luke's Health System Board for the past 10 years, and I'm here tonight to support St. Luke's Master Plan. The reasons I support the adoption of the Master Plan are twofold. One, St. Luke's has earned the trust of the community consistently over its 113-year history. And two, I believe this plan that St. Luke's has laid out best serves the needs of the entire Treasure Valley in terms of improving quality of care, patient experience, providing access, and lowering costs. Let's start with trust. St. Luke's is a community-owned hospital led by a volunteer board of directors. It only exists to serve this community, no other reason, and it has done so with high integrity and care over the past 113 years. Everyone in this room has had a family member, friend, or themselves personally treated at St. Luke's, and almost universally have had a positive experience. And with the support of this community and the team at St. Luke's has developed into one of the top 15 hospitals in the country, as cited several times tonight. We should be all very proud of this accomplishment and do everything we can to ensure that this continues into the future. My second point is that this master plan serves the needs of the entire Treasure Valley. I trust and know from my own personal experience that everyone involved in this master plan process over the past 5 years has sought to do what is right for this community, not just for St. Luke's. We are not a large, uncaring organization. We have vetted every option with an eye to improving the quality of care, the patient experience, improving access, being a good neighbor, and lowering costs. St. Luke's planners, architects, medical staff, administrators, community members, and boards of directors have all been very involved for the past 5 years, and I believe St. Luke's has developed the very best solution and master plan for the entire Treasure Valley. There's much more work to be done to bring this master plan to reality, and St. Luke's is committed to doing that and has demonstrated over its long and successful history. Let's trust them to do that once again as we move forward. Thank you for taking the time to hear my testimony tonight.
Thank you, Mayor Beater, President Jordan. May it please the council, my name is Brandon Carpin. I live at 321 North Hillview Drive, 83712. By way of background, I've lived in Boise my entire life. My first breath of air came inside a St. Luke's hospital room. Went to Boise High School, go Braves. I know St. Luke's very well. My mom worked at St. Luke's as a nurse for 28 years before she retired. They've saved my grandparents' life several times, unfortunately. Well, fortunately, I guess. Unfortunately, they had to be saved. Sorry. As a kid, I experienced their emergency room firsthand on way too many occasions, unfortunately. The one that I'll tell you about is when I was about 8 years old, I decided that it was a great idea to climb up the big silver maple in our backyard and tie a rope swing to one of the big branches because there was a canal that was by our house that had one, and I thought, oh, this is going to be so much fun. We can swing back and forth, right? So, of course, I climbed up as high as I could, tied the rope to the branch, got way back on top of the shed, swung out. The branch broke right off the tree, hit my head, my face, bleeding everywhere, and again, my mom takes me to the St. Luke's emergency room, where I was stitched up, and thankfully, it was pretty close. After I finished college, fast-forwarding, obviously, several years, I decided, I had a choice between staying in Colorado or coming back home to Boise. I decided to come back home to Boise because of the job opportunities, and I really love this city. Also, in July 2013, I was very fortunate enough to purchase my first house in Boise's East End. I was very excited about it. It is a lot of work. Several reasons I moved in. First of all, the access to the foothills. I love Table Rock and Military Reserve, and I think the East End is best positioned for that. I live on the east side of the East End, so I'm very close to the Green Belt, M&W. That's great. Mayor, I've seen you there before. Also, there's a huge silver maple, just like the one in my parents' backyard, in my backyard. And when I first heard, almost that same time, right after I purchased my house, that St. Luke's was planning on expanding, I couldn't have been more happy. I thought, this is great. My home value is going to skyrocket. Everything's going to be perfect. And then I found out what was in the plan, and I couldn't be more disappointed. I have ridden my bike to work every day for the last 2 years. I've missed 4 days. I get on Jefferson, or I guess McKinley to Jefferson, and ride it all the way down. Oh, God. Please don't approve the plan. It's terrible.
Thank you, sir.
Hi. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I really appreciate this opportunity. My name is Chris Ludlum. I live on the East End on 2980 Rookery Lane, South Rookery Lane. I am also an employee of St. Luke's. I am very, very proud to be working at St. Luke's. I've only been living here for about a little over a year and a half. When I moved here and started seeing my physician here, I found out I was in end-stage renal failure. And when I found that out, I was immediately entrenched into the care at St. Luke's. And I am so grateful and feel that because I moved here, there was a reason why I came here. And I believe it's because of St. Luke's and the care that I received. But we've heard many people state tonight with the care at St. Luke's that space doesn't matter and that's not going to help any person's life. I'll get back to that in just a minute. But I went through testing and procedures and physician visits when I came here and knew that I was an end-stage renal failure. I had to have a kidney transplant. Although I couldn't have a kidney transplant here, I received my pre- and post-care. 4 months after I had my kidney transplant, I was back in Boise. Then I found out I had ovarian cancer. So that was quite a shock. I was a patient in St. Luke's Hospital. Now, as a nurse and employee of St. Luke's, you do hear what patients say and feel, and they do talk about the space, the constraints, the wayfinding, and how do we get to a procedure and through the admission process, procedure, see their physician. There is a lot of walking and a lot of confusion within our building. I experienced some of that. I'm going to get back to the comments about the space within our facilities. As soon as I was admitted into the hospital, I went through a CT scan. That's when I found out I had the ovarian cancer. It was on my new kidney, and it was in my lymph nodes. I immediately went to surgery the next day, and then after surgery, we obviously knew you have to go in and make sure you know that you have cancer. I had to have a port placement. I hadn't received the results yet of the type of cancer that I had. But when I went to the port, I have 29 seconds. When I went to have the port inserted, I hadn't heard my results, and our space constraints were so confined, they wouldn't let my husband come into the room with me, and I really wanted to hear those results with my husband. The space does matter. The wayfinding does matter. Care is not just about, it is about saving lives. It is about providing the appropriate care, but it is about comprehensive care, having your family available with you. And I do support what the St. Luke's master plan. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, break time, folks. We'll be back 6-7 minutes. Try to keep it to that.
There's no happy ending in this. That's getting pretty close. That's exactly where it's going to go. Why don't we just come back and we've heard those concerns what we want, it's worse. Yeah, I agree. This is going to be an endless process ahead of us. I wish they would have taken tried so hard early on in Jefferson Field. Yeah, Boise Trail. Yeah, never got platted with the city.
We are back. Couple of requests, folks. I am going to take judicial notice that you received excellent care at St. Luke's Regional Medical Center. So kindly, and I know sometimes it connects to the plan itself, but if you could focus more on the plan, I think that'll make this last stretch go a little better. Also, we have heard a good deal of argument. It's fairly likely that we've heard, a lot of what you might say. So, if you can focus on things that we haven't heard, maybe. Again, assuming the fact that you got good care. All right. We ought to make the testimony tonight, especially if we focus a little more. I don't think we will be deliberating tonight, council members. So, Nathan Thornton, Nathan, Marge Hammerly, Sheldon Bluestein, Joni Fauci? Joni, are you here? Yes. Okay. Lori Urea? Lori? David Lockwood? You don't win anything, you just get to testify. It's not bingo or anything. Leslie Halverson, I don't think you're here. I know Leslie, and she's not here. Oh, she is here. I missed you there, Leslie. Good to see you. All right, off we go.
Mayor Beater and City Council members, thank you for taking your time tonight. My name is Mary Hammerly, and I reside at 680 Troutner Way, 83712. Of course, St. Luke's does fine work and important work, and they clearly need more space. I agree that St. Luke should expand, but I oppose the master plan as is because it doesn't fit in the neighborhood and because it closes Jefferson Street. There are other ways without creating a mega block campus in an historic residential neighborhood, and I don't think that's asking too much. St. Luke says expanding south over their parking garage would be more expensive and difficult because of their present entrance, but those are not good reasons to not do it when we were talking about losing a public right-of-way. The option south could meet horizontal connectivity goals of the master plan where seconds count and fine care could continue to be given. The south option would leave Jefferson Street open, a street that ACHD says carries 3,000 cars a day between Avenue B and First Street, 3,000 cars a day. And building south saves the sequoia. Yes, you heard me right. It saves the big tree, a treasure in Boise's city of trees. St. Luke's has threatened to move some of its services to Meridian if the plan is not approved. But despite their publicity, they have never said that they are going to close the downtown hospital. Their plan makes traffic much worse. I don't think you can argue with that. Air quality will decline. We have inversions. It will be worse in the wintertime. Not good for neighborhoods. I just wonder if they could disperse some of that density to other parts of town, as previously mentioned tonight. This would disperse the traffic, improve access, and help air quality. And it would still be close to downtown and help its economy. St. Luke's wants to modify its Bannock Plaza for bicycle use. It sounds like a good idea. I recently walked through and there were a lot of people coming and going, some with walkers, even with an oxygen cart. There were cars turning in and out of the parking lot, hospital entrance, and ER. I would never choose to ride a bike there. I ride a bike a couple of times a week for exercise on the Greenbelt. I would never choose to ride a bike there. It would be unsafe. Boise has a reputation as a people and family-friendly community. Much work has been done on this plan, that is very clear. But this is not the best we can do for Boise. You can always build, but you can never recover the parts of the neighborhoods and streets that are lost. Once they're gone, they're gone. Planning and zoning denied this plan overwhelmingly because there was no thorough cost-benefit analysis, because it doesn't comply with Blueprint Boise, and because it does not consider impacts on the surrounding neighborhoods, and it still doesn't. I built my home here.
Ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Council, thank you for being here tonight. It's a long night. I'm Sheldon Bluestein. I live at 680 Troutner Way. Jefferson, it seems to come down to that. If you do approve this plan, I ask that you approve it with the requirement that Jefferson Street stay open. I don't think that's asking too much. I think that if required, St. Luke's can achieve their desired connectivity while they keep Jefferson open and maintain my desired connectivity from my home in the East End to downtown. In all their testimony, we've only heard one area of urgency where seconds matter. That's moving people from the existing ER to their medical imaging area or radiology, whatever that is. That's the only urgency we've heard. Everything else seems to me to be a matter of normal problems to be expected when expanding a legacy facility. I believe they can achieve that ER imaging connectivity with a short, shallow underpass that would keep Jefferson Street open. Here's Jefferson. The ER is 5 feet above Jefferson's feet grade. If they just go down 10 feet, they could have a viable, shallow underpass, and they could easily move people on a level surface from the existing ER over to their new building. I don't think that's hard. Cars, people, bicycles could go under. Critical patients could be moved over. It's easy if you try. I just want to say St. Luke's response to this underpass idea would be a joke if closing Jefferson wasn't so serious. They say a Jefferson Street tunnel, not a short, shallow underpass, would have to go 35 feet deep and be a quarter-mile long. That's their best solution. Hogwash. St. Luke's wants you to ignore the P&Z Commission's 6-to-1 vote against their plan. St. Luke's says the commission expressed confusion over the 4 alternatives, and St. Luke's says they were non-responsive. I went to that meeting. I didn't see any signs of confusion. The commissioners were aghast at the idea of closing Jefferson Street. They looked at the other alternatives because they wanted to keep Jefferson open. And I think the P&Z was responsive. They responded by voting down this plan, which was very similar to what you're looking at now. I beg you to turn down the plan, or at a minimum, approve it but require that they keep Jefferson open. I believe it can work if you make it work. Thank you.
Sir. Paul Kelly. Paul?
Thank you, Mayor Beater and City Council members, for this opportunity to speak up. My name is Joni Fossey, 2944 Hillway Drive, Boise, 83702. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the Central Foothills Neighborhood Association, of which I am the president. While our neighborhood association is not as directly affected by this plan as some others, we would still be impacted by the traffic changes and improved services associated with St. Luke's requested master plan. Many of our residents use St. Luke's for medical services. We did not want them to move to Meridian. However, we do wish they would have proposed and will be required to propose several alternatives or options for how they wish to expand. We know there are options that can work for St. Luke's and the nearby residents. It seems that underground passages or skywalks can be included in the plans. Building some new facilities at the Americana and West End locations should be looked at as well. These areas will see much growth going forward, especially when Boise gets a downtown circulated transportation system sometime in the future. And we wonder why no changes have been mentioned around the Elks Hospital footprint, which St. Luke's now owns. Traffic patterns are of prime concern. We would hope that this plan will incorporate very safe bicycle routes. There should be a way to route bicycles and pedestrians through Jefferson Street, even if the cars are no longer allowed. The possibility of reopening Bannock Street holds promise, but the bicyclists and pedestrians will still need a safe way to cross Avenue B. And if the Warm Springs Broadway intersection is expanded, bicycles and pedestrians will need a safe place to ride and cross there as well. Another traffic area we're concerned about is the First Street, State Street, Fort Street intersection. Assuming the proposed parking garage at that corner becomes a reality, it would add about 10,000 new vehicle trips at that intersection. It is currently a small intersection and popular with bicycles and pedestrians. Again, we are concerned about safety. We also question the safety and capacity of the proposed roundabouts with the expected increase in traffic. We realize St. Luke's wants to make these changes for business reasons, but as a key stakeholder in the community, enlisting more community-centric planning that shows leadership and inclusiveness. Blueprint Boise is the city's master plan. St. Luke's master plan should fit into it well, not just in the economic area, but in the larger community context, as mentioned in the staff report on pages 8 through 13. We are hopeful St. Luke's master plan will be rejected as submitted, and alternative plans will be considered that address the concerns voiced here tonight in a more thoughtful, inclusive manner, which more people in the community are happy with. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm David Lockwood. I am from 610 Crawl Street, 2.5 blocks from St. Luke's Hospital. I'm a tax-paying citizen of Boise, Idaho, unlike my neighbors. And I would like to thank the council, Mayor Beater, and everyone for affording me the opportunity to testify. I'd like to preface my remarks by saying I fully recognize that St. Luke's is a wonderful entity in this community. They make tremendous contributions to the community, and they are a wonderful addition to the community. I purchased my property near St. Luke's because it was an extremely convenient location to the amenities of Boise. I use probably Jefferson Street 3 to 4 times a day, and it's a tremendous opportunity for me. I would like to say that St. Luke's has indicated is outgrowing its ability as a medical facility, and they have offered a single myopic plan. It's simply to address this one problem. Boise and Idaho have always prided themselves as being independent and progressive. We have blue turf, and we have magnificent foothill system. England and France, of course, they built a tunnel to improve connectivity, right? It seems to me that we have an opportunity here to improve that kind of connectivity as well. We're innovative, progressive thinkers here in Boise. My question to the councils, are we going to accept a plan that disconnects Boise, or are we going to accept a plan that is far-reaching and helps to integrate Boise, both medically and as well as being a community entity? I pay handsomely for flood insurance and I live 2.5 blocks from Boise, or from the St. Luke's facility. I've been to several council meetings. I've never seen anything to address this 100-year floodplain that currently we face. When I look down from the dog park, I can see that the water runs straight into St. Luke's front door. What is the roundabout going to do? What is all this going to do? I see that I'm running short on time here, so I'd like to at least say that with regards to the traffic, I don't know if you've seen Field of Dreams before, but they say if you build it, they will come. In my mind, if you build it, how can you get there? You know, that's the problem. The traffic is just going to be, I see a 70% increase in traffic coming from this, and I've seen some studies that indicate that. I'm sorry to take so much time, but thank you.
Vic Nguyen? Does that ring a bell at all, Vic? 4491 North something. Vic's not here and his handwriting is really bad. Ed Squires. Ed Squires. Anita Keel. Anita. Rob Hanson. Ross Blanchard. Okay. Leslie, my apologies, I didn't see you there. Welcome.
That's okay, thank you. My name's Leslie Halverson. I live at 3518 North Tamarack Drive.
which is the furthest away from downtown that I've lived ever. It's between Hill Road and State Street. My kids are fourth-generation Boise High School students, or have been. My grandfather helped build downtown. He built 2 hotels. One is still in existence. Everything that I have to say has already been said tonight, with a couple of exceptions. First of all, I want to say that I've been in a situation where I've been with a family member that needed to be life flighted to Seattle. It's very expensive. We also went up there every 2 weeks for treatment. This was just 3 years ago. You're always going to have a situation where somebody needs treatment that the local hospitals cannot provide. It's a fact. The other thing I'd like to say is I would be disappointed if the physicians and the other staff members at St. Luke's didn't want this expansion. These are people that care for patients. Of course, you want to treat with the very, very best, most modern equipment. It's only logical. I think that it's really important to listen to the members of the community that live here. We live in Boise because Boise is amazing. There's a reason why my family hasn't left. Thank you.
Thank you. Andy Erstead, you're on deck.
Good evening. My name is Paul Kelly. I live at 557 North Morningside Way here in Boise, the East End. I was a little bit sharper a couple hours ago for my delivery, but I'll give it a shot here anyhow. I've been I was born at St. Alphonsus, just when it used to be located there on 5th and State or something like that, so I'm a native here. Class of 64 graduate, and Skip was the class president at the time, and so no offense to Skip, but I'm here to say that I don't really think this plan as it is set up now is the good plan. The traffic is the main issue for me in closing Jefferson Street, since I do use that Jefferson Street corridor quite frequently. And I appreciate your statement, Mr. Mayor, about, avoiding talking about how great the hospitals are. I'm not here to say that I don't think hospitals are great or they're not a wonderful thing, but I think playing on the emotions and all this stuff kind of misses the point of the discussion here. And anyhow, during the course of the evening, I did have a prepared statement here, but most of it has been covered. So I thought that I heard some interesting facts or statements this evening. I just kind of wanted to reiterate them. The St. Luke's CEO said right off the bat that he wasn't an expert in connectivity, but they were experts in healthcare, and so I guess that does make sense because closing a street and increasing traffic just is something that doesn't make sense. I guess if you're not an expert in connectivity and you want to close streets and so forth, maybe that makes sense to you. Anyhow, one thing I wanted to mention too is like I say, I use Jefferson Street quite frequently, and I saw they had, every now and then here the last couple of days or weeks, they've had a traffic counter across the street to count the traffic trips. And the last time I was down there and the traffic counter was in place, they had the road was barricaded off because they were doing a sewer improvement, so they wouldn't allow me to pass through. So I mean, if you're basing your numbers on these counts, you better take that into account. It's skewed. And another thing, Walnut Avenue was mentioned, and that's going to be impacted. And they were saying, well, growth is inevitable here. But yeah, that's true, but you need to start planning now, and like this is one of the first items you need to take care of here to try to address this traffic problem. Don't let it slip by, down the road, and we'll have bigger problems later on. Anyhow, I have several other points, but I see my time's out.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, President Jordan, and council members. My name is Anita Kyle, and my address is 2514 East Parkside Drive in Boise. So thank you for listening to my testimony here this evening. I stand in front of you as an East Foothills neighbour. My husband and I have lived there for 10 years. I'm a mum of 2 girls, both born at St. Luke's. I'm an employee of a local construction firm, Sunday school teacher at St. Michael's, and it was St. Michael's Episcopal Cathedral that founded St. Luke's in 1902. And finally, I'm a past patient due to very complicated pregnancies at St. Luke's, where I was treated with excellent care, and so were my babies. I consider the St. Luke's expansion as a gift, a wonderful gift to my neighbourhood, and I'm here tonight to personally voice my support of this expansion in downtown Boise. I've spent a lot of time understanding the expansion, both the positive and negative effects as it's currently laid out. I've attended both city and neighbourhood meetings, studied the information online, talked to neighbours and friends. Doctor friends of mine have reinforced to me the real need for this expansion, the need for a dedicated children's hospital, more OR space, and a need for improved connectivity within the departments. Some people here this evening have expressed their concern due to the closure of traffic along a couple of blocks of Jefferson. I live in the neighbourhood, and personally I don't use that street very often unless I'm on a bicycle, which is not very often. I consider this intersection not very user-friendly to cyclists, and I will be happy to see this redesigned and proper consideration given to both cyclists, and proper consideration and separation of cyclists and other vehicles. I've witnessed a number of near misses there, and I just want to see the traffic pattern improve. Another voice of concern expressed this evening is the traffic and congestion is going to increase. Boise is an amazing city. It's growing. I accept the proposed new changes to the Warm Springs and Broadway intersection. I'm quite fine sitting at a light for a few extra minutes each day if I've got a first-rate hospital at my doorstep to take care of my family, my friends, and my neighbours. I've lived in many U.S. and European cities, and believe me, the traffic here will never be as bad as what other people have to, go deal with on a day-to-day basis elsewhere. I've heard the suggestion that St. Luke's would consider an expansion, moving to Meridian if it's not improved in the downtown Boise area. I believe many of the doctors have to live within a certain distance of the hospital. As great as Meridian is, it's not Boise, and I don't think that will give them the same wow to a new doctor moving here if they have to live closer to Meridian than Boise. I believe this project needs to stay here. Very quickly, my niece and my dad are in Ireland. They're battling serious healthcare issues. There, the healthcare system is in crisis. And part of me is really annoyed that we're not welcoming this expansion as a gift. And I feel that in the U.S. and a lot of major countries like this, we expect amazing healthcare system, but we don't want to be inconvenienced by it.
We're going to have to leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ginger McCabe. Ginger. Mike Jensen. Mike Jensen, are you here? Brandy Wilson. Sir.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Rob Hansen. I live at 2061 East Feldspar Court. I am here tonight to testify against the proposal from St. Luke's. I support the idea of an expansion, but I think the results of their current plan is not what we would be hoping for. I have a KBC video that I'd like to show that talks about the 27-lane intersection at Broadway and Warm Springs.
Do you understand the traffic effects of the St. Luke's expansion? Let's take a look at what's in the plan. The proposed master plan generates over 17,000 new vehicle trips each day. Today, the Warm Springs and Broadway Avenue intersections has 19 lanes and moves over 40,000 vehicles daily. To accommodate St. Luke's new traffic load, this intersection will be expanded to 27 lanes. Warm Springs Avenue currently has 4 lanes. A new second left turn, right turn, and eastbound lanes are being added for a total of 7 lanes. Avenue B currently has 5 lanes. A new left turn and right turn lanes are being added for a total of 7 lanes. Main and Idaho Streets now have 5 lanes. A second left turn lane is added for a total of 6 lanes. Presently, Broadway Avenue has 5 lanes. A second left turn, right turn lanes are added for a total of 7 lanes. The St. Luke's master plan will create a massive medical campus, resulting in almost 14,000 new daily trips through the Warm Springs and Broadway Avenue intersection. This will require the addition of 8 new lanes to manage over 54,000 daily vehicle trips. Everyone traveling through the Warm Springs Broadway intersection will experience a new 27-lane intersection, comparable to the Franklin Road and Milwaukee Streets intersection adjoining the Boise Town Square Mall. Is this the appropriate plan for the city of Boise? Aren't there better alternatives for the St. Luke's expansion in Boise that are compatible with the city's comprehensive plan? Visit keepboiseconnected.com for additional information.
George Iliff, you're on deck. Karen, no, DBA, she's been up. Dennis Davis. Dennis Davis, are you here? Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is Ross Blanchard. I live at 517 Costin Street, 83712. And I'm here to testify and request that you actually uphold the Planning and Zoning Commission's decision to deny the approval of the updated plan amendment. And I'm standing here actually after having checked the box oppose on the sign-in sheet, feeling very frustrated that there kind of wasn't a third option, which is I'd love to do it and I'd like to get us there, but just not as it stands right now as the plan. You've heard that message before from a lot of people, and you've heard a lot of other good, compelling stories, so I won't even try to match any of those. And at your request, Mr. Mayor, you challenged us to talk about some new topics and issues, so I'll do my best to do that. I have to leave my cards behind because they were all prepared with other thoughts in mind that have already been captured. And what I'll do is I'll start by bringing up the topic of Mr. Simmons' report earlier, first thing during the hearing here. He spoke of how the staff report, as I understand it, was going to have sort of 2 sections or 2 elements of amendments or additions. I said supplements, perhaps was the expression he used. And in that session, he gave an outline about how there were some technical elements with regards to conditions that the St. Luke's was agreeable to, or that the staff report would report out, and therefore the City Council would be voting upon to basically agree to those terms or elements. There were some questions from the council members on some of those during Mr. Simmons' presentations. It's been too long, I don't want to recall all of them. I know you have your notes and records of what you talked about and what the answers were. But during that, there was also an element where there was maybe sort of an administrative element to that report as well. And so that's where I wanted to maybe ask a couple questions, or at least put those questions out there for thought during your deliberation. And whether or not the amendment gets approved, or if it's declined, denied, either way, I think maybe some of these questions are still germane to being asked during the process that follows through after the update is dealt with. So, for example, I recall that there was a remark made about how the city of Boise would in some way be in good standing to try to deal with or address the sports complex park area, and with regards to having to make modifications to the sports complex area in preparation for the roadway widening and or the roundabout. And that one caught me by surprise. I guess I interpreted from that basically there was an idea that the city was going to have to do something to accommodate for St. Luke's actions. Maybe that's appropriate, that's okay, but I think in terms of actions where St. Luke's is really trying to push hard to be a good community steward, I hope they don't expect the city council and therefore the city and the Park and Recs Department to have to make accommodations for the St. Luke's proposals, especially when the road's in the middle in the way, and perhaps ACHD is going to have to get involved, obviously, and deal with the right-of-way negotiations.
Time, sir.
Thank you very much. So the other issues, I appreciate it.
Go ahead.
I just want to ask a question of staff, if I could. Or just confirm what I understand. The intersection at Broadway and Warm Springs and Idaho and Avenue B is yet to be designed, and what we just saw in that video depicts a potential design, I suppose, based on worst-case scenario of the traffic numbers, but there's no plan at this point for that kind of an intersection. Is that?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Clegg, that's exactly right. I believe that drawing was an old ACHD drawing of what a possible design might be. I know the council's asked them for much more creative work than that,
Yeah.
and we'll be working with them on alternative designs to that.
So it's not a fait accompli.
No.
Thank you. And to the last point, I believe what you were referring to when we were talking about the administrative accommodations or modifications to the plan was that part of it would be a development agreement that would require St. Luke's to participate in making those improvements, even those improvements will happen on parkland. Is that
That's
correct?
correct. The idea is that the three of us can hopefully work to move up in the schedule roadway improvements that might take 10 or 20 years under normal conditions to happen. So we can maybe free up land to make that Reserve Street intersection something unique and more functional and happen in the short term rather than 10 or 15 years out.
Thank you.
Renee Zerwas, are you here, Renee? Frederick Bauer? Sir.
Mayor, council members, my name is Andy Erstead, 223 East Crestline Drive, Boise, Idaho. This reminds me a little bit of my years on Design Review Committee that routinely went into the wee morning hours. I was hoping I'd get to say good morning to you. I missed it by 3 minutes. Everyone has said many of the comments that I was going to comment on, but I'll start out with I'm very much in favor of St. Luke's master plan, and I'm very much asking you all to see the logic and see the importance of this. I sit on the St. Luke's Children's Hospital Board. I've sat on St. Luke's Children's Advisory Board starting back in 1998. The hospital is an amazing and a gem in this community, and it's important to preserve that. I want to talk a little bit about the design process because I think a lot of people come up here and say, well, gosh, we never had any participation in this and we never saw all of this. And I want to say, you know, the real design process starts with the design team getting together and determining the program, determining the requirements and the elements, and vetting out many, many, many solutions and many options, and bringing forth the solution or the option that best fits all the programmatic needs and the requirements of the hospital, taking into consideration the community, the footprint, the boundaries, the constraints, and trying to work within that framework. St. Luke's has had countless meetings and countless opportunities for people to be involved, and I hear time and again that they've not had those meetings. I disagree completely. The other thing is I do applaud the process. I think you all came together and identified the fact that you should have a series of work sessions, and around that table was the president of the East End Neighborhood Association at every one of those meetings. And I applaud that, and I think it's great to have Deanna there as well because she's also head of Idaho Smart Growth. So we have somebody that has a broader understanding and perspective. But I can't sit here and hear comments after comments that nobody's had any input in this. We have 9 hours of work session meetings. I think there's been a lot of input. I would ask you to vote for this plan and get the process rolling so that the true design process, because all we're looking at right now are concepts, the true design process can begin given the framework expansion. Thank you very much.
Sir. Joby Hyman? Lee Gottschalk? Lee, are you here? Go ahead.
Mayor Beer, council members, I get to say good morning. I'm Ginger McCabe. Yeah. I live at 2876 Montauk, and to provide additional information on the plan's traffic impact, I'd like to cede. I'd like to say good night.
It was midnight.
I can go. I'd actually like to cede my time to Betsy Robertson.
Thank you, Ginger, and Mayor and Council. Betsy Roberts, 322 East Front Street. I am an employee of CH Tom Hill, and I worked specifically on the bike ped connectivity plan. I'd like to just quickly address a comment that was made earlier regarding the the pedestrian and cyclist experience on Jefferson, in particular between Avenue B and 1st or 2nd Street. It was indicated that St. Luke's is fairly happy with the current situation, transportation mix situation there, and that's not necessarily the case at this point. But let me provide a little bit of background. I think you're probably all familiar with the different types of cyclists that exist. Typically 3, the fearless category, those folks that, will ride in a traffic lane, no problems at all. The enthused but concerned group, kind of in the middle, and usually the largest group who, I'll get into a bike lane and ride there, maybe not as comfortable on a very busy street. And then another smaller group, which is the timid group, who typically would prefer to ride on a separated path or maybe even on a sidewalk as opposed to in the street. We have conducted numerous traffic or bicycle and pedestrian counts so that we could actually count and talk to all these different types of users. We did weekday counts where we got mostly commuters, and those are typically the fearless and in that middle group of enthused folks. We also did weekday counts or weekend counts where we ended up getting families and typically more of the timid group. We also spoke to a lot of those people. In addition, we've had numerous public involvement meetings where we've spoken to a lot of people, and what we've heard from them is a very mixed review on Jefferson Street and the experience that they have walking and riding down there. A couple different comments and words that were used was it feels like an alley or it feels like a service road due to the on-street parking, the confusion that's going on. There's service vehicles back there, there are delivery vehicles, et cetera. So it's not really the most comfortable place to be. I believe that the proposed bike and pedestrian connectivity plan that St. Luke's proposes far surpasses the existing bike and ped opportunities and accommodates all types of users. The separated cycle track provides safe, attractive access for everyone. It has much better potential to provide opportunities to include elements that Mr. Allison suggested today, sidewalk trees, activities, some types of variety going on, excellent wayfinding, and who knows, maybe even some commercial activities. I fully support the St. Luke's plan and the extensive effort that will occur in the future to ensure the details and final design of the bike ped connectivity plan meets the needs of all types of users. Thank you.
We have a question.
So in reading through the testimony, I noticed a potential discrepancy in the bike counts, and I wondered if you'd ever reconciled that the bike counts are shown on a weekend day, and the reference in the write-up about those bike counts is commuter traffic. And wondered if you'd ever reconciled whether that date was wrong or...
That date was wrong, and it was, the typo was changed in the supplement that came out later and addressed it. It was a commuter weekday event, and off the top of my head,
I just want to get that on the record.
that was it.
Thank
It
you.
was changed.
Can I ask you just one quick question? It might have come out before, and I'm just curious while you're here. If Jefferson were to go and you're biking down what would still be Jefferson to Avenue B, to get to the bike track, you've got to cross Avenue B. And how would you have to do that? Take the roundabout around and join it there, or because you've lost the light there in the future, wouldn't you?
No, you will not have lost the light, and in fact,
You
will
can still
do...
cross it, hit the, okay.
Jefferson intersection would be significantly improved with the green bike lanes going across, might even have a bike signal. We would be working with ACHD on timing of signals, PED priorities.
Okay, so
that
you
type
could
of
get
thing.
across, get to the track and then go that way, okay.
You could get there that way or around the roundabout, a wide variety of ways to get on the cycle track.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, could I ask Betsy a question too, actually, just to follow up on that? So a couple people tonight have talked about kids getting from the east end over to north. And so my kids do it the other way. They come from on 10th Street over to the Nat. And so they use that sidewalk bike path. I don't know what that's called.
Yeah.
Oh, great.
And then into the east end, over to the
Right.
Nat. So coming from the east end then with the roundabout that would be proposed at Reserve, how would that work for kids to jump on to that? I don't know what that technical word is. It looks like a sidewalk, but bikes are okay on it. Whatever that thing is that.
On ACHD's plan, it's called a multi-use path.
Okay.
So similar to a green belt, only, along Fort Street. They would still use that. And the roundabout at Fort and Reserve would actually provide a safer, separated path, like Whitewater, where the bike lane comes up. And if you are comfortable, and the sidewalk kind of comes into it, if you're not comfortable riding out into the middle of a traffic lane, there's a ramp right there to get up onto the sidewalk, but it's a widened area to go around the roundabout in a separated path situation so that it pulls you back away from the roundabout when you make the actual crossing. And that's, right now, that is best practices on roundabout design for bikes and peds, et cetera. In a quick research that we've done on just trying to find, crash improvements, et cetera, the best things that we're seeing is separated pathways are proven to provide that safety improvement. So the multi-use path and maintaining that, the cycle track, those types of things. So getting around the roundabout and using the multi-use path would be the best still.
So, Ms. Mayor, just to follow up then, I guess there's a picture there, so I can point at it.
Yes.
So, but then the other alternative, so you could do that, get on that multi-use path, you go through the roundabout, but otherwise, I was talking about the circle, the clockwise circle before, but the counterclockwise circle of the cycle track, it would be designed for crossing at Jefferson and getting into the cycle track, and then at some point moving onward towards north, or would the preferred bike pathway be on the current multi-use path?
I would suggest the current multi-use path. If you don't need to cross Ave B, I think, or Fort Street, I wouldn't.
Okay.
I would just say, stay on the multi-use path.
Thanks.
Mayor. Okay, since we're here, can I ask one more?
I started this.
Betsy, the cycle track as it's proposed on the north side of the campus confuses me because I'm not quite sure, once I'm on that cycle track, if I'm coming from the east and going west, what I'm supposed to do once I get to First or Second, and why it helps me to be on the south side of the road rather than the north, why it's a two-way cycle track in that situation, because at First, as we've heard, there's going to be a lot of left turns, and that's a pretty unsafe condition for cyclists to have to cross. And if you're going north, you'd want to be on the other side anyway. And if you're going on downtown, I suspect you'd want to be further to the south to begin with. So I was just confused as to why it's a two-way cycle track on that side.
And I'll say it's been an interesting evolution through this process. That started in there at one point. It went away because of concerns with the left-hand turns, et cetera. It has now come back again as part of the community's interest in providing a full loop around. There are concerns and there are challenges with all the left-hand turns, but those can be mitigated and made much safer and better with the way that the signals are set up and PED priorities, and making sure that the cyclists are waiting as well when there is a red light in their direction. and then making sure that they understand. I mean, I face it at Front Street, and the PED priority that helps us to cross Front has made a huge difference there. So those are some things that we would initiate. Did that help?
I swear this is just coincidence. Kristen Armstrong, you're on deck. I didn't set that up at all.
Thank you.
Eugenia Chang, are you here? Okay. And Jerry Quick. Jerry Quick, are you here? Andrea Long. Andrea. April Ward. Go ahead.
Thank you. Greetings, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. I'm Brandy Wilson, 6668 Glacier Drive, and I'm not here representing CH2M even though I work there. I'm also not representing the Barber Valley Neighborhood Association even though I live there and I'm on the board. I'm here because I served 8 years on the Planning and Zoning Commission, and what I've heard lately about the planning process being broken really requires a response. When I left the commission, I gave the council and the head of the planning department a letter saying what I thought was broken in the city's process. The problem I saw was an economic justice issue. Affluent neighborhoods with lawyers living in them, and neighborhoods with someone like a Brandy Wilson or Deanna Smith, receive far more attention because the applicants knew they'd need to go above and beyond the city's process. By contrast, I saw poor neighborhoods become subject to significant developments where they had little to no say. Applicants in these areas tended to only do their one required neighborhood meeting, even if the development created as large of a traffic impact as similar developments in more affluent and better supplied neighborhoods. So in my letter to the city, I suggested that we either need to adjust the ordinance to trigger a more robust public engagement requirement when proposals hit a specific size or traffic intensity, or perhaps hiring a neighborhood ombudsman or some other way to go about that. So in some hearings, it really came down to who was better at articulating the different pieces of the comprehensive plan, and some neighborhoods just are not well equipped for that. The geographic area planners really do their best, but they have to serve the city, the applicant, and the neighborhood simultaneously, and having 3 bosses is difficult for any human being to cope with. So if you ask me today if our planning process is broken, I would say that the process is in need of some improvement, but is far from needing to be in the emergency room. But if you ask me today if the St. Luke's controversy represents a failure of the planning process, I would say absolutely not. This is exactly what the planning process is supposed to be. The controversy before you isn't representing a failure in the process. It's actually just representing a difference of opinion on the intensity of the land use, which is exactly what this hearing process and your decision is supposed to resolve. St. Luke's has been engaged with the East End neighborhood over decades of revisions to the master plan and facility changes. They knew the Jefferson Street closure would be a big ask, and they've worked with the neighborhood on mitigation measures for the last 2 years, many of which are incorporated to the plan. This is exactly as it should be. If the neighborhood doesn't think the mitigation has gone far enough, that's okay too. But suggesting that St. Luke's should wait until the city completes a planning process and then figure out where they fit into it doesn't respect the right of the property owner to make plans within the existing framework of the comprehensive plan, which is the plan on the books. So a lot of people hold up the Barber Valley planning process as pretty much the paragon of virtue that all developers should aspire to. And in the beginning, the 2 major landowners were supposed to work together to come up with one unified plan, but maybe it's because they were too close to the Shakespeare Festival. They went the way of the Montagues and the Capulets and became 2 separate plans. So we all remember that. And at that time, there was a suggestion that maybe they should just wait until the city come up with a process. But that was the one thing that both landowners were willing to agree on, is that neither one of them wanted to wait. The housing market was so hot. Neither can St. Luke's. They've done their level best. The neighborhoods have done their level best, and it's time to make a decision. Thank you.
Walt Sinclair, I think Walt left, didn't he? Kelly Kennedy. Patty Bellin. George, you're up. Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is George Iliff, and I am at 755 West Front Street, Boise. And thank you very much, Mayor, President Jordan, and council members for your time and attention. And if you guys do this all the time, I salute you. This is almost past my 2nd bedtime, so thank you very much. I'm a member of the Urban Land Institute of Boise Elevated. I'm a director of the St. Luke's West Regional Board. And as such, I serve on the Finance, Real Estate, and Quality committees. So I spend a little bit of time at St. Luke's. I'm here tonight, obviously, in support of their master plan, and I think it's the right thing to do for our community. Since I became a board member in 2007, we've been talking about this plan and our need to expand downtown. And believe me, if there was a different way to do this, if we could leave Jefferson open, if there was a way to not have to go through all this time and effort, we would do it. But we can't. We've studied multiple approaches to how to expand and take care of our patients in this downtown area. And the south option has been discussed a number of times. We've looked at the south option, and actually the south option is would be sort of cool not to be able to have to close Jefferson Street. But it's $100 to $150 million more to do that plan than it is to do the north option. So sitting on the Finance Committee and looking at capital budgets and planning for all the hospital's needs, there's no way that the hospital can stand the dream of expanding in a different direction. So I think the other thing I would say is that with all the time that I invest in St. Luke's, behind closed doors and open doors, I'm not aware of any plan B that we have or any other alternative that makes sense to us, and that we're just going to stick this out and tough it out and make it work. We need to do this. We need to do it now. I serve on the Medical Executive Committee, or I attend those meetings with all the docs that are chairs of the various departments. And we had a conversation about this several months ago, and I told them that this campus was about 4 to 5 years off, and they almost threw me out of the meeting. We need the space now, and I would urge you to act, and act as soon as possible to allow us to build this campus. Thank you very much for your time.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
George, if I could ask you a question. The $100 to $150 million more was based on tearing down Misty and the medical office building on First Street. Is that correct?
It's in part, and I'm not the expert on this, but I believe that's the case. It's in part actually having to rebuild the parking garage that exists there now because it won't support additional structure, and then tearing down part of Misty or relocating Misty. And so you have the patient disruption as part of that as well.
And a south option wasn't considered, that didn't include those?
Not that work for the hospital, no.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bob Kaiser. Bob, are you here? Mary Alice Glenn. Mary Alice Glenn. Helen Stoll. Okay, sir.
Good morning. My name is Joby Hyman, and I reside at 1789 West Puzzle Creek Drive. I came to Boise just about a year ago from Michigan, first and foremost because St. Luke's is a magnet new organization, and I wanted to raise my 4 little girls in a community that believes in family. While living in Michigan and working in Michigan, I actually worked at a facility that did construction and developed a sky bridge system. So to go from a cath lab, up an elevator, across a sky bridge, down an elevator, down a hallway, into an OR with a patient was something that the hospital regretted doing. I would hate for St. Luke's or the community to find themselves in that same position. There's been talk tonight about St. Luke's looking at other areas to expand. St. Luke's is doing that. The area around Americana, there are plans for, and I don't know if those are out, but there are plans for that area to move outside of just the downtown area and expand in the areas that we already have. A personal story, and excuse me if I get emotional about this. When my baby girl was 18 days old, she was admitted, well, we rushed her to the emergency room and she died in the ER. Because of integrated care, she was able to go across the hospital system. We were not here in Michigan. She was able to go across the hospital system, receive care, and she is now a vibrant 2-year-old. If we deny that kind of care within this setting, we're doing ourselves and families an injustice. I have been a part of all of the options that folks here are talking about, and the only one that makes sense is the integrated care of being able to close this section of Jefferson. I'm sorry that's the result, but that is the end result. I have done sky bridges, I have been in those situations, and it is horribly not optimal. Thank you.
Sir.
Hello, my name is Kristen Armstrong, and I don't function very well after midnight, but I'll give this a whirl. I was actually really surprised with how important it sounded to the East End.
Address, please.
455 East Cave Court. I was really surprised earlier tonight that how important it was to the East End Neighborhood Association about the bikeability and walkability, and not until later in this evening, a couple of people in front of me did it even come up really closely. So thank you for the opportunity. I'm here tonight to support the St. Luke's Master Plan, and after participating in some of the open houses and reviewing some of the official documents, I reached my decision for many reasons. Tonight, I'm going to focus on the area in which I feel confident to speaking to. I'm a mom, an employee of St. Luke's, a North End resident, and a cyclist. And over the past several months, I have taken the time to learn more about the St. Luke's Master Plan, attend open houses, provide input. They've actually asked me for my input, and I think that they've been very open to asking a lot of community members at every open house that I've been attended. I've also have educated many community members on the plan. I've also taken an alternative route on my daily ride to ensure I've experienced each opportunity that is currently presented, and that means risking my life to do so. I do this, I ride on Fort, Avenue B, Broadway, East Jefferson. I ride actually back behind the veterans. I ride over by Fort Boise on the majority of my rides, which means over 300 rides a year. I strongly believe that the bicycle and pedestrian connectivity plan proposed by St. Luke's will help, with the help of our community members, is a safe and inclusive plan for all people of ages, ability, walking or riding. As Avenue B and Jefferson stand today, it is an exclusive, high-risk, and unsafe opportunity for experienced bike commuters and cyclists, which is a very small percentage of our population. The proposed changes will not only make a safer ride and or commute for the experienced rider, but also provide perception of safety and comfort, which is crucial to getting more people of different ages, backgrounds, and experiences to actually get on a bike. Community health is on the forefront of St. Luke's, the city of Boise, and much of our community. We need to work together to improve the health of people throughout our city. The plan proposed does this through the growth of and expanding healthcare services right out our back door, improves our economy, and offers a safe alternative to get outdoors and move, all of which encompass health. Caring for the community is St. Luke's passion and our privilege. I hope that throughout this evening you'll recognize that the benefits presented this evening outweigh any concerns brought. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Scott Normandin? Scott, are you here? Thank you.
Hi, I'm Eugenia Chang. I live at 624 Hillview Drive on the East End. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and council members, for allowing me to speak. And thank you very much for all of the many months of careful consideration and study of all of these issues related to the St. Luke's Master Plan. I'm here to support the master plan. I live, I work, I raise my family in the East End like many other people here. I chose where I live because essentially I got a job and I rode my bike from the hospital to figure out what would be the best place for me to raise my family, so we didn't have to use a car if we didn't really need to. And I chose the East End. I'm not the only one. There are about almost 300 St. Luke's employees that live somewhere in the 83712 area. There are about 3,500 St. Luke's employees that are downtown. There's about 8,000 East Enders, from what I understand, if the internet serves me correctly. I just wanted to let you know that it matters to me that I live close by where I work. It matters to my patients because that's why I'm there. When they come in the evening, they come in at night because I'm a physician at the hospital. I'll go in and see them because it's easy for me. If the hospital moves to a different location, it makes it harder for me to get to patients. For 20% of the doctors, it doesn't make a difference. They're not going to go that quickly anyway. For 20% of the doctors, they would go no matter where the patients were. But the other 60% of physicians, if you make it easy for us to get there, we'll get there for the patients. If you make it hard, we can't. And if you try to move some of those medical offices further away, it just means it's a little bit harder to get to see the patient. So instead of going there for an emergency in 5 minutes, you'll go once a day because that's what you need to do. But you might not make it back again later on in the day. So I wanted to just let you know that all of these issues were really, I just wanted to mention them because they're really important to me. It's our hospital. It's part of our community. We support it. We donate to it because it makes a difference for all of us. I also want to mention, since they showed pictures about Northwestern University, I just went back there because I'm an alum from there. And it was my 25th reunion. But anyway, when I went back there, just keep in mind, those blocks are huge. I've walked that campus many times. The buildings have changed, but the blocks actually have not changed very much. And the children's emergency room is actually on the 2nd floor. It works for Chicago because the buildings are tall. They don't have a lot of children in that area. It's a different city. Sorry, thank you.
Thank you. Patty Laciondo is gone, I think. Ann Housestrath.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Kelly Kennedy Yokoyama, and I live on 2001 Warm Springs Avenue. I don't want to repeat all the good points that were already made, so I would like to use this time to show a quick video. Oh, and I am opposed to the current master plan.
Do you understand the traffic effects of the St. Luke's expansion? Let's take a look at what is in the plan. The proposed master plan generates over 17,000 new vehicle trips daily. The proposal includes a 357,000 square foot inpatient hospital expansion plus 3 new medical office buildings. The 100,000 square foot Warm Springs Medical Office Building, the 85,000 square foot Children's Pavilion, and the 105,000 square foot First Street Medical Office Plaza. Medical office buildings include doctors' offices and outpatient services. In many cases, outpatient doctors do not provide inpatient care. Even though the medical office buildings are just 45% of the proposed expansion size, they will generate almost twice the number of new daily trips compared to the inpatient expansion space. The outpatient medical offices are projected to generate higher traffic volumes peaking between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. Is there a better way to distribute the St. Luke's generated traffic? Could medical office buildings be located elsewhere, like the downtown Boise West End neighborhood or the Americana Boulevard area? Visit keepboiseconnected.com for additional information.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Patty Bellin, and I live at 1610 North 20th Street. Thank you for staying up way past everyone's bedtime. And I waited hours and hours to not say anything like the person before me. I'm also going to show a video that was made by Keep Boise Connected.
3 new medical office buildings make up 45% of the St. Luke's expansion plans. Outpatient services place a higher demand than inpatient care on parking needs, with patients coming and going from appointments all day long. St. Luke's master plan includes a new 1,200-car parking structure that would be the largest in downtown Boise. To reduce impacts, services that are not directly connected to the inpatient hospital could be dispersed to other areas of downtown Boise in need of revitalization, such as the St. Luke's Americana location or their West End site. These locations could create exciting synergies with the new College of Western Idaho and its population of students enrolled in varied healthcare programs. Large-scale, city block-size parking garages add nothing to the vitality of the city and become dead zones at night. Adding extra floors to existing lots, dispersing garages, and locating parking underground can help preserve a vibrant urban setting. Retail on the first floor draws employees, visitors, and residents to restaurants, bookstores, or coffee shops. At night, garages provide low or no-cost parking for lively restaurants, small concert venues, or relaxing downtown walks. Boise has shown its commitment to these and other livability strategies. All of the 6 Capital City Development Corporation downtown parking garages place retail businesses on the first floor. Many of these businesses are locally owned, featuring goods and services that highlight Boise and its unique culture. Innovative best practice design strategies could transform the St. Luke's expansion from an isolated hospital compound to a lively new mixed-use healthcare district, well integrated with the neighborhoods, businesses, and communities. In short, a first-rate solution for our first-rate city, making Boise the most livable city in the country. For more information, go to keepboiseconnected.com.
Thank you.
Janet, 1308 Longmont. Are you here, Janet? Thomas Wilford? Jane Suggs. Jane, are you here? Sir.
Bob Kaiser, 820 East Jefferson Street, Boise, Idaho. Hang on, let me get the mouse. For months, I started looking into the master plan in details because it just didn't seem to add up when I was at the planning and zoning hearing. And so I put a lot of time in this thing, and the videos you've been watching are all mine. So it's nice to see that everybody's been watching them. Anyways, medical office buildings are high-volume traffic generators. This is showing, again, 45% of the expansion space in square footage is medical office buildings, but yet 67% of the traffic generated is by those same buildings per square footage. That is a ton. So if you take the proposed expansion, right, and you add it to the existing campus, right, you're going to end up with the medical office buildings being 30% of the overall size, but generates almost half of the traffic. So the West End neighborhood, the 30th Street Master Plan, I mean, it's a great place to have mixed use and affordable housing, right? And in 1992, right, the connector was opened and a lot of traffic and visitors moved onto it. Right? So what happened, why is this mic so weird? So what happened is most visitors, moved, and then the businesses started moving on, right? So yeah. So anyway, the master plan supports the mixed use and affordable housing. You actually have density issues that will award it. The St. Luke's has holdings land holdings in both the Americana and the Fairview 27th Street, and it could be repurposed. I think light rail is something that makes a lot of sense. The 30th Street Master Plan has it in it, and actually having that connect the west end to the east end makes an absolute ton of sense. Well, thanks for we're now having an informed conversation. So this we're going to go. Don't take our plan and we're going to Meridian. It's kind of the most craziest thing I ever heard, right? I mean, it's nuts, right? Boise is its home, right? I am not about.
Sir, got to cut you off there. Thank you.
Check.
I've got 5 more names total, so I'm going to read them. AJ's no longer here, is he, Balukov? Is he? God, he is. Sorry, AJ. Jeez, I've done that twice now. Christopher Smith. Christopher, are you here? Larry Geyer. Larry? Okay. Skip Means. Skip Means. Okay. James Halliburton, I know you are here, and the doctor formerly known as Tommy Alquist is here as well. Dave Wally, you're up.
Helen Stoll, 1365 East Lewis, 83712. I am also a patient at St. Luke's. Our thriving downtown neighborhoods are a vital part of Boise's uniqueness and livability. My family opposes the closure of Jefferson Street, a critical street connecting downtown and neighborhood amenities, and we oppose including the master plan as proposed in the comprehensive plan. We believe that there are alternatives that will allow St. Luke's to grow without sacrificing the East End neighborhood as collateral damage. Additionally, prior to approval, the master plan should legitimately consider the traffic impacts not only at Broadway-Warm Springs intersection, but also on the neighborhood streets where spin-off traffic will increase, particularly Walnut and Warm Springs Avenue. Many of us who live in the East End recognize that Walnut Street has already become the de facto Broadway bypass. With Bannock and Jefferson Streets closed, the trips will move somewhere else. It is reasonable to expect additional traffic on both Warm Springs and Walnut, either by necessity or as a strategy to avoid the heavy traffic projected for the Broadway-Warm Springs intersection. Yet at a recent St. Luke's information meeting, I was told there would not be traffic impacts on Walnut or Warm Springs. At a subsequent meeting, I was informed that spin-off impacts on these streets were not considered during the master plan development and study process. Please require evaluation of the bigger picture neighborhood traffic impacts, specifically Walnut and Warm Springs, and consideration of design alternatives which would leave either Jefferson or Bannock Street open. The issue is not whether St. Luke's expansion is needed and valued, but the East End neighborhood does not have to be marginalized as East End Island in order for a needed hospital expansion to move forward. And so we would ask that there is a look at big picture alternatives to the present master plan, alternatives honoring Blueprint Boise, protecting the East End neighborhood connectivity and livability, and providing a state-of-the-art hospital. Thank you.
Thank you. In just 1 second, is there anybody else that wants to testify that didn't sign up? Okay. Why don't you, as these folks move over, if you'll move up, we are looking at the end of our public meeting.
My name is Ann Houstrath. I live at 1820 North 7th Street. Thank you all. I do not envy you this decision, and thank you for your wisdom and consideration on it. I'm here this morning because I think we can do better. The current St. Luke's proposal is basically a 20th century car-oriented suburban monoculture campus on the very edge of our vibrant downtown. Boise's comprehensive plan wisely requires multimodal connectivity, retention of the street grid, and vibrant mixed-use activities. St. Luke's knew about the requirements of the comp plan, and yet they still asked to close Jefferson Street and apparently have not considered any other alternatives. Public streets belong to all the people and should not be closed unless there's a compelling public benefit that cannot be met in any other way. If you do allow closure of Jefferson Street, serious, significant mitigation is required for the common good. I am concerned about pedestrian and bicyclist safety in the intersections around St. Luke's due to projected increased car traffic. Here's an idea that I don't think you've heard tonight. One necessary but not sufficient mitigation would be to require St. Luke's to provide an efficient shuttle system between their downtown facility and other facilities. This would greatly reduce car trips and make transportation better for patients, their families, and staff, and require less parking. Boise's comp plan is a good blueprint for a more walkable city, a more livable city. This proposal takes us away from that goal. A walkable city is safe, comfortable, interesting, and with places people want to walk to. The campus being proposed by St. Luke's will be isolated from the rest of Boise by increased car traffic, and it lacks interest and places to go. The latter could be fixed by putting in retail, restaurants, ice cream parlors. We've heard a little bit of that and seen it on the movies. This would go a long way, also adding affordable housing. This vibrant street life would serve as welcome, close-by distraction people who are visiting patients and also serve Boise residents and visitors in general. No one is disputing that St. Luke's provides world-class care. And it is also a major employer in Boise. It has many wonderful employees and contributors charitably. But these are not reasons to compromise the goals of our comprehensive plan. St. Luke's should be held to the same development standards as the rest of us. I want St. Luke's to stay in downtown. I urge you to reject the false dichotomy that says that they can't provide state-of-the-art patient care within a vibrant, mixed-use urban environment which is designed for the 21st century. Please, I urge you to deny this request. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. You were limited there only by your conscience, and I think you made it right at 3 minutes. So. Thank you.
Well, good morning, Mayor and council members. I'm Jane Suggs, 200 Louisa Street in Boise. And as you know, I'm typically standing in front of you trying to present a development plan for your approval. However, tonight I am asking you to deny the current master plan as was recommended by the Planning and Zoning Commission. Like most development plans, I believe there is a better plan, one that does not close Jefferson Street and one that does reflect the vision that Boise has, and you know that vision. I really wanted to tell you about my open heart surgery, but it's really not about me, because I have the same DNA you have because you're here tonight and you believe in community. So it's not about the individuals that get served, even though we're very fortunate to have good service at St. Luke's. I know this. But instead, I'm going to think about that community and the vision, and I'm going to read you a couple of things. You know this. This is your elevator speech. Lasting, innovative, vibrant. Create lasting environments. Recognize, protect, and improve the health and sustainability of all our activities, our connections to one another and our natural resources. Cultivate innovative enterprises. Work with individuals, nonprofits, and businesses to encourage creativity and collaboration that will promote economic prosperity and improve lives. That's all lives. That's the entire community. Build vibrant communities. Engage citizens and organizations to spark new connections, inspire cooperation, and strengthen Boise's rich, community-minded spirit. You know this. This is LIV. This is the way we express our vision for Boise, and it's on your website. I just wanted everybody to remember that I don't know that this plan does those things. And we're talking about the high level. We're talking about a high-level vision. And how do you talk about connections, collaboration, and connections with this plan? And you can't. This existing plan that closes Jefferson Street does not meet the vision for Boise. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor Beater, President Jordan, members of the council. Thank you for staying up so late to hear this testimony. I'm A.J. Belukoff. I live at 4621 Hillcrest View in Boise, and I'm here to support the St. Luke's Master Plan. I agree with the comments that have been made in support of that plan. At this point of the night, the only thing I would add to that is that as a member of one of the boards of directors of St. Luke's, I've been privileged to witness the development and evolution of this plan over the past 2 years. And I've seen how the planners have, the executives and other people at St. Luke's have studied many alternative plans and eliminated those that were really not feasible, and have come up with this recommendation that seems to be the most feasible plan that we have. And I believe it will be, if you approve this plan, which I encourage you to do, it will be of benefit to the entire community and will help St. Luke's accomplish its mission of delivering excellent health care to our citizens. And that's probably all I have to say at this point.
Thank you, sir.
Morning. My name is Christopher Smith. I live at 1208 East Jefferson. And if you hear growling, I think that's just my stomach. So I'm getting hangry. You guys know what hangry is? So I do believe that St. Luke's wants to create a state-of-the-art facility to serve its patients and the doctors who work there. St. Luke's has devoted extensive time and resources to this effort. The result is a plan that minimizes disruption to the existing hospital operations, meets current code requirements, and strives to serve their patient population with the highest standard of care. Now that of course is very laudable. They should be commended for that effort. It reflects the best intentions of the St. Luke's staff. We've heard this before. However, in contemplating a facility the size of that envisioned by St. Luke's, the architects and designers of that campus must also consider its relation to the surrounding environs and how the built environment affects the surrounding community. I know you heard this already today, but I think you need to hear it again because I think this is important. In this respect, and due perhaps to no fault of their own, St. Luke's has not done a good job. I think they just didn't consider it. The most obvious example of this lack of discernment, and the one that most folks seized upon at first, was the proposal to close Jefferson Street. Nothing that St. Luke's has offered in their plan changes the fact that an unimpeded street grid is foundational to a robust urban transportation network. It is. It's important. As I became more familiar with the scope and appearance of the proposed St. Luke's expansion, I could see that it would appear as, and indeed function as, a massive wall to those approaching it from the east, the north, and the west. This was my immediate impression when I first saw the artist's renderings. It's impermeable, like a fortress. Fort Luke's. It's Fort Luke's. It's turned inward. It's away from the community. Sure, they included a cycle track so you could detour around it and a garden space in the middle of it, but the overall rendering gives the impression that St. Luke's feels that they are not part of a neighborhood. And maybe they just didn't think of that. Or maybe they think that a cycle track makes them a part of the neighborhood. And maybe you think this doesn't matter because, after all, St. Luke's is a hospital. They're not a community center. However, and I think this is something that Professor Allison touched upon, it wasn't lost on me. I didn't write this after I heard him, but I guess he kind of validated the way I was feeling. St. Luke's is one of the principal institutions in our city. And I think that their stature carries with it a responsibility to participate in the intelligent design and evolution of our urban core for no other reason that their campus is going to have an outsized effect. They can choose to build a campus that fosters a sense of community, or they can build Fort Luke's. And I think as a community, we deserve a better effort. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Mayor, Council. Thank you for letting me testify on behalf of Tommy, though I don't thank Tommy. My name is David Wally. I reside at 4904 North Mountainside Lane, Boise, Idaho. I'm Executive Vice President of the Gardner Company, and I'm in full support of the proposed project by St. Luke's. After reviewing the plan and seeing the commitment from the folks at St. Luke's to create a world-class center with the constraints, and constraint is probably one of the words used most often tonight. We have a constraint of site. We have a constraint of resources from the city sector, from the county sector to provide transportation alternatives that we can't go place on developers, even one as large as St. Luke's, to say, great, you want to do this, you got to figure out how to give us public transportation in many forms. Those are fairly extensive, those are fairly heavy costs. The pictures we saw earlier today of other facilities have cities that have literally billions of dollars worth of federal funds to help subsidize public transportation, to create those corridors that you saw in those photographs. We have a shortfall here. St. Luke's is doing a world-class job with $400 million, which sounds like a lot of money, but when you take out what you have to put into equipment, the construction costs are actually fairly modest and give us a great deal of bang for the buck on, again, a very constrained site. If we see the traffic counts that are depicted on the screen, then we'll see other development in and around that area because developers will find a way to service those additional people, or as it was once put, the place is so busy nobody goes there anymore. It will cause some constraints within traffic. It will cause other issues, but as a whole, we get a lot more out of this from this plan than what we've seen in other plans earlier on as St. Luke's was trying to figure out ways to expand their campus. That's all I have to say, and I'm going to go get a burger.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, thanks for sticking with us here tonight. My name's Jimmy Halliburton. I'm the Executive Director of the Boise Bicycle Project. My address is 3025 North Crane Creek Road. And Hal, if you have a chance, could you pull up the map of the St. Luke's, the bike map going around the outside? As well as being the Executive Director of the Boise Bicycle Project, I'm also a league certified instructor, a licensed certified bicycle instructor. And my job really is to advocate for people who ride bikes, and more importantly to me, is to advocate for people who have no other option and who oftentimes don't make it to these kind of meetings. And so that's the perspective that I hope to offer tonight. I'd also like to thank St. Luke's for including me in the process of the revision and allowing me to have input and try to make something that works better. I love safety in numbers. I love the type of infrastructure they're trying to put on these roads, but I don't feel like you can retrofit everything that looks great onto a piece of paper. It's kind of like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. You know, the jam and the peanut butter look great, but without the grid system, without the bread, without the structure, it doesn't really work. And I've kind of maintained, as I've been working with everybody, and I've worked with their board, I've worked with their staff, I've talked to city council members, and trying to work on something that was better. And I've always maintained that I can't support anything that's not as safe as what already exists or not better. And I do not believe shutting Jefferson down and the alternative that they've proposed, although better than it was, and although it looks good on paper, it's not as good as what exists now. And even more importantly, it's not as good as what it could be, and what it could be is great with a grid system running through there. One of the problems that we talked about earlier tonight, somebody had mentioned Jeff Speck coming into Boise when he did this walking survey. And one of the things that he stated was that the logic of small blocks suggests that no further block consolidations should be allowed, such as the one currently considered by St. Luke's, which will significantly undermine the effectiveness of the street grid in that location. He specifically cited St. Luke's and the super block that was trying to be created and how that would affect that whole neighborhood. And with my experience teaching cycling and cycling behavior, not only is this not as good of a plan, I see several points on the cycle track that create major problems and that are major red flags that people who are familiar with the cycling community or cycling infrastructure would realize. And oftentimes people don't realize those things because they think this is separated, this looks safe, this is away from traffic, this must be better. That's why people ride on sidewalks, right? But we've come to realize that riding on sidewalks is actually more dangerous. When we use this type of infrastructure and you go from being a cyclist to a pedestrian off the street and then be in another vehicle again. And every time you intermix with these intersections, you're creating these danger points. And so I would not like to go ahead with their plan to close Jefferson Street.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning. I never intended to come here and be the last speaker. Thank you for accepting my comments. I would like to just speak to you as a very close neighbor to St. Luke's, and I'm going to admit that...
Sorry, ma'am, we
I'm
didn't
sorry,
hear your
Heather
name.
Steele,
and address.
520 East Jefferson Street. So I live just a couple blocks away from the hospital. So what I want to share with you is just how it feels to be where I am. And I recognize that you could very easily dismiss my comments as being sort of a NIMBY perspective. And I'd like to suggest that there are hundreds of people who live around me who will experience similar effects to what I do. And I'm the one who showed up. So we bought our house in the neighborhood with the idea that we wanted to have great schools for our kids. My husband works for Boise State, and we wanted to have great access to his job. And finally, we really love the idea of living close to downtown where we could walk and bike. And Jefferson Street provides a beautiful access for us to do those things. We love it. And the neighborhood has really provided those things well for us. And when I look at this expansion, many of those main reasons that we chose to move in the area will be impacted pretty severely. Not only that, but living as close as we do to the hospital, we're accustomed to regularly being awakened by helicopter flights in the middle of the night, 2, 3, 4 in the morning. And we accept that because hospitals are important. You know, they're doing important work for people who are really sick. But should the expansion go ahead as planned, we expect those flights to worsen, and it'll be a significant impact on us. In addition, our street is regularly used as a parking lot for St. Luke's employees, and I don't really expect that to change because we live in a great, easy access location, and there's no protected residential parking. So, finally, one thing that I just don't understand is that if people speak so much about the valley is growing, you know, we need to plan for many more residents in the Treasure Valley, and we need to, you know, increase medical services and upgrade them, and that's wonderful. However, I keep on hearing how the main growth is happening to the west. And so I'm a little bit mystified as to why this top flight medical center needs to be in this neighborhood where it's going to create a lot of negative impacts for myself and my neighbors. Okay, granted, very selfish perspective, but I wanted to throw that out here. We've already experienced in my family that my husband was struck by a car on his bicycle and had to undergo 2 surgeries for a badly broken shoulder. So we're pretty wary about traffic impacts and safe routes. Our kids attend North, and that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, folks. Council questions before we wrap it up?
Well, Mr. Mayor, not a specific question, but more procedural since we're done,
Right.
and I assume we're going to close the public hearing tonight. I think it's important that if council does have questions, that we need to ask them now. We can't ask them after the public hearing is closed. And then I'd also like to get some instructions from our legal staff as to how we all comport ourselves with regard to this issue in the next week. So whatever order you want to do that in.
Why don't we do that? I'm going to first say that anything received after 1 o'clock.
Mr. Mayor, if I
sir.
could, I just want to confirm that as the applicant, we'll get a chance for the comments at the end to wrap up and share some of the points that we heard tonight briefly.
Well, you did.
And there's also an outstanding question from Councilmember McLean that we still need to address, so.
You left time, so I'll let you. I don't recall that you reserved it, but that's okay. I mean, you did leave time.
I think we get
30 minutes.
I think we get 5 minutes as a rebuttal. Either way.
Okay, I apologize. Floor is yours, go ahead.
Thank you, and I'll be brief. I'd like to thank you and thank everybody who's been here tonight and remains here, the fearless, final fearless folks. Love the passion, I think we all do. Makes me proud to be a part of this community. There are a few items I'd like to address. First of all, Councilmember McLean, and I'd ask to be taken off the clock for this question if you'd still like that addressed. And I believe the question was relative to the northwest entrance and how it would, I can not answer if you'd like, the northwest entrance and how it might lighten the load off of kind of the Bannock and others. Was that a fair summary? Intuitively, we believe it will lighten the load because we're bifurcating the two entrances, but in fairness, we haven't designed the facilities, we haven't looked at all the services and the various kind of patient loads and traffic and others, so I can't give you an exact count of what the traffic may look like or what the impact would be in current state. Intuitively, one would think it would be lessened, but it's very hard to predict at this point. Okay. You can unpause me. So just a few points I'd like to make, again, briefly. St. Luke's is required to mitigate and enhance the traffic impact. Professional staff has validated that and will continue to validate it as the plan evolves. I would note that misleading videos like the one around Warm Springs and Broadway that show a concept for an intersection that was developed before we even submitted our plan are not helpful. ACHD traffic engineers and others are obligated to make sure the traffic performance improves as a result of the plan. We do understand that there is no planning process that is perfect. We followed the process as outlined by the city. We did not start with the presumption of closing Jefferson. We have designed a facility to provide the best patient care. We have engaged the community. We have a better plan as a result. There were a couple comments that came up around St. Luke's and maybe we should look at moving medical office buildings off of campus. In fact, our master plan contemplates moving most of orthopedic care off of the downtown campus because orthopedic care is going to be provided by in an outpatient environment rather than an inpatient environment in the future. So we will be bringing forth plans to develop that center on the Americana property that we currently own. I do appreciate Mr. Allison sharing examples from around the world. He helped validate many of our existing ideas around green space, green roofs, pocket parks, public art, and connectivity that we intend to implement in our designs. I remind the council that this is a master plan and we have yet to design the final facilities. I can assure you that we will design and build facilities in the right way. I appreciate Mr. Allison recognizing we've done a good job in the past with our current facility and our surrounding spaces. I would submit that our facilities that we've built, we've designed with patients and community in mind are world class. They're world class, and I have the privilege of hearing other health systems and other people from around the country come and visit Boise and comment on our medical facilities. We're proud of them, they're world class, and we'll make sure it's done the right way. Finally, a theme here tonight is one of trade-offs. We don't have an ideal set of factors and circumstances to meet all of our respective goals every time, all the time. But we do believe, and it has been validated by years of work from a variety of experts, that our proposed plan appropriately balances the requirements by which you will make your decision, and we hope that's the case. Thank you, and we respectfully request that you approve the submission of the master plan as put forth. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Oh, yes. If the council, will you enlighten us at this late hour on what's
Thank
one
you.
of the ground rules
Thank you,
going
Mr.
forward?
Mayor. Councilmember Thompson says I get 3 minutes. If you're going to close the public hearing tonight and don't anticipate taking any more public hearing or reopening it later, then the record would be closed, and between now and when you decide to set this for a decision, you would be advised not to entertain discussions with affected parties, read emails, read correspondence, because that information would not be in the record, and you're kind of constrained to make your decision based on the record. So I'd advise you to not review those. You're welcome to ship those to me to hold on to, but then you can make your decision at the time and date set for that.
Mr. Mayor, just to make sure that we have this all properly in the record, I would move that we close the public hearing and that the council set to next Tuesday, which would be July 7th, 8th, sorry, next Tuesday, to deliberate toward a decision on this issue.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Before we get a second, may I just say something in line of questions that I
I
wanted?
can withdraw my motion and wait on that, sure.
It's not a question, I had asked a
David.
question earlier, Mr. Mayor, about the width of 8th Street, and Hal brought me a sheet that I just want to make sure gets to all of us, or I can read into it. The widths of Bannock between 1st and Avenue A, 8th between Main and Bannock, Broad Street and Bodo, and Grove Street, that is very applicable to the conversation,
Yeah.
to the conversation that we're having about the easement.
Yeah, okay, so you've got that in the, okay.
Got those, okay. Restate the motion.
And I guess, just for the public, just to know, since we're passing them out, it's that the streets vary in width from 20 foot to 30 foot, so not that much wider, and some less wide than what we're looking at for an easement.
Anything else? All right, Mr. Mayor, then I would move that we close the public hearing and set Tuesday, July 7th, 2015, 6 PM evening meeting as a date certain for deliberation on this decision.
All right, moved and seconded. I just really quickly want to commend everyone. I know a lot of people are gone, and I'm sure they're not home watching now. But this was a good night. It was quite a good night. I think wherever you fall on this, you'd have to say that. And we appreciate that, because that matters to the big picture here and to the, the kind of city that we are. So we really appreciate that. Is there any discussion of the motion? Hearing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Clegg.
Yes.
Jordan.
Yes.
Ludwig. Yes. McLean. Yes. Quintana. Thompson.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Biggest question now is Pangilly still open? Does anybody know? Anything further to come before the council?
Move to adjourn.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Carl.